the news. कैसे हो चार्ट? सारी सेटिंग्स कर ली ओबीएस की, सारी सेटिंग्स कर ली. कैसे प्लेऑफ चालू बोलते, पैथेटिक बोलते, चेटिक बोलते. बाय द वे, अरिगातो सबको मेरी तरफ से, अरिगातो सबको मेरी तरफ से, अरिगातो. हाँ, और क्या है?
आजी नमस्ते. आजी नमस्ते.
So handsome.
अरे आजी नमस्ते.
नमस्ते.
आजी नमस्ते.
ये
ビンクスは本当にハンサムだ。
या
लगा मेरा भी हेडफोन्स लगा.
या
मैं भी देखूंगी.
क्या?
फनाटिक को.
फेनेटिक को देखूंगी तो हेडफोन लगाना है. फेनेटिक को देखूंगी तो हालत खराब है. आजी नमस्ते.
आजी नहीं. हाँ 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 हाँ.
आजी नमस्ते. ले.
In order. Just another reason more to just be a BBL fan. And today, this entire playoffs, of course, means a lot to them. And this Matt Vito, Billy, could be defining, would you say?
Yeah, I would say so. I think that there's a couple of questions that we have for Fnatic as well on like figuring out what does their map veto look like in particular, and then BBL as well. How can they kind of play into that, I suppose? But
Fnatic just not even like but they picked Corrode Mini.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they needed to do. I think that if they want to be a team that's going to be competitive at champions, like Corrode, and even the Haven at the end there, I think this is great for them to get reps in for champs. Again, playoffs means a lot for them, but not as much as being great at champs or winning champs.
Yeah, I think this is great. I mean, I think the fact that we're seeing them actually pick into Corrode, it makes me wonder what compositions are we going to play across this, because of course Fnatic have been sussed out, so perhaps they need more prac on the comp that they're playing. We want to see like how they can be more flexible with that, especially on their defense mini. But for BBL, do they stick with the kind of composition that they were playing previously?
I don't expect so. They had that Phoenix right, and it was a bit weird.
You're not a fan of the Phoenix Gecko?
No, unfortunately not. The Ascent is also interesting.
Jumps in here after a 4-hour stream.
Do you think that maybe BBL expected Fnatic to pick up that Ascent and they prepped it so much that they're like, I mean, it's a good map for them, don't get me wrong.
I think it went both ways. They were like, Fnatic might pick it, and therefore we'll prep it, but if not, we'll pick it. So I think it was either.
Okay, what was the decider? I didn't get to see it. Was a
Haven, yeah.
Okay, what do we make of that? Because Scott did say that he expects the 2-1.
Yeah, first time है ना हम लोग देख रहे Corrode Fnatic का.
Expect the 2-1 as well.
Well, I think this is one of the best map vetoes that BBL could get, in my opinion. Getting a map like Corrode that's new, which Fnatic aren't tested on, getting Ascent, which they looked pretty comfortable on, and then getting Haven, in which Fnatic haven't looked hot on recently.
And I think on BBL's Haven, the only loss that they had on it was to Team Heretics, so I don't want to read into that too deeply, considering how dominant Team Heretics have been. So I think, yeah, honestly, this isn't even playing ground for me. I think BBL have a little bit of an advantage in the sense that we've not seen Fnatic's Corrode, so no, they don't have an advantage. It's more like going into it like not knowing what they're going to play. I think for me as well, the Ascent like mirror matchup that we're going to see, I don't think we've seen that just yet, at least in our region. So it'll be intriguing to see how that plays out.
Thinking about this Corrode, we've been discussing how similar they are in style. Who would you say it favors in this case? Because we have not seen Fnatic. Do you think they should be a good map for them?
It should be. Yeah, it should be a good map for them.
Okay, Alpha Vice?
Alpha Vice. This is something that I don't think he's actually played. Has he played it this year? I don't think he has.
We've seen Crown. I don't think we've seen Alpha, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, looks like a pretty stable. Oh, it's BBL.
Just to clarify, the Fnatic and BBL titles are flipped round the other way.
It's so crazy. I bet to you that what happened in production was that somebody read Magnum's name and that was like, oh, Fnatic. Fnatic over here.
So BBL still sticking with the Gecko core, but like Phoenix is being swapped out for the Yoru. Doing this swap type Viper as well. So in my opinion, the BBL comp is a better version of what they were doing before, but it is still that core identity of double smokes.
Yeah, and I think as well, like Yappy on the Gecko, it looked good. I'm very glad that they've moved away from that. It's something that we kind of saw a whole lot of value from when they did play it. So yeah, I'm intrigued.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, मेरे को एक टाइम पे लगा फेनेटिक वर्सेस फेनेटिक है, क्योंकि सामने मेरे को अल्फा जेर दिखाई दिया, कजक दिखाई दिया, क्रॉनिकल दिखाई दिया। मेरा ब्रेन बोला फेनेटिक वर्सेस फेनेटिक हो रहा है करके, फिर पता चला प्रोडक्शन ने नाम ही गलत लिखा है। हेलो।
Over the next 4 days, we will be starting to figure out what that top 4 looks like. And for BBL, the belief that they belong there can only be solidified if they can get past one of these top 3 teams.
The thing about this matchup, though, is Fnatic have been able to beat everyone domestically apart from one, and it's the opponent that lies before them right now. Are BBL Fnatic's kryptonite, and can they be able to win right here in the first match of playoffs?
The question that we pose to the team on your screen, of course, already qualifying to champions is the narrative. Can you then bolster your chances on the big stage at an international event in Emea, which we have waited to see, of course, be the pinnacle of competition for them. And that's the thing, it's the trophy that has always managed to evade them. Boaster on your screen, one of those players, of course, in this call, which, when we talk about new maps, just don't quite have the history there recently.
Yeah, and it's good that you bring up Boaster here as well, because when they finished the match against Apex, they had the sit down with him, right? And he was saying that they're going to try and get as far as they can in playoffs, but ultimately they want to prepare their map pool and refine it for champs. That's the big aspect here, and that's where the goals are going to be for Fnatic. Heading into Corrode, Fnatic were unwilling to play the new map at home last year, lost it both times in Korea on Abyss, but since then now they're choosing a guaranteed route that we will be heading in and getting some airtime on it. As you can see, the statistic backing that up. With this goal pearl coming in, Lotus the only real map that they hit the ground running on. For BBL, it's been, you know, a while since we've seen this one from them too. Second week against Giant X, just when it looked like they'd suffered yet another setback, losing out massively on their attack card. They'll start the defense here. Yeah, and it's great info, early doors, 3 players hit by the Dizzy. But BBL putting their focus on a weaker side of the map, the mid portion. Boaster lying and unfortunately caught out. Big entry pick from Levin.
BBL often leaving the B site open when they play GX. Happy to go for the retake, and with numbers in their favour here, that looks to be the view. Slight focus on Kayak, facing the defender spawn side of the map.
Alpha going to play as a late win condition here, lurking through, but BBL already making work through CT and clearing it out. Alpha's luck works out, getting rid of Propek. So all the bodies towards CT, and Fnatic know that they're going to set up for it. Levin through, but Fnatic completely fill the kill lead and win out the first pistol.
It's comfortable enough from them in the end after losing Boaster in the mid-duel, which we're expecting to see a lot more of. That's where BBL had put their priority, leaving B open and paying a hefty price here, but taking a step back again. That has to be the master plan for Fnatic on their champions run, because they've had a few goes at it now over the last couple of years. 2023, the peak of their performance, 24 a learning curve, and 25 now. You're really expecting them to put the right measures in place.
Yeah, I think like you think towards like 2023, the potential golden road for Fnatic there. Felt as if by the time that they got to champs, they just ran out of steam a little bit.
Of course, Sunset and Abyss were both difficulties for them last year, and then flipping that around, you have to consider it's interesting with Abyss now coming back in for the next champ cycle, as Fnatic are making light work of this eco, because Sunset was released 3 days after the conclusions of Champs 2023, so we didn't see it come back into competitive play really until kickoff at the beginning of the next year. So now with time to think about what it is they want to do and giving us a look at what it could potentially mean for them here, it has been a solid start.
Yeah, I mean, everyone already knows the fact that they were able to make it all the way to Toronto Grand Final, and now they'll be wanting to repeat that feat at Champs. And that all starts with fixing this map pool, right? A dominant start on Corrode could cement themselves as a team to be wary of, right? If you pick this map against them.
Really nice.
It was really nice.
Simply lovely.
And so with a flawless second round under their belt already, Fnatic will be looking at giving this bonus a crack, if you could even really call it that. There's money behind them, full set of rifles. They're continuing to push their own interests, further them through middle. It's Sociable instead that gets the opener A main, and Kayak of all players, the one that falls.
Levin needs to be careful of his timing on TP. He's the only one holding on to mid and all alone. A player who is first in first kills, but also pretty high in first deaths as well. And Profit gets caught out.
The risk that you take, but two players immediately behind Binks side. All placed here by Alpha, yeah, just signposting the authority of Fnatic as they continue this slow creep. And Levin caught trying to make some sort of a play. Yampi could suffer a similar fate, and there you go. Fnatic, once again, walking through BBL as if they weren't there.
Yeah, it feels as if Fnatic are now starting to pull BBL limb from limb. That will most likely be a bonus round converted here. Boaster up against Sociable in their own spawn, and like ships in the night, they pass each other.
Almost read that.
Two teams we've seen in this region for many a year. Their involvement spanning back all the way to 2020, 2021.
Good morning.
But the kickoff game that we saw, that opener, was BBL's first win in their history against the Black and Orange. And looking at the parallels to now with the change that's been made, Magnum, of course, coming in, a former Fnatic player, they're pushing for these top four spots, or at least it feels like they've been there or thereabouts all year long. From that kickoff run, how it ended up, to narrowly missing out from stage one in Toronto. And so here, really, in these bigger games, against the kind of opposition that you have to beat to put yourself on the biggest of stages, don't want to see the ground fall from beneath their feet too quickly. It's one rifle saved by Sociable in the end there. But for Fnatic, from strength to strength, and some of those ults getting closer to coming online.
Well, something to work with. You saw how BBL wanted to play the anti-eco round against Fnatic, being aggressive, and once again, B main set up to look the exact same. Fnatic were able to get through tricky waters last time, but can they navigate it this time round? On the orb, is that the trigger?
Same Vice Wall that we've seen placed a couple of times now by Alpha. You would see Kron on that roll, but the slight switch up, and Kayak holding an angle under the arch, but comes off it just as BBL make their move.
Through Sociable, the only rifle, can't quite get the fight that he's looking for. This is the smoke creates a question mark that Fnatic will have to re-clear, or maybe they feel forced to go elsewhere on the map.
See, investigation of mid. BBL have 3 players here. They outnumber Fnatic in this fight for the moment.
Yeah, but they don't outnumber them in terms of weapons, and that's the problem that BBL will have to try and face, get through, but unfortunately at this moment in time, they can't. It's going to end up an even trade, in Yampi looking to hold on through A length, all alone, untradeable.
Fnatic moving through the map in numbers, but time is dwindling here. We know they like to play it late. A, one of the hardest sites to hit without time.
Yeah, but look at Magnum playing in the smoke with a shotgun. You thought just for a moment he might be able to make it work, but Profit is. Sheriff hitting, Spike finally down, but Sociable's here. The only rifle. A player that needs to clutch up against two. Alpha here and Boaster playing off of one another.
As the smoke back up now,
He lines straight onto the defuse and is able to get rid of the arc rose. Both players begin to walk towards Sociable, but spammed out. It will be 4 in a row for Fnatic.
The round that you expect Fnatic to win, but kept fairly close, always having your heart in your mouth when you're watching them play. That was disgusting from Kayak. Sociable, not quite keen enough on the trade to make it any more doable than the 1 versus 2.
Important impact kills the Alpha ka bhai. Important.
Yeah, it was
crazy wala.
Nothing out of the ordinary from what we've come to expect from him in his rookie year, of course. From 7 months ago in that kickoff duel until now, looking much more like a functioning component
What
of
for
this
teams will go to
Fnatic
champ? Playoff के
machine,
बाद पता चलेगा हर region का.
which as it stands,
2 champ points की
has
वजह
left
से और 2
no stone
playoff के
unturned.
finalist
Yampi
qualify
collecting
होगा.
some information early on, the Dizzy again towards B. This time, Fnatic with a more tempered approach, but it's into 11's op.
Yeah, and that's the big thing.
Head
11's
dickta na,
up for
head
the first
dickta na.
time. Can he get the value out of it? The arc was already used, but taking a bit of damage off the back of that. And I was about to say, Fnatic want to execute. They do have the ultimate. The first of that is going to be the Dimensional Drift, and that's combined with the Steel Garden. And Kayak's entry into the site is blustering. Magnum's able to at least get one back in BBL's favour, but they're still at a numbers disadvantage.
Fantastic set piece to open up, but BBL still have numbers here. And Sociable has one more TP, but Alpha finds him inside the smoke.
Yeah, no, Fnatic, 2 to the good. It gets even worse. Magnum, the only one really being able to get kills in this round and waiting for the wall to drop so he can get Prophet to support him, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be Fnatic dominance in this round once again. Looking to be 5 in a row unless Prophet can find 3 of his own. But he's thrown in the white flag. He tries to escape, but you can't escape Fnatic.
Fantastic individual round from Kayak, but one which he was set up to execute. Just as I was saying, he's found his place in the team. It takes time to make these kinds of plays work, but it's exactly what was successful for them against Liquid. Very few things when they had these orchestrated approaches, split pushes, using the dimensional drift when he can TP ahead. I'm thinking of Market on Ascent, for example. And the combination with the Steel Garden to just strip the gun from the hands of Yampi was the cherry on top. One of the first times we see BBL actively try and fight for the B space instead of conceding it. This is another eco for BBL. One of the most difficult parts about the defender's side, which we just want to reiterate. They picked up 9 rounds against GX last time.
And yeah, that is very true, but I want to pick up on a quote that the head coach Pal had given us when he guested on the desk, and he was talking more about how his compositions need to be loaded more for the attack side, right? So maybe that's where BBL's focus has been. Okay. As for right now, BBL playing this round on the attack. 2 entry kills, 1 through a Bucky, 1 through a Sheriff. And Fnatic feeling like they're on the back foot a bit.
Yeah, from some incredibly aggressive positioning as well. BBL also with the mid control. Quick rotation towards B. Fnatic forced to make this play, guided into the defense, which is waiting for them.
Yeah, and the utility is great for delay. Time is getting low, and we all know that Fnatic like to play with time. They've already got the next one back in their favour, right? Still 1 down, but it's still BBL to try and deny a plan. 18 seconds, Alfie gets another. Now the body's starting to dwindle. It's all going wrong for BBL just when you think there's a chance. The spike go through, but Yampi denies. And Alfie, I don't know if he's got a plan. He has to commit to it, comes off the plan, and gets BBL the first round.
Rebel clutch for Yampi. 1 on time itself. Final grains hitting the bottom of the hourglass. Alfia will find the kill afterwards. It's a very nicely set up round, Mosh aside. Very deep positioning, and as soon as Magnum gets outside of A, the rest feel a sense of confidence to bolster the B hold. He joins the fray late on. And BBL fly in the face of Fnatic to find their first on an eco.
But it doesn't really do much for the bank account of BBL either. That's the sad reality. It's a round, yes, but still one that puts BBL in a difficult spot.
And when the macro is set up well enough by Yampi here, you're kind of confident to keep going as the coach. You don't need to invest an early timeout just yet, give Fnatic an opportunity to talk things over either. They'll be making their way over to the A side. Yampi's already put a hell of a lot of noise on the B side. He leaves behind him Chronicle, who will be slow on his approach, and Magnum out of Link is the player to be worried about. 2 kills immediately. Fnatic a little bit laboured as they slowly stagger their way through the courtyard towards the A site.
BBL have control of Spike, but look at Alfia finding another angle of approach.
Profex considered this though, and from the angle he will find the Turk. Taken down now, 4 versus 2. Numbers in favor for BBL to increase their efforts, double their round count.
Player standing.
Without a break in play required either, it's Profex to strike yet again. Chronicle have the pit. There is no position from which to play. Magnum in the end at the triple. BBL restoring order on this map before it gets out of hand.
BBL very reactive to Fnatic's push. But I think for me as well, the other aspect of this as well, Magnum does well here, is we've got to be thinking of the early rounds, right? The pick on towards Kron in that B main, or on towards Yampi. I think there was a potential opportunity for Fnatic to pivot because they weren't completely out of A main just yet.
Yeah, Yampi creating a distraction really, and perhaps anticipating on the Fnatic side that there would be more behind it. So in the previous round, they were quick to get that Vice Wall placed in A main, and here,
mid-low.
Sexy Viper same, but right on the edge of the Viper's pit. BBL, same push outside of B again, but there are numbers to this Fnatic attack this time.
As BBL hanging around, the same smoke that Sociable dropped last time, but Paranoia waiting, and they deny any more space. So very well done by Fnatic to keep control of
mid-low Fnatic
BBL still want to fight this.
Oh, huge kill from Magnum in the meantime as well. Finding one in mid, he's cornered in the process, and Sociable's out of smokes to help him.
To not be drawn out, but the fights come through, and when they do, BBL come out on top. But not only that, get control of Spike, and this is going to be a disaster for Fnatic if they can't get that back. Look, they're all towards the B side. BBL need to be careful of their flank.
And we're approaching the 30-second mark again here, so Fnatic don't have time to play with. They need to win the duels.
They do. Kron, lost up, gets taken out, and now look at Crashies having to approach from top mid. BBL change up the positioning, Magnum towards the other side, they can both double swing if needed, but there's a time in here. Crashies gets the spike, but the peak comes through, and BBL get a third in a row.
Another huge round from Magnum as well. A player with a point to prove coming into this game. He's represented multiple different organizations. Now on the hunt for a second ever Champs appearance. After making his debut there with Fnatic back in 2021.
WBBL, let's go, vamos!
Against them was the first in kickoff with KC a
Fnatic
year ago. I think the big story with that team was that they couldn't keep the momentum up throughout the year. That's something that BBL have been able to excel in. This change of team culture, which has, you know, upholstered the entire fabric of the organization we thought we knew as they've moved to an international roster.
Yeah, and this international roster keeps going from strength to strength. The only teams that they've never, or the only team that they've not been able to beat is Heretics, who lie in wait in the next game.
Further down the gauntlet, something to think about, and those statistics on the screen back up exactly the point that we're trying to make here. BBL, a household name in the Turkish region, but one which was synonymous with group stage exits. In fact, even a win for them today would represent them replicating something that they did in the previous stage, finding 4 successive wins in VCT EMEA, which they had been unable to do before. That had been the issue. They'd been stagnating, but you do feel a real difference in the squad here, and that's reflected through the players as well.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes on Champs for everybody. We know that. We know the stakes that are here for both teams, right? Fnatic already qualified, but for BBL, this is the most important game that they could possibly play.
And while we have Magnum with his headset off, he's been someone who we've also seen change in character, even within this roster. The amount of times you see him shouting across the stage. And why does he feel confident to do that? Because he's got Yampi right next to his side. If you contrast that with previous teams that he's been on, we've not really seen that aspect to Magnum. You know, Apex weren't a shouty bunch. Couldn't really say the same for KC. I mean, Narrate would stand up every now and then.
So
yeah, there is a certain feeling within this team, and more than anything, to draw it all back, it's mirrors with that GX game. That second game in the group, going down 0-2 with the matches they had remaining. How many times have you seen a team come back from that?
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Is about how we've seen BBL and like strength and mentality as well in terms of there's the confirmation with the red lights.
Yeah.
But like the fact that like we've seen BBL's like mentality as a whole, being able to bounce back, the fact that they lost the first 2 games in groups as well and had to turn what was potentially looking like a bleak end to the season through the last 3 games.
Alag love story hai.
Absolutely, but it is a brief intermission. We're right back in. I think you could tell that it wasn't too serious of an issue, just something with the gear. A tech pause indeed, but no time to waste. Right back into Corrode. And look, it was at the end of Fnatic's veto before. They floated it a few times, and we were sort of hoping that we were going to get it. They've opted right into it here, and well, there you go. He's the only one who's actually been able to get past them after leaving. I don't know what that says about former Fnatic players.
I mean, think about the players that have left, right?
Best comp.
Yaka, which is a big one considering, you know?
Yeah.
At the same time, focus on the round. Levin, deep in mid. We've seen him do this push quite a few times. Yampi's towards top mid, jump spotting, and has long-range utility that can support. But Fnatic have somehow been too focused on what they were doing, and Levin's got an opportunity to find a player. That was Kayak.
Common positioning for Levin as well. I'm surprised that he's able to take the 1 versus 1 there. Does still have the TP.
And it's the second time he's done it.
And that makes it all the more surprising. I mean, even here, Boaster's overlooked it. Caught falling foul to the same player again. Finally, he overstays his welcome, and that's something that we have to mention. The discipline on the BBL side. All of this aggression expected from Fnatic after the timeout. You could see the setup. They were playing massive, but now they have the picks.
Thrash being used, and obviously that's going to be on a timer to when it expires, but Fnatic trying to brute force their way through A-Link, and it's not working out. Prophet gets the pick onto Chronicle, and Sociable pushing main gets Althea. Leaves Crashes in a 1 versus 3, but he does have the spike on his back.
Sight at his disposal for now, but Sociable closing the gap with that paranoia.
Yeah, and so is the rest of BBL. They'll get confirmation.
Come back,
after Fnatic timed out.
Fnatic started a few of their previous games, maps against Liquid, Apex, Na'Vi, all very slowly. It's after the timeout usually that you then see those improvements come through. The difference here, it was 5 rounds in a row. Yep, that's the new map for you, as we said before. In terms of overall wins on new map debuts, they are 3 and 4, so 42% win rate on any new map for the first time, and that's one of the factors, I suppose, for getting your lineups.
Yeah, but the other aspect to this is Fnatic now have everything that they need to push themselves forward for the last couple of rounds. They have 4 out of 5 ultimates, and Crashes is close to his Nightfall as well. And BBL aggressive in the mid round once again, and is 11 on a line from A-Link.
भाई सिंपल बात है भाई, मिड लेना पड़ेगा, मेरी बात सुनो.
Toxic screen goes back up, but that's for both teams. Fnatic wearing through their toxins to take the duel on Prophet, hoping that he would be willing to challenge. 2 players caught by the trail of the Nightfall. There is a third here though, that reveal. It's just reconfirmed Chronicle's position. Again, BBL given the mid control. Still got Alpha hanging around A late, and that's where you think Fnatic might opt to pivot. But Levin left unchecked could continue to be an issue. He's just setting up Yampi instead.
Yampi has a full belt of utility as well, but it's that dimensional drift that's going to be used. And remember, Yampi has been seen, and he has no way out. Has to use Levin as a ways of supporting him out of this. And Althea in the corner catches Yampi. Levin at least gets the trade out, and Magnum goes one finding Kayak to lay further and being made. Fnatic can't quite get out.
And still stalling here, still utility to work with. Paranoia in the hands of Social arriving late.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. Fnatic need to get a move on. We know that this is really like to play, but BBL, they're using that to their advantage. Kron holding on and potentially able to do it. Spike in his back pocket. He's up against Magnum, who's wrapping him round, and he's going to get it. Magnum makes it 5-0.
Another multi-kill for Magnum as we head into the end
5-0
of
save
this first half.
5-5.
Only a couple of rounds
Absolute
left in it.
Fnatic ma.
Fnatic on the brink of having their buy broken. Levin still able to freely operate within mid. His opening game, sort of second game against Fnatic in VCT, felt almost defining, I think, in terms of how aggressive he was willing to be against some of the best teams that we've seen in the region. The best that Emea has ever sent to an international stage. And with them thinking to the future, all focus on the present very quickly. We're at a tied game.
Yeah. Two ultimates used with
Any
no
more in
value
chat,
off the
Kya?
back of Fnatic. Steel Garden still there, as well as the Viper's Pit.
It's a change up in the Viper wall. And BBL on this extremity with the
mid
Euro,
koi nahi
pushing
hai.
the envelope.
Levin forced out. BBL looking to regress their positioning and delay as much as they possibly can, but Fnatic have changed their pace. Oh, Sociable come from.
अच्छा चलता है
Unfortunately,
एक्चुअल
risked it too much and gets caught out as Fnatic overwhelm the site and look
बाप
to
रे,
finish
घुस गए
this
कैसे
one
तो?
off, leaving Profit.
मतलब दो राउंड बीबीएल को जीतना
So
चाहिए,
much
वो
work.
Fnatic जीत रही है.
On his shoulders, he's spotted the second
Hello?
player having found the first.
4 players all trained to this one position. You'd expect this is impossible, and it is. Fnatic finally
तीन
make
बंदे
it 6
पे
and
फेड
guarantee
अल्ट
at
मारा,
least an
वुमेन
even
पीछे
half.
अल्ट मारा और
It was
राउंड
a
हार
nice
गए.
idea from Sociable with the TP there as well, hoping that the Nightfall would have hit onto enough targets.
जो आ रहा वो घर, तू घर
And
जाएगा.
even Crashies was marked, but just has the presence of mind
भाई
to
गर्मी के वजह
stay
से मेरी
aware
आंटी
of the
दिखती है.
possibility. It's a really
Remote की तरह
interesting
पता नहीं.
Viper wall that
There
we
we
have
go.
on the
It's that
execution here. It
easy,
does
it's that
allow
easy.
for Fnatic to fight those close angles with a little more
Is it a remote?
confidence. Enough to get them over the hump and land them on a 6th, but still money behind BBL. To see if they can keep it tied out of the opening 12. Levin chasing them away from the A site.
Yeah, already finding quite a few bodies through
Middle
that. That's at
Fnatic
least
था.
3 that you see TPing out just before
मैग्नम
the
ने नहीं मारा था.
ultimate expires.
नहीं, वो हाँ
Where
बे.
does Fnatic
फिर
go?
किस
Do they
खुशी
look
में
to
वो मिनट
re-clear
टिकी मारा?
Emea? And it looks like that's the case, but Sociable has taken that space for himself.
Well, we've seen the change in the duelist. The macro for BBL is very much the same. Very aggressive early on. Fnatic respecting this, but Sociable on the angle does get checked.
Who all are
And they're
going to
looking
Paris?
invest a
सारा
bit more
playoff खत्म हो
utility
जाएगा
here
तब पता
to take him
चलेगा.
off position.
But 4 teams from every region.
Fnatic aren't fully sold on this being an A finish just yet, but the body's starting to move over. Maybe that's different from what I think. Sociable
तो
needs to
qualify
be
हो
really
जाएगा.
careful. Nearly catches Boaster
Fnatic
off
तो champs के
guard.
लिए qualified है
Has
already.
to use the paranoia to get out, or so I thought.
The side of the dark cover. 4
BBL
players
के
for
लिए important है
Fnatic.
ये सब.
Yeah, he's just trying to be a bit too cheeky. Has at least one, but as the players start to move forward, let's go.
Oh my!
Kayak
Let's
at least is able to
go!
get the trade
Oh.
before Sociable pounces, but Kayak now through Emea, trying to be the person leading the line, but instead it's Alfia. So
किधर
deep
जा रहा है
for
Booster?
time. The AWP drops. That's when the engagements will ensue, but Fnatic need to get a move on.
Look at the spike! There's 10 seconds, Cairo. There's simply
10
not
seconds left.
enough to get this one done. I don't know what Fnatic are up to.
And Yampi's won the duel on B main as well. Fnatic are the makers of their own doom and make it a 6-6 half.
There were points
Switching sides.
on their offense against Liquid where they looked scared, and as uncharacteristic as that is to say, it's happened again here. Sociable, non-stop scorched earth, keeps them back for as long as he can, and it's just too much ground to cover in the end. Plenty of work to be done for both teams, I think, coming out of this half, but BBL certainly with a confidence boost.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से ना उनके साथ ऐसे 12 5 मैन कॉम्स हो रहे हैं। ए काली नहीं बी काली ऐसा वो हो रहा है मेरे हिसाब से एसिटल कॉम्स हो रहा है उनके कान में मेरे हिसाब से। ए जा सकते थे अचानक से बोला बी काली है करके। हाँ Will you be coming to Paris? पता नहीं भाई सकबा देख लो। अरे अपना वाला नहीं रे, स्पोर्ट्स वाला नहीं, सीसी वाला 5 मैन। बस मैं सोच सका यस सर। क्या दोनों की वॉच पार्टी होगी? ये सोचने वाली बात है क्योंकि मेरे को चीचा मैसेज पे मैसेज कर रहे कि
respect shown by the BBL fans that have turned out today, and I mean what a result this could be to keep them moving forward in the bracket. It's 6-6 on the half, a strong start for Fnatic, but things very quickly turned around even post timeout. Two faces that will have checked in with their coaches now and had plenty to say coming out of the half. Sposter and Yampy.
Yeah, I mean, between these two, they have been in the game for the longest time, right? And in terms of their personal performance, Yampy for me has been on average, right? You can see that with his stats, but his Boaster has taken maybe a little bit of performance.
एने का मैच पता है आज क्या है? मैं गांठ फट जाएगी अभी टट्टी करने जाओगे। लेव वर्सेस Cloud9, G2 versus 100 Thieves. Hello.
On the half should have you slightly concerned, even if you are on the BBL side of things, because it's the attack side where they did massively struggle before. Just 2 rounds against GX, looking for their first on this A push. It started with success. Prophet finding Alpha, Kayak trying to flash back out, and takes 2. No! The Prince of Pistol manages to crown himself king. Ridiculous flicks from Kayak.
That match!
Of all players, it's Yampy that's got to try and walk back in. And
my
to add further trouble. Fnatic have flight
Why
in the second
Aimlock
half.
Pro Max?
We know BBL struggle
ये
with
क्या
the
था?
attack
Top,
side on
top,
board since the
top,
last time that
top.
they played it. But this is
5
ridiculous.
headshot.
This is something extraordinary
Oh,
from the young gun
Mumbai.
that Fnatic have picked up.
Sit down.
Prophet having absolutely none of it.
सामने वाला क्यों बोल रहे sit down?
East League, of course. Plenty familiar with each other. As, you know, even the coaching staff on either sides of the server are.
ये बोला क्योंकि ace मारा
Pal's
वो.
protege Scott, happy with what he's seen. This a commanding buy for the next. It's straight into Kayak's site. They go again, and he's already at the races.
Excuse me?
Alfie gets rid of 11 as
ये
Kayak
तो
still
ल्यूम की जगह पे
continues
ल्यूल
on.
हो
That
गया.
spike on the ground, and well, it's going to be as easy as possible for Fnatic. A nice round all in.
भाई क्या था ये?
It's very, very simple stuff for Fnatic. Opening both halves as it stands, and BBL sort of giving it to them here, I suppose.
Down A.
Trying to make the set piece work, but still not quite what they would have been looking for. Fnatic's bonus not going to be as good as it was on the attack side.
नहीं हो रहा क्या?
But Kayak already has the Yoru ult, and in terms of how they want to play, happier to invest more heavily on mid, play retake towards either side of the map with that.
So much spam damage through the defensive Viper wall. As Fnatic look to hold on to it fairly well. At the same time, BBL are working with one player on either extremity.
राजा कैस पूरा यूट्यूब पे रहेगा, सब जगह रहेगा भाई. गोलो केस मारा है भाई, क्या तो 5 हेडशॉट मारा है उसने.
That's why Sociable still holding on.
चल भाई बाजू में कौन है? Thank you for the remembers मेरी जान के टोड्स. तेरे को क्या लगा सिर्फ लीन खेल सकता है वहाँ से?
Another kill picked up, this time
जब
Sociable.
बोलते
In terms of what options that leaves BBL with, the Viper Wall's committed towards mid. They're going to walk in dry. It's Kayak again! A triple made into a quad. And inside the first 3 rounds, he's nearly had 2 aces. Still holding on to the dimensional drift, of course, but Fnatic, another blistering start.
Blistering diya
It feels as if it's the Kayak show, though. It feels as if it's a one-man army at the moment who is dragging Fnatic up by the collar.
30 seconds left.
BBL will feel hard done by. That's another first 3 rounds going Fnatic's way like it did at the start of the first half. BBL's attack side, you expect to set the pace of the rounds too, but it's falling to Fnatic's favor. Kayak is thriving in this environment right now. Still holding off on bringing Pal and Thinky into the equation yet again. Still believing.
Karan bhai, thank you for the
locked down. On this round here, Pat's just trying to make good of what the setup exactly looks like, because there's no tape there. You need to just deny the wall going up as well by destroying the clone before it touches it. It's going to be important for Fnatic. They're going to have that passive information into the late round, allowing the decision making to be fairly easy. Having the preference to try and overwhelm Boaster on the B hit. He will not be caught in this situation though, and with the gravity well, a little bit more time to delay the oncoming 11 who posted in the corner as a simple pickup for Kron. Wingman making its way onto the site, but the spike felled, and Yampi, sociable, needing a whole lot more from this host of Sheriffs, which now sit in the sole hands of sociable. Cleared out by Kron. Double digits for Fnatic. They are on the home straight to winning out their first ever Pro. The debut looking serviceable, you could say. Hold on to that one.
कोच ने अगर कहा किधर कुछ देखा रहेगा तो बता देगा और वो काम आता है। वरना सारा लाइनअप किधर ना किधर दिख जाता है। टिकटॉक पे तो दिखते रहेगा।
And it's what I was talking about moments ago. You kind of want to give it a little bit of time to air it out, but then again, BBL have found themselves in playoff matches before. The story for them was breaking into it in stage 1 and really keeping themselves there after the promise that we saw in kickoff, but you need to deliver on that consistently. And when we're speaking so much about the culture shift within the team, that comes from the backroom staff, that comes from the management as well. And with Pal now giving the players their orders, it needs to be a quick reality check, because we can't see BBL again come into a similar situation when the promise is built up there behind them, just for it to be all too easily taken away by the authority that is Fnatic, because that's ultimately the bigger picture here. They rewrite those narratives every single time, even if they aren't favorites.
Letter do.
Yeah, and that's the big thing coming into it. And there you have it. Kaya
What's my favorite duelist con?
Second, baby. In VCT EMEA this year, sitting at 235 multi-frags before today. That's nothing short of ridiculous. For it being his first full year on the stage after making his first showing in Berlin. In those same orange colors, but with Apex on their Ascension run.
GG well played. Ye map.
One hell of a way to climatize, but here we are, BBL, the all-important round, the rifle between the two teams. Kayak still clutching onto the Yoru ult, but this time Fnatic are a no-show in middle.
Just spotting towards B main, and the fact that we are seeing Kayak being so aggressive, but it's the fact that we've got Prophet close by. BBL waiting for a reaction from Fnatic, but they're not getting it.
भाई ये अच्छा है बे, वो लोग मिड में ना सिर्फ वॉल अप वॉल डाउन कर रहे हैं, अभी वो लोग को मिड एक और बंदा रखना पड़ रहा है, कोई वॉल क्रॉस ना कर जाए करके.
Posted up on the sites, of course. Seeing the regroup coming in. Prophet, full forfeiture of A main. Rerouting himself towards B, as the rest of BBL will be. Both anchors, both controllers waiting.
That's the thing. Just a little bit of pressure moves the bodies of Fnatic towards A, leaving this B side looking maybe a little bit more weaker. Levin by the molly and in towards the site. Kron on default, able to hold it down, but can he hold on any longer? No, he can't. BBL, they're able to get the advantage and the spike plan.
Late positioning from Kayak coming in main though. Prophet has to be aware of the potential. Social has stopped the mid push. It's from either end that Fnatic make their reprisal.
Kayak doesn't win the duel against Prophet. Levin crashes in a 1 versus 4 with possibly one of the worst weapons, the Odin, and he has to give it up. At least makes it look as if he is.
अच्छा खेला ना अटैक BBL बस सक्सेस अटैक खेला बे BBL
but the round has been won through
नए वाला होगा कि गेमप्ले
BBL side. It was a team effort, a well orchestrated display
सामने का टीम
of how they can look at their best when they're playing a fundamentally charged game, looking at the extremity control which they held on to, relinquished to then regroup and hit the site.
अगला मैच कैजुअल नहीं है, अच्छी टीम है नावी से, अपने ग्रुप में सेकंड थे, नावी थर्ड, क्लोज होगा, जेंटेक्स could even win like 60-40. क्रिश, अगर तेरे बात में 0.1% भी सच्चाई है और अगर नावी आज हार जाते ना, इसके बाद चाहे कोई भी क्यूट मैचेस हो, मैं सब देखूंगा तेरे लुल्लू की कसम. डनसिन कितना भी क्यूट होने दे, कितना भी क्यूट.
Scott can certainly slap a hand, I'll tell you that. Dapped us both up, felt like a rocket had gone off. Fnatic have certainly got a fire lit underneath them here.
God, babe.
Yampi responds in kind, 1 kill, needs more double headshot.
Almost.
As much as we talked up Profek, he has a mountain to climb. Alpha can see him coming from the summit. That's where
Champs bundle का idea है कब आ रहा है? हाँ, Champs.
Just a couple away from peaking on 13 to their first foray on Corrode.
Yeah, I mean, it is starting to become dominant, right? I don't know if I necessarily agree with the attack side. They made it work, but now the momentum firmly in Fnatic's favour. Look at that. 5 out of 6 rounds played.
It's the change-up too, in terms of the mid-fight. Fnatic then re-engaging here after looking like they were happy to roll over and give it back to BBL.
Visa.
Same this time around. Viper Wall, a little more aggressive than what you would usually expect. BBL gearing up to let one rip from their own strap book.
But Levin denied through the razor veins of the Vise. Crashes waiting for the opportunity to get in, but the Nightfall makes the site anchors a little bit unsteady, a little bit uneasy, and Alfia makes it look easy. Fnatic look to
Defense Pro Max खेल रहे भाई.
As Fnatic hit
भाई अल्फा ने क्या उल्ट किया?
Coming into this one instantly with the map pool discussion, this is only going to be a huge positive to take for Fnatic on that road to champs that we expect. Simplistic shutdown. Players put under scrutiny and excelling. It's what you expect.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, तुम लोग को एक्चुअल रीजन पता है ना कि अल्फा का एम इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग क्यों लग रहा है? एक्चुअल रीजन पता है ना? हाँ? जब से बाइक के साथ फोटो खींचा.
Ability to turn a bad situation around, and it will start, as it often does, through Yampi.
Big entry kill as well. Alpha gone. That's that Vice tilt offline. As BBL tried to pivot in towards B, but Boaster takes a timing on towards the Phantom, and it's just a Sheriff, but he's in. Oh, he's in his cosmic form and gets taken off guard.
That Prophet's going to be calling to the rest of BBL. Have an open sight. The problem is, Chronicle can disrupt this. It
can. Remember, and the players can't get out. Chronicle might have just won this match. As Prophet has to try and go back and collect that spike.
Should be willing to invest the pit, give himself half a chance, but even then, 2 players on the double stack, it should be done.
Both
players holding, and confirmation there Fnatic on their debut on Corroid will win it out.
It's only one of few maps which they've been able to win on their full debut, but that now sticks them at 50%. And ever since Pearl came in with this core, we've never had the expectation they'd hit the ground running, but to do so in a Stage 2 playoffs is exactly where you want it to hit heading into Champs. The perfect opener for Fnatic. We'll see if they can take it any further after this.
Crazy. कौन सा accent है वो? मेरे से तो बात कर रहा हो कास्टर.
I got the horses in the back. Horse talk is a track. Eddie's made the black, got the booties rocking back.
Yeah.
I'm on a horse.
Yeah.
You could check my Porsche.
Yo.
I need to take my horse to the old
Go down road, mana.
Till I can't
No more. Yeah, my song, baby. My song. Binks Cyrus. किसने गाया था? बिंकी साइरस ने गाया था कि उसके फाफा ने गाया था? Take my whole town road, ain't no more. Riding on my horse. You do you want my horse? Lil Nas X. हाँ क्या? तो मैंने उसका वर्जिन नहीं सुना लग रहा है, मैं किसी और का वर्जिन सुना लग रहा है. मैं किसी और का वर्जिन सुना लग रहा है. भाई उसका क्या आवाज था, लेकिन सेम मेरे जैसे सब है. तो पवन सिंह वाला सुना रहेगा एक्शन. भाई मेरे को लगता है मैंने उसका सुना रहेगा. वो कौन है अपना भिड़ू, एकदम सिंगिंग में फेमस है, एकदम कैमरा के सामने सिंगिंग करता है. क्या नाम था उसका, क्रेजी सिंगर. एकदम हैवी फेमस है, हैवी. सारे टिकमार्क वाले मैसेज करते हैं. ब्लाइंडिंग लाइट्स वाला, हाँ दर्शन बाय ऑन टॉप्स. बिली साइरस और लिटिल नाज होगा घर पे. जापान में इचिरान रामेन ट्राई करो. जापान में इचिरान रामेन ट्राई करो. कैसे ट्राई करो भाई, बताओ. नहीं बताओ, एकदम फेस टू फेस, आइज टू आइज कांटेक्ट मिला के बताओ. 40 में इशिक्षो रामन कैसे ट्राई करो. 40 में नहीं आता है. 4000 प्लस कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप में आता हो इशिक्ष रामन. मैंने पता लगाया था. जस्ट से अभिनंदन भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप. वीकेंड ने स्टोरी डाला था उस पे, तो क्या हो गया. मैंने तो वीकडेज में देखा था उसको.
Bro, but Elias, they will stupefy you and we lose.
What does that even mean?
Are you stupid?
Bro, you never watch Fnatic?
Hello.
Boaster will do stupefy for you, and you will be stupid.
With the lights out, it's contagious. Here we are now.
भाई मेरे को सारे गाने आते हैं
wonder how it
क्या
felt when
कॉम्स
you were
है
on
क्या
the
कॉम्स
other
है
side.
वाह
This is like I'm
डब्ल्यू
so
कॉम्स
worried. She must be thinking about
ऐसा करके जीत
about
रहे लोग
something
हो गया
completely
भाई
different.
मेरा
Has nothing to do. You are safe. Welcome
FD
back,
Nial
everybody.
bye thank you for the
They take over.
party
We were so excited last week. They left it open. We thought it was a
भाई मेरे
possibility.
जैसा गाना गाता था
Today we
रुको चाय लेके आया
finally see it.
यही
What
चाय
did you
गरम
think
कर
of
रहा हूँ
it,
अंटी
any,
मंडी
General?
yeah
I thought it was a
पहले
decent
कपी
grade. I
अभी
thought
बोल
the
रहा हूँ
tech made sense. They looked a little bit silly at times on the attack with the rounds going, you know,
रुको
to the end. But I think that approach, that kind of slow approach on Corrode, really works. And what I love is that they get to iron out those mistakes going forward for the playoffs. But that slow approach, they're able to manipulate the map, know that there's 3 lanes, and Bosa can do his stuff. I think it was really good.
Yeah, I think this round in particular was really nice, round 5, because we got to see them kind of layering up the ultimates that they have to fill out a set piece and guarantee themselves a round. I think that it looked really well drilled, and it was really nice to see them kind of do these little things that we've not been able to see on Corrode just yet. I always think it's exciting when we get to see teams play a map for the first time. And yeah, obviously this was going to catch BBL off guard because they can't really counter that if you've not played it before.
I absolutely love the fact that also this is in round 5, so you build that economy, like after getting 4 rounds in a row, like using your 2 ultimates to guarantee this one, put BBL also in the trenches with the money again. So really like to see that Fnatic have this kind of micro that I think it's kind of expected, but it's also good to see Alpha being put on the Vice again, him playing for the Util, and just a very good play. And the man getting the 4K is Kayak. Now, if you notice, if you have been watching this year, he's pretty good, and he is actually our highlight for today. So let's take a look at our performance highlight presented by Hermer Miller Gaming. It's Kayak's pistol ace, because it might be a 4K, it might be an ace with him. You just simply do not know. We spoke a lot about the pistols, and meaning when I'm playing, it's just not that easy. Do you have any advice for me?
I have no idea. No.
No?
To play like that?
Yeah.
No, I'm not that good.
I feel like Kayak just took the game into his own hands as soon as they switched to defense, and what like a way to get off to the start of it, right? By having
Very
that
necessary,
ace.
don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. Like, for them to be able to bounce into that, but then as well, like, we've known that BBL's attack wasn't the greatest on that map when they saw them play against Giant Ix. Granted, they do have a different composition this time, and Levin was someone that was struggling throughout that. I think when you put these 2 head-to-heads, it just looks very drastic.
Yeah, Levin, to me, he had some good rounds on that defense early where his aggression was doing well, but I think he had equal bad rounds and good rounds. And the stylistic difference between Levin and Kayak is that Kayak is not going to put himself in those risks as much, but he's going to get kills every single time. So he's not up and down like Levin is.
Well, Levin didn't even find a kill in the attack in half, so definitely not the best way to end that map. So let's look forward to Ascent. Billy, at the beginning of the day, you were speaking about how both of these teams play a very similar composition. Is it something that we expect to see again? And if you were to pick a winner, who would it be?
So what I will say is we did only see BBL play this map for the first time in Stage 2 last week against Foot, but I want you guys to remember, during Stage 1, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have said that initiators usually are the kind of agents that kind of anti the kind of composition that Fnatic have been going for. I need to remind you that BBL were playing triple initiator during Stage 1.
Bring it back?
So it's a question of do they bring it back today, knowing that this is the composition that Fnatic run?
I think even if they don't, when I was watching the matchup, the way the stylistic differences, I think the BBL style with this composition would do quite well into Fnatic. They're a bit more aggressive on the defense and taking yeah, a little bit more aggressive, and this composition doesn't have the volume of utility like the there's a recon. Sorry, they don't have the recon, but the camera, etc. to deal with the chamber of vice as much. So it'll be interesting to see if BBO's stylistic approach will.
Well, let's see,
never mind.
because Billy, I don't know if you saw it in the stars or where did you see it, but BBL has decided to bring back the triple initiator here on Ascent. Yep, he's going to put on the KO.
main stage में VCT वालों ने मेरे को बुलाया तो
And nothing else to make changes.
Hey, can you sing the song for
our
us?
second terror of this, yeah, I mean,
कौन सा वाला गाना गाओ?
Fnatic though, you kind of
Shimpai muyo, Shimpai muyo,
na
na na na, eh, Shimpai muyo, eh, Shimpai muyo, eh, Shimpai muyo,
I don't know, for me, it's a question of how well is it going to work. We have noticed that on their attack specifically, they have struggled with this triple initiator composition.
Which is concerning, to say the least.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think the attack side is going to be interesting. The Teo, drone, and knife able to counteract.
One 3 centi लिखा.
It's a very strange matchup where BBLs, I think Triple Initiator should do a lot better on the attack. They don't have a Sentinel, and then when you flip, it should do worse on the defense. But then on Fnatic's side, they've got a defense comp, in my opinion. So it's like a weird matchup, in my opinion.
I think if you're BBL though, and you've watched how Fnatic have been playing this map with this composition on that defense, your ideal situation is that you set up those kind of trap plays with the initiating utility that you have. You don't play to take that space in the way that they normally would. Of course, you can set your Levin up in any of the kind of extremities and mains, but for me, they're going to exploit mid with these sort of trap crunch plays is what I'm looking out for with that kind of composition that you're running.
Yeah, I think what I imagine they're going to do is use that information on the extremities.
Hey,
and as
Fnatic
map win percentage, and they're going to put down mid wall all the time. The BB will get information on those extremities. On the
लेंस के अंदर एक लेंस
picking up this composition again, should you be scared? Because as you're saying, like all of these things that you have spotted, they probably have spotted about themselves, about the tells that the other teams can have. And especially if BBL decides to go to a Zen and show this composition. If it was you in the coaching booth, would you be scared, being like, oh, this is why they wanted to go? Yeah.
Yes, but Fnatic should have changed enough from the last time they played, because I'll be honest, I don't think that they look.
ये गंड मरे को कानव भाई मैंने पढ़ लिया. कानव भाई मैंने पढ़ लिया. आपके गाफ में हाथी का लुल्ली मैंने पढ़ लिया. अंडी मंडी अगर और कुछ लिखा है तो अंडी मंडी वो कंट्रोल दबा के वी दबा. कंट्रोल दबा के वी दबा. कानव भाई कंट्रोल दबा के वी दबा. मैंने भी पढ़ा. इसकी तो ना 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 नो टिप्स इसके कंट्रोल से नो टिप्स.
Sanctuary in, looking like one of their best coming out of Toronto.
Hello,
never really
snacks
in a
bro
set
लिखा था
team, but when you think of the history of BBL,
सेम मेरा नाम हटा के सब जगह आप अपना नाम डाल रहे हो.
And yet here we are. It's the matchup that we end up getting in playoffs. Yeah, half of all the
I was asking to Snacks but didn't get any response.
Wow.
Wow.
So that shows you
where substitute to me.
But as for BBL, you know, we saw that the triple initiator comp didn't initially work out. But as the matches went on, they seem to get better and better.
No response to you.
Can this be what is going to be the upset to Fnatic's Ascent, as the past couple of weeks have not been able to win it?
Hello Binks bro, I'm grinding Valo mobile. Enter Esports, can you give anything for to do? Love you यार सागविन भाई. सागविन भाई game आने दो उसके बाद टिप्स दूंगा ना.
Power as best they can.
Alpha जहर एक मार.
Suppression on Alpha. No headhunter in his hands. Sociable secures it. Spike. The position to be planted, and they will. Look at how deep right now Magnum is. Through mid he's going, but there's players from Fnatic
Magnum
that can
पीछे
catch
देख.
him off guard.
Magnum पीछे देख. Magnum पीछे देख.
Located. The classics click away, and there he is gone. Puts it down to 7 in the meantime. Still trying to force BBL off, as you can see. They're planning to get aggressive here. There's a flash on the underhand of Yampi back into short. Catches Kayak, looks for the second. He comes through Levin. The conduit! The killer on the face of BBL. A triple kill after what we saw from Kayak.
मेंबर को रिप्ले नहीं कर रहा. इतना बड़ा हो गया है मासूम शिवराज भाई. No wonder. हाँ? No wonder you are from Machum fam. हाँ? Reply होता है वो.
Right, he is boss kills and KPR. Boss kills.
Membership भी नहीं ले पा रहे Machum fam वाले. Visa का क्या सीन? आ गया Visa baby.
Yeah, well, we needed to keep a watch on what Levin does throughout the rest of the map, because one good round doesn't decide exactly performance on the map, right?
लगता है 3 मत जाएगा.
Those expectations for him as a player.
मैंने
very
Snacks
much
को बोला मैं 10 बजे आ रहा हूँ.
These two faced. So much character building needing to be done in the meantime.
Anti.
Getting used to the environment that little bit more as Magnum goes back into the mid angle. In Alpha's absence, there are plenty on the Fnatic side. It's a Bulldog that can be picked up later on.
टक्कर आ रहा है लून भाई मत कर.
Resting on this A plant once again with little trouble. Yeah, and it was Kron who will go and pick up that Bulldog as Fnatic look to set themselves for the retake. Unfortunately, Prophet tries to go a bit aggressive, and I don't know if that's what is needed there.
Exactly what you've got to be looking for, though. BBL players pushing through smokes is where Fnatic's preparation should be tailored. Alpha's flag is completely unconsidered.
Alpha कितना late आ रहा है?
Focused on the save.
Yele.
Alpha comes in at the right time.
Yele.
Gets the first, but not quite the second. Levin's the only
Mara.
real rifle
Leon
here,
Mara.
Azza.
Mara Leon.
He's got plenty of work to do.
Leon
I mean,
Mara.
good sociable holding across from main.
Mara.
Yeah,
Oh,
and well,
shit.
he's holding on to it, but can't hold on long enough.
Kron
Kron will get that deep news.
Bhai
And the
Alpha
Bulldog,
bhai.
the Magnum gifted to Fnatic was their undoing.
Bhai.
They take it to the nth degree. It's a really important first kill, as we know Kron's classic is as good as a rifle in most senses. But after last, couple weeks ago now against Liquid, right back in. He's looked next level again. It's so frustrating for BBL. After trying to give himself a head start in this map, their own map pick, needing to respond after Corrode with how Fnatic started both halves so quickly.
भाई क्या retake मारा ना?
2 hero buys coming through for BBL. Profix, Guardian,
Interview हुआ किसी के लिए?
Vandal.
नहीं.
Big engagement through mid. Crashy's bringing out the drone to confirm information, and Albia gets the first duel onto Levin, and Sociable falls as well.
Poster by.
BBL hemorrhaging players.
रेखा भाई वैलो कब खेलोगे आप? रेखा भाई वैलो कब खेलोगे आप?
With Fnatic starting on the
कौन सा
defense
फैन
this
का है?
time.
Control C, Control V वाले.
Means that having the map picked into them, other teams thinking it's a weakness. BBL, of course,
हाँ, किसी टाइम मुझे लगा.
something that they've been able to play with, I suppose, as Kron is going to find yet another kill through middle. And Yampy, best case scenario, probably be a plant. 2 low health opponents in tree.
Dear Binks, it has come to my attention. You don't have mods active right now. Finally make me
As he walks into
for the
Sable,
stream. Thank you.
An easy kill.
तू अगर ऐसे के जगह पे अगर
Couple of rounds
ऐसा
towards 2.
होके चैट
that should
करता
be
तो
BBL's
शायद मैं
full
दे देता.
rifle
क्योंकि
round.
ऐसे के
But
चक्कर में अगर
it
तूने
is.
किसी और को
Yeah,
टाइम
I
आउट
mean,
दिया
out
तो
of the 2
सीन हो
sides for Fnatic, defense is the better. That's the one thing to notice.
And so getting into the game early has to be a point of paramount importance.
Where is not
for
reading
them.
my comment attitude?
Like I said previously, Na'Vi, Liquid,
आपका visa आप
Apex,
खुद करते हो या
all slow starts on some of those maps, which
भाई
came back to
भाई
punish
भाई
them to varying levels. Here, BBL just doing what they know works, this quick A hit, which so far Fnatic haven't been able to deal with, at least initially.
आपके साथ retake
They
करना है.
haven't. Not been able to hold on to the site. Alpha looking for an angle,
बाल
and
दिख गया था,
accidentally
बाल
looks
दिख गया
against
था.
him. Levin
बाल दिख
get
गया
the
था
entry.
यार.
Spike goes down. 5 versus 4 retake.
Spike planted.
BBL are going to be trying to search for a kill here if they can. It's often come through
Double
heaven.
initial what the fuck ये कैसे
Players
कॉपी
like
पता नहीं मेरे
Profe, but now the group up to fight the push
Double
from shore.
initial तो काफी है.
One
300
drop
ज़्यादा.
shot is where the players try to get out from, but it's just Boaster all alone on site. Levin holds left trigger and completely
मार
blitzes
रहा है
the
बे
opponents coming
crazy.
out. We're all leaving once
Playoff है
again.
playoff है.
It's a lot more difficult for Fnatic to make that retake work when they've not got a second layer, when there isn't a player flanking from main or
Mods जापान का mods नहीं जा रहे जापान यार मैं
free
जा रहा हूँ भाई.
access, free reign.
किशन
in
भाई ये
heaven.
क्या लाएंगे?
BBL just taking their timings here instead.
Let's go!
Something else we need to think about, of course, is the fact
that
there is a Teho now from Sociable, the only other player to have shown this agent in the
जापान जाके
stage is
मोचा मत
Alpha,
पी
of
लेना.
course, on the other
ना
side.
Attitude तो
Playing the
मेरा चल
chamber,
पड़ना
which
ठीक है.
usually would be Sociable's agent, so
नहीं पड़ रहा.
they have traded roles, and in terms of the value you get from that kit, it's the clearance of Cat, and now the KO ult coming into the A site again, this time a split.
Oh, and Boaster in the
God,
smoke
babe.
with a judge. Doesn't hit. Alpha identified.
God,
It's Magnum who ended
babe.
up getting the kill, not Levin. He still has his blades, but they expire. Spike down.
भाई
And still
क्या
an
भाई
advantage to BBL
वो
and post
shotgun
once
के
again.
सामने
Evan holding back
उसके मारा
though.
बे बंटे यार.
Not overstaying his welcome on that exposed angle. Heaven, Kayak getting the better of him so far in this series.
Dancing, Rajba,
Cheeky
dancing.
one from Yampy, even on for the second, but walks away.
हाँ?
Yeah, looking like they have this round wrapped
Save
up.
कर रहे हैं.
Fnatic should confirm it. Yeah, managing to overpower Fnatic on
But
this
A is a weakness now.
consistently. The delay just not there. The fact that Levin
Change
just
करना
able to
पड़ेगा.
updraft
Timeout
and
आएगा
dash
मेरे
on
हिसाब से.
towards site and has so much support
क्या save
through
किया
the
था जब
utility that BBL has. There's no comfortable place for a player to sit. Fnatic right now need to find an answer because BBL are just going to keep doing the same thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep.
Act on my interest. Don't give
As much as I was laying on
अगर
the
मैं
conversation
जिगरा यार
about
आके
the
नाम
initiators
का
too, I think
श्रेयस
really
भाई
it's this KO pick that's been
150
the
रुपए
biggest
का
one for
membership
me
लो
so
पहले.
far. Null command coming up for Yampi and some of the knife placements, removing key utility. Think of Alpha and the aggressive lines that he wants to try and take. I don't really know how that shock dart
Japan
worked,
की तरह
to be
BCT
brutally
finals.
honest with you. Unreal 5 moment maybe, who knows? Yeah, maybe. But yeah,
कुछ
you were
fix
speaking
करेंगे
about
लोग.
the KO pick, but I think the other aspect that we need to talk about is talk about the duelists, right? Talk about how Levin and Kayak have been playing against one another, because Kayak had an absolutely unreal map number 1, and as we've headed into map number 2, Levin seems to have taken control. Yeah, the stats here across the whole of stage 2 a lot more forgiving on Levin's behalf, a fairer assessment of his abilities. Otherwise, the two fairly evenly matched, I would say, across the board in terms of their output.
Final kill नहीं है.
For BBL, really, it's always got to be in those first engagements, I think, where Levin is getting most active and where you're super reliant on him making stuff happen for them in the attack so far. So many times he's the point man of that execution. With it being the Jet as well and not the Yoru, you don't have as many tools, I suppose, to be setting yourself up. You're kind of waiting for those 3 initiators to load the duel list and really
I hope अभी इसका OP BT ना दे.
Alpha 51 to 48 against Yampi in head-to-head duels in their matches before today. Maybe a 1 versus 1 to sort it out.
Yo Bugbai, yo.
Tour de force out through mid, he looks. That's where a lot
Ankit
of
bhai,
targets lie
language.
in wait, but does
Tum dalle.
Alpha go for the take? No, decides against it. And now BBL, they try to force it through. It's Alpha to get another. That'll be 52 in head-to-head engagements.
Thanks for keeping count. And with Yampi now gone as well, Spike can't be left behind. BBL are very quickly taking the site.
Yeah, but look at Alpha, back a sight, back to the wall, knows that he needs to hold on, knows that he has no support, but when Booster comes, BBL are able to rout out any players. Sociable has the spike on his back. He needs to be careful, he needs to get to site.
They're having to invest his full utility belt to deal with this issue. There is no empty threat. Chronicle's Stinger still could be a problem, but won't find the final kill.
मेरे ख्याल Watchparty होगा क्या होगा ना?
Quickly dampened as BBL have built on that early lead.
That they have. Ascent once again.
Chat, I think BBL is winning this map, dude. Already 4 rounds in attack. Like
They were speaking about the map
crazy.
pool, and what was once a staple is now starting to fall to the wayside.
Such a weird one too. We're talking about the pool that's coming
Not
up
even
for
close.
champs, the struggles they've had with Sunset, Abyss coming back. The new map is the silver lining, really, if this is what the Ascent is supposed to be.
10 का
3 and
मैच
5
कभी
in
है सुबह
VCT
को जब
this year.
Sen आएगा ना?
Irrespective, still questions being posed at BBL here by
Lack
Alpha.
of slip jokes.
Yeah, and it's big execute ultimates that BBL have, the first of which has already been used. That's the Nightfall, and the Hunter's Fury ripped from Crashes has not hit. Poster taking an alternative angle doesn't work out, but he needs to move, he needs to get out of there, and the spam works out. Another entry pick for BBL.
Cleaning the board, 4 on 4. Levin still leading this line, entertaining the market fight.
They want to go, but remember there's no
By
flashes
locked
left
in,
realistically, and that dimensional drift will clear out Levin, but that doesn't mean you're going to win the fight. Not against this man, who keeps continuously winning out. The primary's taken offline, and BBL trying to find safe corners in which to work. It's the two at back of sight. Perfect and sociable, but all the hopes are put on right here. Players low on Fnatic's side. And we should be one bullet. They'd be able to win this out against a couple, but instead no. Just Prophet, shorty in hand, first bullet hitting, and now Kayak on the spike against his Polish opponent. and it'll be a Red Bull clutch for Prophet. Such an
भाई
important
हैशटैग
clutch.
के साथ लगते हैं Fnatic के भी
BBL creating an advantage through their unrelenting
भाई
aggression
शॉट
once
देखो
more.
भाई क्या
Never
शॉट
doing
था
it
भाई
all.
वो
And then on that drop back to site, both players boathouse. We've seen him step up again in this series. After really dropping off and the GX loss, they need him massively today. The self-motivation's still there to prove everyone wrong that he can make it to champs.
दो एलेक्स पे क्यों
Side
दिखे
of BBL side, lined with quality. That is ever so slightly unforgiving, but Alpha just reconfirmed with the TP that he was looking to probe B main. And ultimately, that's not something we've seen too much of interacted with so far from BBL, looking to try and push players off of extremities, both with the TP, Kayak.
भाई कौन सा लाइव जल्दी कर दिया अभी प्रॉब्लम है
This time though,
लेकिन
their
चार बंदे
execution
हैं,
is
लेकिन
into
मेरे
a
को नहीं
site
लगता
which
होल्ड
is
कर
more
सकते
than
हैं भाई
prepared for the
बहुत
execution.
utilities
It's not
guns
ultimates,
है
it's just weapons, it's the difference between these two teams as well. BVL like to try and disrespect the smoke, but how much cadence do they give to Kron here? He's fallen back, Levin on the offensive, up around, over the top. Slam dunk as far as he's concerned. The pistols on the Fnatic side not doing all too much work here, even with the correct read. So BBL get past yet another trial.
Sidan, bye! Thank you for the membership.
By Boaster. If any team had to be the gatekeep, the stamp of approval for international quality, for anything to get shipped out of the EMEA region, you'd
So
say it would be
basically you're
Fnatic.
telling me that KO is a must
Historically,
in
one
SN.
of the teams that can consistently
KO is
show
a
off
must in
at
SN.
internationals, right? We always expect for them to be there. One of the, I think. Yeah. If we're looking at recent history, I suppose Heretics also fall into that bracket as they do this one. Waiting for whoever wins this game, a rematch for either team. That is just that much more salivating. Yumpy securing the 6th.
WBBL.
BBL really building up their repertoire here on Ascent. Fnatic already having used one timeout, of course. Yeah. So the expectation is there won't be another in this half, but we have been proven wrong in that respect before.
That
we have. But rifle round once again, and this is going to be a big one, right? Alpha's got the AWP out again. Some players that could potentially be broke in the next round. This defense economy cannot be stabilized whatsoever. And Fnatic showing so much respect to BBL's aggression every single time. Levin, another entry, and BBL, another site open. The spike is a long ways away for now, though. It's going to take a little bit more time for Yumpy to arrive, but Fnatic have folded. They don't want this. I mean, those weapons they've got left, 2 players on such low health, there's no real reason to go for it. Yeah, I agree. And now for BBL, they can go hunting, right? And that's probably going to be the next call for Yumpy. Go and try and make this be as painful as possible for the defensive Fnatic, especially when you have money in your back pocket.
Don't you think Buster lacks gun
3-7
power?
record for him against
इतना
Fnatic
lags
defend.
करके भी
Only
champions
calling
में है उसकी
against
team.
Boaster once, in the sense that as the IGL from the start put into this project, that was his responsibility in the kickoff game, whereas a couple of stints on Liquid weren't exactly the same, of course. It does still represent the highlight of his career so far, that Grand Finals win over them in 2023 as Magnum found the first. Kayak wanting to give a little bit more airtime to Sociable there before pulling the trigger. Oh, and the only healthy one, and he's going to survive.
No, that's going to be a really difficult loss for Fnatic. That's it was a potential 3, now down to 1 rifle carry into the next round.
Just look at the utility usage here as well. I'm so glad we put it on the replay. First safe position from Alpha, taken away, can't play Pizza because of the salvos. Flash onto any open angle, and then an immediate suppression from an unbreakable knife.
Map 3.
to drop any
Straight up
further
map
back.
3.
So it is a double timeout from Fnatic. The last time we saw this
क्या हो रहा
was
है?
the last time that they played Ascent against the sort of top 14 against Liquid.
कौन मैसेज क्या बदतमीज?
Last time though, they were definitely in a very different position.
Yeah,
right?
they were on the attack as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for me, Fnatic having a springboard here, right, for a lifeline. I mean, there is one hero rifle in the next for Kayak. Whether anybody else wants to force anything, that's another thing entirely. Seems as if BBL Pearl has a wee smile on his face.
Yeah. Can sort of understand why.
Yeah.
Everyone else on or just below par in terms of kills on either side of the server at this point in time. But Levin is 14 and 6. And something else I want to bring your attention to is that Yumpy has 11 assists coming out of the first 9 rounds. So this is the sort of synergy that you want to be promoting as much as possible on BBL's side of the server. And when we're seeing the positives of the triple initiator when the setup is going to plan.
Looks like it's going to be another
Pop flash is crazy,
here, but that's never been an issue for BBL realistically. Been able to get through it every single time as the utility comes on down.
Suppression onto Boaster. Chronicle still sat on the edge of this. Able to dodge the suppression there a little longer. Kron walking away with one. Yumpy goes down and Spike in an awkward position. Vice Wall was up. Segregation on this BBL push.
Yeah, that there is, and this is the first time we've really seen Fnatic have an advantage coming into a retake, so that's another thing to notice, and that's why they're flooding, trying to get out. Alpha gets wind of his own, but they've still not found Levin, who continues on. Perfect, a double, and now BBL with the opportunity to pivot to the B site, but Kayak looks to cut them off. Right here, right now, he's noted by the Prowler.
Spike down, defender spawn.
Magnum rescues the spike and looks to go B.
Oh, he's dropping off. Kayak's still going to win it.
And it won't be a Red Bull clutch for Kayak. The most clutch player in all of EMEA.
And a duelist, no less. In terms of how the round was set up, the Vice Wall does absolutely everything. As soon as that one goes
Kayak ने बचा लिया. वो लोग A-shot से जा सकते हैं, लेकिन Kayak ऐसे बेस
they know the B is free. But even then, Kayak can beat them there with the TP if he places the anchor on the ground. And with Magnum searching, that was another part to the picture. Magnum was
technically अगर देखा जाए तो 2-8 score है, ठीक है, याद रखना.
If Fnatic can find any way to stall out this direct approach from BBL, they're effectively solving half of the problem.
It's crazy to see that about a double Sentinel comp as well, right? Straight in, the null command will take all that utility off on anyway. So, there's a bit of time here for BBL to get that spike down.
But BBL know exactly what they're up against. They played the exact same comp the last time they were on Ascent. They know its weakness. And leaning into that
लग
here,
गए 4 बंदे बेर होने वाले हैं. Time to
down
save.
on the site. Nightfall in the 5-on-5.
2,
to stop
1,
Fnatic getting back in.
Yeah, and they know that the short is usually where they try and make their approach, and Nightfall invested, Levin leading the charge, crashes, was only able to get sociable. As we look towards Heaven as well, that's where Boaster's making his approach. BBL might have already done enough to stop Fnatic getting out, but instead, no, it's Althea from main. Bodies everywhere, carnage. This is perfect, looking to try and deny this. Shorty in high, but instead, it will be... Wait, is there enough time?
Yeah, just about. Oh my
God. Kind of very fine. Crashy plucking the shock dart out of thin air. The same one that he was hoping to land against Yumpy a few rounds ago. But here you have it. It's so scrappy on the side. And by the skin of his teeth, Fnatic get their respite.
Yeah, and that lifeline that we were speaking about, right?
But it's 4 rounds on defense in the first place. It's not like there's been a huge drop-off. It's not like there's a chasm between the two teams right now. There's parity in many senses. BBL just want to extend that lead. Alpha stops them dead at the gates.
BBL just forcing the issue maybe a little bit too much, despite is all the way out on B.
मैं लेके आया स्पाइक रुको.
Prophet doesn't have ultimate either, so BBL are just being aggressive, running it down, trying to make Fnatic uncomfortable, but it seems as if they've settled the defense.
But can recollect the spike. Or should I say Boaster? A little bit caught up in that one there. You're always expecting the attack side to be the ones playing fetch, but as you say, it is royally screwed as expected.
Senfire is a good up.
Something to work with.
Okay, Shaf बोल सकता है.
Indeed, Crashy's isolated from the rest, but he's been on top form so far.
That he has all stage, all year. He's been on form. Fnatic maybe a little bit shaky, but as always, they make the stabilisation, find 5, and well, we'll need to see if they can push it one step further on their attack, where they really struggled against Liquid. We'll see that after the break.
Off shots miss हो रहे लेकिन अल्फा बाई का. एक शॉट लेकिन वो भी राउंड कजक वाला 2v1 वो भी गलत था बे. पकड़ दिया उसको 2v1. Pam 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 pam. प्रो क्या BBL ने 2 राउंड. प्रो में क्या यार फनाटिक थोड़ा अच्छा खेला है. हो सकता प्रो भी क्या रहे, लेकिन वो टाइमिंग को पनिश करने का भी है बे फनाटिक का. पिछले राउंड पे डिपेंड करता है बे. पिस्टल लॉन्ग इजी BBL भाई. डिफेंस में चिलिंग्स करेंगे. बहुत इन्फो वो लोग पास. भाई लड़का लोग को एंट्री है. फनाटिक का फाइनल कौन जीता? Sorry, Fnatic का फाइनल कौन जीता? मैं खुद देखने जा रहा जापान में.
Back into the second half, BBL leading on a center scoreline.
चैट स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. 3000 लोग देख रहे हैं. स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. थम्स अप बटन पे क्लिक करो एक बार. और जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया सब्सक्राइब कर दो.
22 over the weekend after groups, so he'll be in high spirits heading back into this one and has already delivered thus far.
Yeah, that he has. I mean, it's very cool to see like all the events all over the world, seeing everything that he's achieved in the game.
It's
but
we'll
need to achieve a victory on a set if he wants this to be a clean 2-0.
Finals को जा रहा है मैं किधर?
Players here. The coaches have no more interjection unless BBL allow them to.
Closing in on
कर दिया
a
obviously एक
milestone
यार.
himself, of course.
There.
Right here.
Number of kills away from the 2K mark, which is achievable within this series, but we'll have to see if he can make the start to playoffs for Fnatic that little bit sweeter, as it's the pistol rounds have been up until this point. Pretty damn good. Well, they missed out on the first one.
भाई मिड में जब भी कोई नहीं था, वो लोग रीसेट कर रहे थे, तो फिर ये लोग
worked well in
के
the
बाद में
second
पीक
round,
लिया.
and they are going to in round number 13 too.
I'm just waiting for BBL to peek them.
And tonally, it feels very different to when we saw that against Liquid. As the half dragged on, they looked shaken. Round number 10 in that game, that's 11.5 seconds, the shortest that we've had in VCT Emea this year, which feels crazy to say, but they're going through the gears now. Any early confidence, which they're able to get, which Kayak is able to get after what we've already seen from Levin.
Talking about
that head-to-head,
सीधा लड़ने भी जाएगा
it's going to do wonders for them. 3 off the Yoru ult. Hoping that it's just going to be a couple of who can be allowed to chase Yampi here.
Well, he's going for it. Low, but well, he will get one ulti orb, and that's all it's going to be as he's given his death.
Chronicle to close it out. So Fnatic within one.
Map 3 जाएगा. ये लोग डिफेंड तो कर सकते हैं. ये लोग के पास
keep going against the
बहुत heavy है और
grain.
info बहुत heavy है.
On the other hand,
डिफेंस कर तो सकते हो लोग.
can't afford to be getting off to any kind of slow starts here.
One enemy
You
remaining.
really wonder how this defender's side should function with the triple initiator.
Emea, oh.
If they're going to be able to get as aggressive as they want to against this Fnatic side, which is so slow to make their pushes happen. And another thing to think about, the Teho. How sparing can you be with your utility? Do you want to play exclusively for retakes against this composition? I would argue probably not.
So funny seeing 4 players sitting like that. The stack. Magnum has gone for what we've seen in terms of like his buys. An uptick in purchases in Buckies of all things. Did that on Road as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding the one part of the map where the Bucky is perhaps going to look at its best, other than well, like close up on either of the mains, and BBL have that one covered.
Oh no. They're walking into it.
Do we really want to tempt fate here?
There's no way, right?
Crashy's at the front with the spike, but it's the drone, and that should be Magnum's cue. Kayak has the corner held. I feel like that should be the floodgates opening for Fnatic.
Yeah, they're slowly looking to use all their utility and scale onto the site. That's what you expect from a team like Fnatic. Taking their time.
30 seconds left.
Both for those who win and loses, जो हारेगा वो lower bracket में जाएगा, जो जीतेगा वो आगे जाएगा.
Magnum hoping that he could be the best
Mostly
limitation of
Fnatic
resistance there for
prize money
BBL.
और trophy के लिए खेल रहा है.
Last 3 meetings against Fnatic,
वो
of
लोग
course.
champs के लिए already qualify हो गए.
But had
But
3
a win is always
international
good.
events at the same time.
BBL को जीतना पड़ेगा.
Couple with them.
Top 2 finish करने वालों को
KC, the
playoff में
last
to
time
qualify for champs.
we were in EMEA. If that's anything to go by, maybe Paris is set up for them, but still so much work to be done in this bracket. And even thinking about the lowers, the potential for Vitality to keep going, the dark horses that we're seeing crop up, KC hanging around there as well. BBL drop out here, that's who they'll be up against. Not willing to consider that right now. This has been a pretty damn good attempt at staving off any of those last few players making it out. Sociable got a couple. Looks like only 2 rifles
F7
were retained there by Fnatic in the end.
Yeah, Prophet was able to grab one and run away. Like a
Let's go Fnatic.
So tonight,
let's go BBL.
4 rifles for Fnatic. Oh, sorry, 5 rifles instead.
It's a session of a sheriff for Boaster. But now heading into a heated portion of the game.
Excuse me.
The calm demeanor of the crowd doesn't necessarily reflect the emotions inside the server. Fnatic looking to now eclipse BBL's efforts early on, take the lead back for themselves. The main control held here.
Shadows traveling.
Alpha with a much, well, you know, the trap is watching the flank. Usually they'd use it to clear. It's actually just the drone investment to take Profek off the line.
तू टास्क देखता है तू फिसलने के लिए.
Drone destroyed. Still, he is the only one caught by the drone, as Fnatic have plenty of bodies here, and it's a dimensional drift invested by Kayak to clear out the site.
Closest rounds that Fnatic had previously were from their set executions. Given a chance and a swing at the A site, slight miss for the time being. Kayak has restored order, but Magnum is right there, in and amongst it. Crashy's removed, and Chronicle on the other side of the map, leaving only Boaster in position with the spike. He goes for the plant, and BBL not looking to rush things.
No, but I mean, they should get a move on with it only being Boaster.
Buying as much time as he possibly can, needed that first shot cleanly. And with Kron cleared out, Magnum stepping up to the plate once more, another multi-kill.
इतने सामने कैसे एवन पिक करके मारा बे अल्फा को.
Getting things so close between the teams, just when you feel like they've thrown it away, they start to come crumbling back to life.
It's crazy, right? Because BBL, most of the kills that they got, like on the site, they didn't even see the players. It was all spam.
But you take them when you can get them.
Oh yeah.
And from this position now, on the defense, seeing 3 initiators towards B before the barrier drop. And 11 queued up on short. Potential for a play made. Fnatic in the right place to be on the receiving end, but just an information exercise, and I suppose you usually expect there to be majority initiators, whatever end of the map you look at.
Yeah, exactly.
Take flight.
They're drawn to clear out through market. That's where Fnatic are looking to send up Alpha. There's BBL. Need to be careful. Alpha actually get marked here, so TP bombed. And next engagement, he can't escape from.
The support network for Sociable is worn thin. There's no one here, no safety there. But he never needed one of those. Sociable taking this on the chin, looking for more, getting it. It's ugly, but Boaster wins the fight with an SMG. The Spectre, which then walks the spike into Magnum. So easy enough collection on it.
And as Kayak trying to grab the spike, had to TP away. Fnatic need to engage here. They need to battle their way back to get that spike plant. But look at the players positioning through B.
Already gutted the site.
No way.
Need to act. It's the next layer of this attack. That's where Profek is called into question, called to action, finds the kill, has the cross for Kron, but catches a dink in the meantime. All eyes on Levin. Young Turkish star to step up and stop Fnatic. Time is running out, as you say. So there's not enough time left in the day to make it. Head held high. It's not the best of attempts that we have seen from the black and orange so far on their attack side, which is where we should really be asking most of the questions about how much improvement has been made to keep it at the front end of the veto.
Yeah, I agree completely, right. I mean, Sunset, the insta-ban for the past 3 weeks, Ascent not looking good whatsoever. And you look at this attack by, it's starting to fall to the wayside. There's one hero rifle that was saved from the last round, but one stinger as well. A big question mark right now about Fnatic's future on this attack side.
Game. Even when you look a bit stressed, you still make so many people smile.
Placing the rendezvous in A main early means that he can TP back to support Boaster in main.
I love you, yeah.
Taking this walk from short. 2 players scanned.
Stress hai yaar life mein.
The Fnatic are odds with this for now. With the weapons that they have, Levin is out to punish.
But बात तो है. कभी-कभी होता है स्ट्रेस. ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए नहीं लेता. 2 मिनट. 2 मिनट के लिए स्ट्रेस लेता हूँ.
Screaming danger, but they've not cleared the corner. The trigger discipline. Works out for Sociable. Remember, that was the one rifle that Fnatic had. They'll be able to rescue it. Alfia continuing forward, but he's been identified.
Nobody watching B main here again for BBL, but it matters not when you can fell the spike in the center of the map.
Thank you for the 100 action, bye!
Outwards. Chronicle expected and arrives right on time. Yampi making it 10, BBL closing in.
I mean,
the reason का बहुत बड़े होगा जापान से पैसिफिक का
right was all about how the default just didn't look convincing. Never really went to B main and really effectively defaulted towards that side of the map. And right now, BBL, as soon as they find the stack, they'll just send their bodies at the problem. And they're winning out the fights for the most part.
Evan now onto an op as well. You can see the Armageddon prepared. Is this where the preset play comes in? He's the one to collect the information early. He has the knife. It's about to gather info.
This is Fnatic for the first time have really meant to be made, right? And well, that is a good seize. Kashi's no way out. Chucks the spike back. Confirmation of a kill. The set piece working out, but Fragment was used in the meantime as well.
It's a gun round. You're happy to make that investment. They're going to go for a little bit more of the same here. Magnum still has the Nightfall. BBL still aggressive.
Continuing on, Magnum on the line. Is he baited enough for Sociable? They're going to still try and clear it out. Fnatic and Sociable still alive. Blind, sure, but can't quite get another. 3-3, and remember, Levin has an operator to retake with, which is not the weapon you want.
Yumpy hanging around though. Yet to be cleared. They're still not in sight.
No, they're not. They're finally out of main now as Yampi has to drop away off the angle. The players still not identifying his possession! And when they do, he finds two! Boaster now trying to escape with a potential opportunity on A.
Oh, but no second TP, so he has to go all the way around the stairs and misses the jump a little bit too.
Yeah, remember, two bodies ready here. Yampi low, and that's what's going to put Boaster in a favourable position. Has to commit to the spike, the spam not quite hitting. Yampi getting up close and personal. Levin here now. Boaster needs a clean engagement, a first one. Levin potentially given that, but they know exactly where Boaster is. One player to but it's Levin instead, who will find 11 for BBL.
भाई लेकिन BBL sexy खेल रहा है
Such an important round that BBL are able to convert there.
भाई उसने दो क्या crazy मारे बे.
Play made into B main, really nice opener with the Armageddon. Heads up from Crashies to remove the spike and any doubt from the situation.
गलत मारा है वहाँ पे.
Surprised that it's literally just sociable fighting there, and the transfer from Yampi ultimately is the play that sends it over the line. They convert the 2 versus 1. That's now 4 rounds consecutive. And Fnatic without force means that BBL shouldn't be willing to invest any of those. Why give them the extra check-in that they would be looking for if they fail to convert this rifle round, Fnatic? BBL are set up to win the map.
And now the comm will be given. 4 players marked in towards B main. Fnatic consistently are getting pushed out.
भाई यौन का मतलब क्या रहता है कि कोई मुझे याद कर रहा है क्या?
So often Fnatic relying on Kayak and that Euro gate crash for any kind of gap close.
Final
He's
में
hanging
playoff
around
चालू
in mid
है
right now, potentially thinking about sending the TP
नींद आ रही है मेरे को नींद
towards
नहीं आ रहा
market
लेकिन
and splitting, but when you consider Boaster in A main, Fnatic have given themselves options, and this is the default that we're talking about. BBL not doing anything just yet to interrupt, but it's Levin. Oh, a play like that is the exact sort of play they'd be hoping to make mid-round. Drone coming through B as well.
Excuse me,
focus on
क्या
the A side.
DP है?
BBL know what's
क्या
up.
game खेल रही है?
They do. The bodies start to get on to support. Levin holding from up top as Prophet sits beside Dice, and look at the time once again. Bodies still being hemorrhaged and the spike making another angle of approach. That's the B site where sociable lies in wait.
11 बजे आ रहा हूँ.
No command from Yampi, but as he swings back through, Crashies has been sent away from any site control. In zone flawless for BBL.
बॉडी का extra oxygen चाहिए.
Another 3 for Magnum.
कभी भी ऑन आता है.
Far too easy on this defender's side.
Oh, बाप रे!
Just a play like this. Which completely changes the outcome of the round.
It's the confidence that Levin has, right, when he's on Jet. We've seen it a couple of times now when he's on non-duelist agents.
And he wins that big exchange against Kayak, and then it's what I was saying at the start. Who is going to open up the site for you?
Let's play.
Non-Jet duelists, I'm just trying to say, apologies. But with that being said, Levin needs to be careful, tries to take an engagement. He's going again!
And as eager as he is, Alpha prepared for it, as you should be.
कल 15 bags लेके आई है कोई तो.
Great equalizer for Fnatic, but then again, here is the mid aggression. They spotted the 2 Arch players, but they still don't know about Yampi.
See you in Japan.
And he's hearing the footfall.
And there's nothing to stop this fly.
God,
is actually never made. 2 players to the good. Prophet from the corner, trying to deny the players getting out. Does so. Shotty now to get rid of Alpha. He's got control of Spike. This could be it. The map won.
It's looking very likely. So intelligently set up by Prophet. Plays anti to the TP coming in from Kayak. And now Fnatic left down to their last 2 players. 27 HP between the 2. Crashies investing the Hunter's Fury to bring the odds back in their favor, but the health pool still isn't there, and so too the spike.
Yeah, this would be enough. One shorty bullet would probably grab the both players, but as they come out, Magnum just holds left trigger, and so does Prophet.
BBL win map number 2.
And Fnatic perhaps lowering expectations to subvert them all over again. Ascent just not the case after a promising start on Corrode. Back to the drawing board. It's a haven between the two to decide this series. Who knows where it goes and who makes top 4.
Basically Fnatic अपना मैप जीता और बिल अपना मैप जीता, लेकिन क्योंकि मैप विटो में Fnatic को एडवांटेज है, फर्स्ट मैप उनका है, तो लास्ट मैप वही डिसाइड किया कि कौन सा मैप दोनों टीम्स मिलके खेलने वाले। तो इसका मतलब सिंपल है कि अभी वापस बिल जीतेगा मेरे हिसाब से। हाँ भाई सोचो भाई 13-7 स्कोर, लेकिन उसमें भी 2 राउंड तो था बीबीएल का। क्रेजी के लबे, बट ट्रिपल इनिशिएटर इज अ थिंग क्या? 3 इनी इज अ थिंग, लेकिन 3 सेंटी इज नॉट अ थिंग। ये क्यों ऐसे? लव यू। आईपीएल में कमेंट्री करोगे? फूफा का चाचा का लड़के का आईपीएल जो मैं कमेंट्री करूं? भाई कमेंट्री तो कर सकता हूं भाई। और ये 200 की स्पीड से गेंद जाते हुए तुमको गेंद दिखी नहीं, मुझे भी नहीं दिखी, इसका मतलब गेंद है ही नहीं, बोले तो नो बॉल। कैसा था मेरा झलक? मैं ऐसा छोटा मोटा झलक ही दे सकता हूं, वरना लोग मेरे लाइंस कॉपी करेंगे, समझ रहे हो? सिंपल बात है भाई, मैं मेरे सारे डायलॉग्स में रिवील नहीं कर सकता। मेरे चाचा है सच में मैनेजमेंट में। चाचा को बोलो काश दोस्त का मेंबरशिप ले पहले मैनेजमेंट में आईपीएल के। काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप लेने बोलो भाई चाचा को। व्हाट्सएप में बातें होती करेंगे, थोड़ा कनेक्ट बनाएंगे अपन मैनेजमेंट में। उनमें इंडियंस टीम ले सकते, मेंबरशिप नहीं ले सकते काश दोस्त। मतलब न्यू रूल, अब 200 की स्पीड नो बॉल। एक्सक्यूज ये कौन सा गाना है बे? मजाक मेरे लाला। लव यू रोश भाई, सच्ची है क्या? भाई मैं सच्ची बोलूं, मेरे को क्रिकेट का लेफ्ट राइट नहीं मालूम। एक्सक्यूज मी, क्या क्या मेरे स्क्रीन में? लेकिन मैं सच्ची बोलूं, सचिन वापस गया। सचिन भाई का मैं देखता था पहले। सचिन भाई का एक साइंड बाल्स मिल जाता था ना, सचिन भाई का साइंड बाल्स। हाँ, पट से स्नैक्स को बेच के मैं घर ले सकता हूँ। फिर प्लीज कुछ कर सकता है साइंड बाल्स का? लेफ्ट राइट कोई भी चलेगा। बस भाई ट्रिपल इनी का काउंटर क्या हो सकता है? कुछ नहीं भाई, फेनेटिक जीत सकता था ये। फेनेटिक का कॉम्प भी अच्छी था।
Welcome back everybody. BBL, they managed to secure the win there on Haven. And Kakuka joined by Mini and Billy here back on the desk. And it looks like this best of 3 is going the distance.
सूर्या का साइंड है मेरे पास टी शर्ट। रोश भाई यही तो गलत करते हैं ना भाई, यही तो गलत कर रहे हो तुम। चीचा मैनेजमेंट में है, क्रिकेट वो लोग बैट और बॉल से कर रहे हैं, तुम शर्ट का साइंड ले रहे हो भाई। बताओ ये कोई बात हुई? बैट और बॉल से खेल रहे हो वो लोग, साइंड टी शर्ट ले रहे हो। Hey,
but now people caught on. Like, I think that people caught on, but also specifically here, BBL chose a composition.
Check करे side, Binks by chat में डाला, everything is safe.
Which is not something
Just for
many
fun,
teams,
vibe coding.
can say.
अरे
But,
just for
as you
fun.
said, of course,
तू जो
having
link
three
यहाँ पे डाला है वो
initiators is going
दिखेगा
to
नहीं.
battle
दूसरी
up
बात मैं
against
ऐसा
a
link पे
lot.
click नहीं कर
It's
सकता,
good that
it's
they
very
improved
risky.
on the attack. And actually,
समझ
if
रहे
we take a look at those executes that they were doing time and time again, for the first half of that attack on BBL, it was just A.
Yeah, it seemed like Fnatic don't like to play A main very
Alpha
much.
से जब मिले थे तब क्या बातें की थी बताओ chat पे थोड़ा बचपन की बातें यार बचपन की बातें
that they could just exit the site.
गांव में हम लोग
time
जो
and time again they just
गन्ने के
hit the knife
खेत
on
में
the site
जाते
and
थे
Alpha wasn't
घूमने
able to do anything. A little bit
बचपन
too
की
easy,
बातें
and I'm
कर रहे
surprised
थे.
that Fnatic didn't find any adjustment really, even after timeouts in my opinion.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think even after Fnatic had a timeout, BBL
Okay,
like
no
knew
problem.
that they had to
अरे मतलब
move.
समझ
Like they couldn't
समझ
just keep hitting, you know, a simulator and just
Yeah.
continuously go
पता
there.
चला तेरे
And
link
they
में
did
click
have an
किया और
adaptation in A main, but BBL weren't looking to
तीन हो गया,
exploit
मेरा
that
right
or
account
even
ban.
search that. They kind of knew
थोड़ा
coming off
risky
the
होता
back
है
of the timeout, which is just key preparation, I think, as well, coming into this matchup.
तुम
Playing
हगने
a
नहीं जाते थे
composition that you're
तुम हगने जाते थे ऋत्विक भाई तुम नहीं जाते हो हगने चोक हुआ है पीछे हाँ बताओ डॉक्टर कोई प्रॉब्लम हो रही है
the difference in map 1 to map 2, and to think that when we do go to Haven next, he is going to
बूच
be
निकालो
back on
भाई
that jet,
पीछे
which
से
has been
बूच
the most,
निकालो
I don't want to use the comfort word, but
आपके
like,
बचपन
it has been where
में
he
वो
thrives,
तो
it has been where he
प्रोड्यूस
shines.
एक्सक्यूज मी
Oh Jesus!
22.
Just look at this numbers. I did
Crazy.
request it. I knew that it was going to be outrageous, but this is the good thing, right?
अल्फा की बात कर रहा
on
हूँ
this
गांव
attack
की
is
अच्छा
just,
ऐसा बोलो
yeah,
ना
this is the attack
डॉक्टर
side
भाई
for
क्या
both of the maps
पेड़ा
that
वेड़ा
we've
बात
seen
करो
on the left
करो
corner of the
ज़्यादा
road.
करो लेकिन ज़्यादा नहीं बताएंगे
Good. But on a sense, apparently, Mini, when you have 3 initiators to set you up, you can do amazing things.
Yeah, I think it's just a big game time difference, to be honest with you. Like, it's not Levin playing necessarily really poor in one and then like good in the other. It's just.
But he might give in
team-
confidence, no?
What do you mean?
But if even if you have like 3 people, like your entire team or most of it,
Yeah, of
playing
course, that's
for
what I mean.
you,
Yeah.
Especially after having that half on Corrode, it must feel nice, no?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I think that is overall what I'm trying to highlight here. It's not like Levin individually was just like awful map 1 or anything. I think that it's just one of those things where when you have a solid game plan, you've got that trust with your teammates, and Fnatic don't find solutions, then obviously it's going to let Levin do Levin things.
Speaking of course, we are going to Haven. That will be our last map. Just vote to see who your preference is, or who do you think is going to win. But also, Chronicle is currently 9 kills away from 2,000 kills in VCT EMEA. Guys, at the beginning of the day, you guys were highlighting how Chronicle is one of the players that had to step up a little bit more for Fnatic if we want them having a good showing at Chaps, because they're already there. Moving on to Haven.
Haven?
What are our thoughts here? Do we expect changes, surprises? Because I'll leave you for the last. I'll leave you for BBL because of I think you know why. But on the side of Fnatic, do you think that would you expect a surprise, or do you think they're just going to do the double duelist symbol?
I think I would expect them to just do the double duelist. I don't think they've really had a reason to change throughout this stage, at least. They've obviously only played it the once, and it was a close game against Koi. But like, I don't see why they would feel the need to reinvent the wheel, because this is a composition that they came up with that Heretics have looked dominant on. So surely you just look at Heretics prep and maybe yoink some of that.
But I think they tried to do that at Toronto, and I think it was Toronto they tried to do that, and it didn't really work for them there. I think it has been a problem this year.
Either way, let's take a look at the agents as we jump onto Haven. Mini, I was speaking about, do you like the double initiator coming for BBL? That is what we saw on week 1. And we are seeing changes. Alpha is back on the Killjoy, and this is, yeah, exactly. We're going to see Con going on the Viper here on Haven. What do you make of this for the side of Fnatic? Oh, crashing.
I love how you teed up Chronicle for this map, because I think the Cypher, when he's on the double duelist composition, he isn't amazing on the Cypher here. He's like doing his job as the flex player.
Too passive for him.
But Viper is the agent that I associate with Chronicle these days. Like, he is, if not the best Viper in the world, in my opinion. So I think this is a map where he has to shine.
Yeah, and Billy, on the other side, BBL, the double initiator, we've seen this composition 1,000 times, what do you think they can do against Fnatic?
I think Mini's perhaps annoyed at the breach still being played on this map, but I think what we can say is there was a lot of synergy between Yampi and Levin on that last map. I think that Cairo and Hazel were highlighting it on the cast as well. I think going up against a Neon is going to be difficult for them, and Kayak has looked so strong on that agent in the past. So yeah, they need to not be caught off guard when they're anchoring these sites starting on the defense.
And with Kayak going on the Neon, I feel like I've seen Alpha playing on Killjoy on this map so many times. We speak about Chronicle, but Mini, if you're
Neon bolte hai, jeet gaya.
that you're in 2021,
Neon versus Jet, Neon meta chal raha है, Fnatic जीत गया 2-1.
and someone comes out with
GG
the competition
Fnatic.
that Fnatic have, what is the number one thing, knowing that you're starting
Easy
from the
Fnatic.
defense, that you will tell your players?
भाई Fnatic क्या चीटिंग कर रहे हो देख रहे हो? कॉम्प पिक 0% है लेकिन 80 बार मैप जीते हैं बिना कॉम्प उठाए. Hacks.
Like that Viper.
Do you give up, or you find another solution?
You find other solutions.
सुनो ना यार,
It
क्या
could be
चीज़?
that you gamble more and try to like trap them in, but ultimately, if you're just going to leave your jet up close, it's probably going to be pretty difficult because they just re-clear you any time. So they should know how to play a Viper at this against the Viper at this point. It means that you have to leave two players a little bit more for information and do more proactive things on the map.
I mean, it's BBL. They've been pretty
So does one team
proactive
gets qualified
on
for
the
champ?
defense. I
Fnatic
think
is
that
already
is probably
qualified.
fair.
If BBL goes into top 2,
They're probably
then
one of
they'll
the
qualify
most
for
proactive
champs.
teams that we have on defense, no?
It's often from early round situations though, and I think they're going to need to find that aggression in mid rounds, not just early rounds.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. We have a little bit of a delay on stage, but do not worry, guys. We will get into game very, very shortly. Oh, apparently so short, we're going right now. So have this over, Hazen Cairo, for the last map of this best of 3.
And what a map it could prove to be in BBL's campaign towards a first ever appearance at Champions. That's what it's been for them, a year of first playoff stage, and chance for a first international event, still feeling quite far away at this point in time. All of those top 3 teams laying in wait in front of them to reach that peak. A deciding map,
कॉम्प
as
पिक
we
क्या
said
होता है
before,
भाई
the
जो
kind of
कॉम्प
place
लेते हैं
where
लोग 5 एजेंट्स जो लेते हैं उसको
historically
कॉम्प पिक बोलते हैं.
have then
भाई मैं एक बात बोलूं
dropped off
एक
at that
चानू
last moment.
थर्मोस ला लायो
Fnatic
पिंक ने
have gone
अरे
away from the
नहीं कर
comp that
सकते
they were the
थर्मोस को गरम
architects
छे
for.
लेकिन पूरा टाइम
So,
गरम नहीं छू
What will this
और
look
वो गरम बार बार
like
करना
for them,
अच्छी
right, with
नहीं
the Viper coming in, double controller, Kayak on that Neon. It's 11 early.
Bye.
As it was all of a sudden, stun to try and set him up. The proactivity put in the set piece. With an aftershock at the feet of Crashes, he's forced to move forwards, but it's not a problem. In fact, it's the green light he was looking for. Fnatic from the starter gun have not missed a beat, but neither has Magnum this series. And that's the quick reality check. Yeah, Spake on the floor, up against Alvia. It's the Blue who replaced Magnum on Fnatic. And sort of felt that instant success from his arrival onwards for Magnum. It's been a long and arduous road, even dropping back down into challengers to reclaim his spot. When Vac left after the kickoff win against Fnatic previously, he had to fill his shoes, and now it's another 3K that he will be looking to lock in, of which he has found plentiful amounts so far in this series. Just biding his time and waiting for the plant to be confirmed.
Oh shit.
Spake peeks Magnum back in though, and Alpha commits to that Spake plan. Magnum's got out backside, and as he closes the distance, Alpha unaware! Magnum pops his head up, and BBL do respond. Another opening pistol round.
Bye.
And this time, it's on Haven. And it's Haven defense as well. That's a big aspect to be considering. Haven's defense notoriously hard. Recent trends have shown against that, but that's more the ISO Euro comps, not the traditional ones.
Crazy killer.
That's a big clutch from Magnum.
Absolutely.
What was required of him?
BBL Classic! BBL Classic! BBL Classic!
This is a nice.
So, if you were waiting for another reason to buy the bundle, that might be exactly the one that you were looking for. Taking a step back though, Kayak on this Neon, for me, has to be one of the biggest talking points of the Fnatic composition change, because we saw how on Ascent at times, when he wasn't supported fully, perhaps, on his lonesome in a lot of endeavors, it was difficult for them. And Haven at times, when maybe you don't have as much official experience, at least running this composition. But if he keeps doing that, then maybe we reconsider.
Yeah, let's not completely write this off. Fnatic was able to equal BBL as well on Ascent
in the second round, which is why we sort of wait with bated breath for now. 11 down C long is a massive benefit to the defensive setup, because it means that if they do go for the garage push, he'll be ready. Instead though,
I'm out of here.
Trying to force their way in, make it closer angles, closer fights, which will favour these Sheriffs. That's an insane shot, and now has a rifle in hand. A real possibility for Fnatic.
It's a 4v2 on site, but Fnatic have cleared the place, and with Magnum back in, needs the timing on the drone, and Kayak has a rifle now.
So Heaven's outlaw against 4. As soon as he has to reload, you can imagine that he'll be flooded with players trying to close him down, but instead changes his angle of approach.
And that's the reason that we don't get the reload, because he's hoping for the element of surprise. It's only going to inhibit his chances. There's the next, but yeah, it's a round signed, sealed, and delivered personally by Kayak. 11 will make sure that not a single player escapes from the round with their life. But it's the same story. Fnatic in the second round. The pistol undone.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic being able to respond is going to be heartbreaking.
Do not celebrate too early. तू थोड़ा और spam कर ये चीज. उसके बाद do not type too early होएगा तेरे साथ.
Fix Fnatic's problems.
Supportive utility from Crashies as well has its part to play. The reveal on the player backside, I think his drones have been good for info so far.
Tech pause.
A year which I think is probably the best that we've had from him since 2022. You look back to 2023. It was a decent start to life in NRG colors, but almost perma on the sky that time, and 2024 a tough year, whereas here already peaking. Second place, another international event.
Love you,
to consider the value that he brings.
Another set play for BBL as they line up basically the same thing that happened in the pistol round. Levin with a rifle in hand will be the one to send it forward.
But there is no early trigger. They're waiting for the contact, and as it's hit a little later, Kayak's already beaten the first couple lines of defense. There was a rifle in the mix for BBL, but that's already on the ground.
90 degrees, 4 बार घूम के 360 मारा बे.
With the overdrive available, Fnatic are starting to build up their empire on the attack side, and that's the issue. When you win the defender side pistol but lose the immediate follow-up, that attack gets almost stronger than if they just won the first 2 rounds anyway.
It just upsets the economy, right?
Because the bonus is going to look so strong now. I mean, money with every player. Alfia been put to a classic so he can hunt and move that lockdown within the realms of possibility in following rounds.
Oh, he's even being gifted his rifle back.
As I heard the steps trailing off in mid and decided it's actually not worth looking for. The same for making sure that Prophet doesn't get away with the gun and has to die to the spike himself.
Yeah, and really nicely done. It's just making sure to pay attention to the smaller details, suffocate BBL of any opportunities and anything that could garner them a little bit of momentum. But confirmation,
can Icebox play in
get the
this now?
second.
Nice.
But with that being said, remember this happened on a set where they eventually lost out.
Yeah, and it was a half of minimal returns from BBL eventually, but the roles are flipped here, at least in terms of the side starts. And I think Kayak is really thriving on the attack here, on the Neon. I raised the question, how exactly was it going to look, but he's feeling tied to the hip of the rest of this pack up until this point in time. towards Magnum's site that they're going with that slightly deeper trap. Oh, it's been replaced, and that's an opportunity for Crashies to break it with the shock. It missed. It did. And, well, Kayak will be telling his team that, but Magnum takes his opportunity out of the cage. Boaster's the one that grabs him. So BBL at a disadvantage, trying to retake him. Levin nowhere near the site. It's one of the areas you would be looking for an advantage. The Cypher utility against the Neon barreling in. And it has actually stopped Fnatic from getting the plant for now. The rotation has been made, but Boaster not seen with that drone. That's going to be a problem for BBL. And Alpha now queuing up late outside of Garage, so he is the dagger that waits over the shoulder blades of BBL, who are all retaking from defender spawn side. Boaster still not cleared him well. He takes his chance, takes his opportunity, only able to get one, but plays in the rest of Fnatic. Still no waiting on Alpha to activate. He's not even needed. Fnatic will find their third.
Fnatic. Chat में problem है कि इसके बाद डोर ने शायद फाइनल खेलना पड़ेगा शायद.
He's the one that gets aggressive, and if you want to speak to the strengths of this Fnatic composition with the double controller, you have to be thinking about the Viper specifically. And Kron's Viper Orb there, because the decay that it shaves off of the retake, pushing in, buys a lot of time.
On the eco, it looks like BBL trying to be aggressive down B, also on A.
Oh, Levin needs one kill to get the blades up. If he could have found Alpha clean, that's the asterisk.
Angle holding
that's the thing with BBL. It's been a lot of when and if this year, not is. In terms of their status in the qualified spaces.
उसने अच्छा timing पकड़ा 100 का मारने के लिए, लेकिन मैं फिर भी देख रहा हूँ.
Bring it back to the map and speaking about the kind of
अभी है last 10 seconds में जाओ 5v2 है advantage
so
छोड़िए.
often the fact that they've been able to get the quick pops right. And with that being said, now if they now start to default out, there's always going to be that a little bit of hesitation from BBL. They know Fnatic at any moment in time can just pivot and hit C site with all their might.
BO5 no, BO7.
Yeah, I think that's where previously we'd seen the stylistic matchup have differences. Boaster's calling against Nat's calling, and another one of those former Liquid players, Yampi here. But maybe there can be a mismatch in the macro at times. If you consider callers on this map, I think Fnatic's
lifetime Watchparty.
One of the best, if not the best in the world on this map specifically. I mean, all the way back
hide.
God forbid the Summon FC days, it was where he plied his trade. We saw the highlights of that in the Vitality game in Stage 1, I think, one of the best displays. And here...
Yes!
One of the biggest things for Fnatic is just feeling like they have the right read more than anything else. Individuals aside, this team, everyone can perform, and we know that. So it's more the system, and if everything on that side of their game plan is falling into place against BBL.
I mean, you look at Haven, like, as we look at the whole year, right? Because right now, when we get towards the end, we now have a full grasp of every team's situation, what the possibilities are. Haven, although historically has been a great Fnatic map, it's actually not been a great year for the year-long portion, because at this moment in time, Fnatic sit on a 50% win rate on Haven, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, it's also quite reliant on Alpha's form, I think. When he had slight dips in form here on the ISO is when they struggled more, but when he was playing at his best, I know it was a tight win in the end, but that Koi game signifies the strengths that he can have. Heretics usurping the throne of the best Emea team on this map, I think, with the same composition that Fnatic originally pioneered.
Which map this is very attack-sided.
If playoffs is going to mean anything to them, it's diversifying their options. We've already seen a small win taken by them and picking up Corona potentially later down the line. And, yeah, to give us any more faith in the Haven
when going to do 27
at the back end of a series, which means that much more for BBL. It's yet another thing to be thinking about, but right now it is Route 1, a direct approach. Kayak at the front.
Camera taken out.
Now, straight away,
buddy!
that's a big
Buddy!
for BBL, a double, and Yampi's making that pain even worse. It's now just the two players on site.
Yeah, mid walk down finding huge value. BBL need to be cautious in how they organise the retake here, and that's the first sign of warning.
Both players low on Fnatic though, that's the problem that these players will have, and it needs to be clean fights from here on out, which it has been for the most part, but it's Boaster all alone, is all of BBL to position and get their second round.
Damage padi hai
The
lekin
reason
heavy.
why I said that they should reapproach this with an air of caution is that it wasn't guaranteed. You had Yampi and Levin walk down mid off of this Hunter's Fury, which was really nicely played, but from that position, Levin was the only one left on the flank. It was going to take a bit of time for Yampi to arrive, and then you want to be in a tradable position. Boaster does punish them, and while that's not fully reflected in the economy just yet, it's a huge round for BBL to keep putting themselves back in this game. Levin with op
Hello,
money.
Binks.
Gonna see that first fight taken here outside of Garage.
There's an attack side up for Kron as well. He's holding on to the A portion of the map, but BBL, most of the bodies towards the B and C. As Levin holds on from Garage, misses out on Kayak's Neon, and is being forced out.
Spam catching the headpiece of Levin, so he's brought down to 21. No dash available, minimal tools. Best left on an extremity to control an area of the map, and that's exactly what he's been able to do. Retaining the garage space. Fnatic begin to cast their banner elsewhere. BBL should be pretty happy to play for the A retake here. You can see the placement of the trap would suggest for an early heads up. They know the lockdown is in play. And Yampi has his Rolling Thunder to come back in with.
There's his angle of approach though, because he's starting to search in mid. The drone, the Killjoy turret would have identified that, but Alpha is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Needs to get a kill. He will at least get one, but it's Magnum, not Yampi. So that Rolling Thunder's still in play.
Huge win, but Kron left without the stun, unperturbed, goes back in for seconds and threads the needle. That's Yampi's ult off the board. BBL, from this position, not looking to play to what felt like a straightforward win condition.
The
other side of the coin is Fnatic, then expecting it themselves, and that's where you really start to go down the rabbit hole.
Hey, very well played as well. I was wondering about Kron's attack side up.
It's all about seeding and prize money and trophy.
Good on it. Kayak's had his moments, but
BPL on the other hand, they need to come top 2
in the past. Yeah,
qualify
exactly.
for champs.
But hey, listen, it works out in the end, and that's the key thing about it. An ultimate it's found value through Alpha here.
Yep, my operator worked today.
And sometimes that's all you need. If BBL are
attack
going
में
to give
comeback
you
हो
those
सकता है,
fights,
वही
then
मैं
you
बोल रहा हूँ ना,
take
ये
them
लोग को
every
2
day of
से
the
3
week.
राउंड चाहिए, 2 राउंड तो चाहिए, लेकिन 2 राउंड के बाद ये लोग को पिस्तौल भी चाहिए रहेगा.
Of his own which has survived. A
Possible
huge
तो है
jump. In
comeback.
fact, that operator is well positioned. Kayak, other side of the wall.
No, Levin can flex, so if the Neon maybe catches him off guard.
Where's Sociable in all of this? He's walked right up mid again.
उन्हें पता मैं
And
गुस्सा हुआ है.
Fnatic, oh, he's not expecting it.
Yeah, but look at the spike. It's in BBL's favour. Levin gets Kayak as well. This is a disaster.
A disaster in the making, perhaps. There isn't too much pressure, or time pressure on Fnatic right now, so
it could be though. Very quickly. Boaster's managed to escape onto C though, but it's Sociable in mid that gets caught out.
Yeah. Spike recovered. Oh, and 3 versus 4 now. Boaster had to be a little bit careful, but you know what? He's been hitting some shots so far today. So has
Down,
quick double from the Sheriff, a gut punch. But Crashies is still within range. Look at the health bars.
I have the spike.
Yampi up next, he has the rifle and he's caught Crashies off guard. And a pace brings them closer to their opponents.
PBL just rushing no matter the side, and that's the biggest detail. The turret mid-construction when Sociable took the timing. How often is it you see the sober player be the one to make that kind of inquisition?
Come on, boys! You guys are the eco too!
Profek posing questions of his own with the Sheriff. Still holding on to a lot of ults on both sides though. And this is where you're expecting things to come to blows. Another setup for Levin. BBL would really love to try and make Fnatic uncomfortable, or at least force them into making a decision. That's what's happened right now, as all the players start to move towards A. Cam in the corner. Profek still with the paranoia. Wondering when BBL look to try and make a play, if they do, it's towards the other arm of the push. Thought for a moment that they were going to move into the stack, right? Still possibly could. Jerome shut down early by the shock dart from Sociable. The one gap on the map for BBL is B. With Fnatic starting to break the trap now, indicative of their finishing positions. Everything else covered by BBL, and the value of this Rolling Thunder compounded on the B side. But no capitalization.
Oh, well, there is information now.
And no plant yet.
Yeah, this is getting worrying. As BBL try to defumigate that pit. Although Yampinelli gets the opportunity to take Kron himself. What's going on?
I think Fnatic wanted to go away, but they've cancelled those plans. They will end on B. Smoke is down though. Crashes in the open, 15 seconds.
He has a chance to deny the plan. Levin nearly takes Alpha off guard. Instead, it's Magnum. Spike plant confirmed. But look at the two players' positions, completely disconnected, and one of those the op.
But Kron is refueling though, and will be able to put this toxic screen back up, has the cloud if needed.
Trying to escape to a safe place but can't find it, and now it's just Kron's op. Hopefully he won't be given the opportunity if you're a BBL fan, and he won't be, to even get a second shot off. Levin says thank you for the opportunity. We're within one between these two.
But I think it's easy for BBL, bro. I think it's easy for BBL. I think
for
BBL
Fnatic, not one to be celebrated, but I tell you what can. 2,000 kills for Chronicle.
क्या फायदा जब हार गया? But W Kron W.
He's got the trophies, the accolades.
2000 kill बहुत ज़्यादा होता है बे.
But the one trophy that is missing from his cabinet, alongside the others on that side of the server, is of course Champs, and that's what they're going to be thinking about. And this round, I think, is probably a component of some of the issues we may be seeing with Fnatic at the moment in terms of that indecision. They end up on B, you think they're going to go elsewhere, and it just takes so long to get to post.
I just find it funny that that was Kron's 2000th kill, him sitting in the corner as Magnum swings out.
Mate, look, you
जब
take
से
what you
बोला
can get. If we
Binks
sat
ने
you in that
Fnatic
corner
तब
for long
से
enough,
हारने लगी.
maybe
Nice.
2,000 games, you would have 2,000 kills. So
आपके कितने kills हैं international के?
That's being optimistic, let's be honest.
6-7 हज़ार कुछ तो है.
That is understandable, but you know the reasons for this timeout coming through. It doesn't find itself in too surprising of a timing right now. Check in with the coaches on either side, pals. Speech cut short. No victory lap, of course, just yet for BBL. So much work left to be done. 3 rounds from the last 4 to bring them within touching distance, but a bye beneath their opponent. Huge opportunity, really, for them to make good of this defensive half, especially after how it started.
Confirmation, Kron is the 4th player on a VCT to hit 2k kills.
उतना तो यूज़ तो रहेगा
Some
confirm.
star-studded players. Oh, Levin.
Shot पे. भाई पड़ी थी. Shot
They've
था
actually
बे.
hit Alpha. Dropped to 17. Wonder if that bullet must have went through the box then.
Certainly feels that way. BBL with 3 bodies on A once more. Sociable, hung up in the rafters, just paying half an eye's attention to Long. Now the drones traded either way. Full focus on short for Magnum, planting his feet, entrenched in the corner, yet to be cleared, but peeking into Boaster, who on the fadeaway has picked up yet another.
Yeah, and Yampi's trying to flank here. He's caught by the alarm bot, so Fnatic know about it, ready to hit into the site.
back on their feet. Profek has made a juncture of his own. Boaster, one back.
Careful.
And the captain has kept them moving forward, round on round. He does tend to step up in these bigger games sometimes when you least expect it. Now with twice the numbers and time to set up this post, you expect Fnatic to be in the driver's seat. And that's exactly what you get. It's surgical in the end. BBL just can't find a way to cut those players from position.
Don't be rude.
To, get
but why are people
to,
not playing Sage in tournaments?
BBL are trying to do with upsetting the flow of the round.
Don't be rude, bola acha laga.
Yeah, it was a pick. But you can see that, right? Like the aggression that BBL was using, the fact that they're trying to constantly, like, just swing haymakers. I know exactly what you mean. I've heard enough of your boxing analogies. Thanks, mate. Not even a big boxing fan either. No, no. Look, I for one would not step in the ring with you, so I'll give you that. But 4 players strong on the A side for BBL as they look to clear this side out. It's another one of those rounds which is indicative of them trying to guide Fnatic into their setup. But Magnum hasn't found too much value from these traps up until now, and he's not really in a position to capitalize from them either. Another well-placed drone from Crashies has put doubt in his mind, but yeah, and Yampi maybe be long. I'm gonna go and support Levin.
Don't worry, how are you good? I am good. They're looking good since by काटूंगा अभी.
One gun heard. This is where Yampi gets overlooked, and Levin comes back in, circles to position with blood in the water, but it's Crashies to draw it. Boaster in the back line now, Profek having to do it all. And can't stand up to the challenge. BBL buckling under the pressure in these last couple, as Fnatic now will have guaranteed themselves an advantage on the half with the money that
nice round. I like this round.
Have here. Maybe
I like how they
about a save on the Vandal, or maybe you just give it a go.
Seems like he wants it, right? I mean, he's got Magnum close by.
Bill comes in, jump up sociable, finding one. 5 points of health, he's got to take the long way round.
Yeah, I think this is where the white flag gets thrown in, but Boaster's trying to deny it, as well as Kron.
W.
That's advantage confirmed.
कैसे?
Piloting a
कैसे मारा बे? Was that today Emea or no? Emea का match is sexy है भाई.
Set up for the rest of the team.
Why
not lead the charge? And as you say, Crashies also having his moments. Fnatic giving us the team performance right now, for BBL, they're looking for their hero, someone to step up. That was a big point that we were thinking about for them throughout the year. When it comes to these tough games, you have stage experience on Magnum and Yampi, but then some of these rookies, the ones that really look like the best players, don't maybe hit the highlights. Here, Levin will give it a go early on, and it's forced the A reaction,
and that's what BBL want.
But who's there?
अभी ये लोग खेल रहे हैं full retake. Problem है कि ये लोग बस orb नहीं है.
Giving up the site, Fnatic get all the space
अगर
that they
orb
need.
रहता तो
But
ना
Yampi
heavy
once
ult आ
again
सकता क्या?
thinking about
Susandu का.
Boaster too, just unrelenting. You think that he was Levin, at least in terms of how he positions himself, but that is a big loss. Kron down, no more Toxin. BBL held at arm's length. Happy trying to retake some of his space, but the defender's side has to hold up its end of the bargain if he's to get the value. 2 players sucked into his orbit, one of them Crashies, he will survive. Still BBL down a man.
Yeah, and trying to force the way back in. Paranoia didn't hit, and that's going to allow Kayak to get the next 2.
It's a frustrating conclusion for BBL,
जापान में डिफेंस प्लेयर देखोगे इंडिया में घर पे देखूंगा रे वहाँ पे देखने का टाइम नहीं वहाँ पे हेवी शॉपिंग है ना
one which they lead
convincingly,
something that we are yet to see from
either
team really so far in this series. At the perfect time for the team, already on their way to Paris, making sure that they aren't in company anytime soon.
डिनर हो गया डिनर रात को
Not jumping.
Dad, दो लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं लाइक कर दो मेरी जान कर दो
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. La 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 la. Pa 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 la na 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 na. लव यू स्ट्रीम कल ऑफिस से फिर भी देख रहा हूँ मजा आता है देख के आपको स्ट्रीम ब्रो कीप डूइंग द गुफ वर्क ब्रो गुफ मत जाओ ऑफिस फायदा नहीं है
Well,
love you, thank you. किसको दिखा रहे हो मेरी जान कटो easy for fanatic baby.
Is this the BBL that was able to make top 4 in stage 1, or is this the BBL that managed to just drop out before they got to that top 4 spot and kick off, not reaching the required spot? Now in stage 2, top 4 would be enough to make it to chance.
मेरा भी 2000 kill है bathroom में.
That's the thing, even if they win this game, you go up and face heretics in the next. There's no
guarantee. Japan जा रहे हो? मोई भी जा रहा हूँ.
A long road ahead, but it starts one step at a time. Attacks are where BBL have looked at their best. It's the identity that we've created for them. This doesn't need to be Fnatic's day,
they do not
for
celebrate
BBL.
too early dudes after first round.
That's what they're
मेरा
relying
पापा का
on.
चाचा का लड़का है BBL जो मेरा बात सुनेगा. KT BBL. एक ही चीज 2 गेम से लिख रहे हो.
On the attack, a missed
कौन सुन
flash,
रहा है बताओ.
stops Levin getting straight to what on the A side, and Fnatic are prepared for this. As we can see, all the bodies are moving through mid. Tries to delay the spike plant through his shock darts, and that's exactly the case. Spike now going in, but all the players ready on the flank for Fnatic.
And do BBL
must
have a look towards
no,
spawn here? Crashies is monitoring it with Chronicle, and now that the flank is hit, it's the call to action for BBL.
Yeah, that's exactly where they're going. Levin completely wipes out Kron.
Second
and
headshot.
Crashies being forced all the way back. Magnum holding sight by himself while Yampi's close by. And it works out. A pistol round went on the horizon for BBL here. And they'll get an end zone flawless off the back of it. But with that being said, those same pistol round wins before for BBL, we need to see anti-eco wins.
That's exactly it. An in-zone flawless, cheeky position from Magnum in the corner here. More than anything else, BBL keeping Fnatic humble at this stage in the game.
Boys! Come on, boys!
भाई ट्रिपल फ्लैंक के लोगों को जिस साउंड आया और उन्होंने साइड वो सिटी जो पुश किया ना W था.
Where we know they are capable.
Quick decisions making.
But that idea of capability, dark horses, all of the fanfare that surrounds the teams in this wild circus that VCT Emea tends to be means absolutely nothing if you can't do it at the business end of the season, and that's what we've been building towards. Fnatic coming into this with just the one Sheriff on Kayak, but we have seen more with less. Just that fourth constantly moving for BBL is Magnum. Is maybe looking for a different angle of approach through C, a lock that can potentially activate at any moment. But Fnatic are moving at the same pace as the Death Ball, at the same side of the map. That's the thing too, Magnum doesn't have a rifle this time, so if he does get picked off, it's not like you can really spin that stinger against him, I suppose, and very quickly it will be a matter of importance. Chronicle dispense, and now Fnatic looking to react. Into the sewer space they go. Sociable found. That was the pistol. Still rifles behind this attack, and rifles made to work. Levin gets Fnatic sweating. With him the only player in the site, it's quickly traded hands.
Yeah, and that's a potential rifle that could go to Kayak, which is worrying. Although Alpha walks into the stinger of Magnum, puts Fnatic at a disadvantage.
Moving with an air of confidence. He feels like, look, if you take me down, that's fine. Happy to cast judgment across the map. That is ultimately what wins the round for BBL.
Hey, there we go. Finally, BBL win an anti-eco round. Congrats to them. But is that what's going to be the difference in towards this half, right? Because they now need to use this momentum,
to potentially have a damaging bonus round.
It's been a story of second halves, though, Cairo, to
Yeah,
look at
yeah.
the previous two, 13-7, either which way. Fnatic really struggled on the second half previously. That was their attack. It was the defense where we saw the timeouts invested. Short-handed. Anything but 4 rifles, 2 bulldogs in there. But Magnum, the kill leader, still working with the Stinger.
मेरी चड्डी.
But walking into a loaded garage setup.
That's so much
Easy for
utility and
Fnatic,
surrounding
shout
it.
out
Profit
Milan.
up, but it's Yampi's aftershock that gets the kill, and Profit with the timing, Levin as well. BBL open up that C site, and the other two players have Crashes and Poster. They want to stay towards it. They want nothing to do with this.
Profek is Levin's
Nice
knight
one,
in
nice
shining armor, comes to the rescue just when the head was
The blue
turned.
dabaya,
The
bhai.
utility airtight
Huh?
to take the garage space, and if you want to look at the broader context, it's those two players
Achha-
which have put BBL
Achha
in
खेला
this
BBL.
position. Those pickups
देखा
from
जाए तो.
challengers the previous year in
ना?
their debut year, of course. Look,
Util
I'm not
on
gonna
top
just gloss
था.
over
पता है
social
लोग क्यों
here,
जीते
but I
मेरे
think the
call
point
coach.
being is
Garage
that these are the two aggressive ones that really want to get stuck in Fnatic's face. And if they're firing on all cylinders, if that partnership is effective, then that's when you're going to see the results. The problem being, when it comes to these
The problem
bigger
is the
occasions,
language.
these games that require that kind of step up from them, maybe one's missing or the other, they've just never had both of them going at the same time. But it has to be that perfect storm.
इसके
if
बाद
it is to
gaming
work
हो गया,
out.
obviously,
Yeah, I feel as
baby.
if it has to be the perfect storm for BBL to find themselves in
Nasty.
the upper
One
bracket as
message
well
का बता
because of the fact that Heretics lies in wait.
Yeah, and sorry to just bring it back to this round even. The aftershock from Yampi
Amazing.
saving
Come on, boys.
Profek so
Come on.
Profek can save Levin. Like,
What?
this is a ridiculous butterfly effect.
Why is no one looking at me?
मत कर
Even just on
यार.
the round, and I don't know Milan, honestly.
अरे.
It happens to the best of us. Sorry. The Fnatic coaching staff thinking that something could be done about it, perhaps holding us for just a moment. Or
मत
at
कर.
least that's what you would
एक death match
think,
कर
even
ले
though
यार.
it's such an early timeout for 3 rounds.
Yeah, it would be, but with that being said, you've also got to consider how the rounds have been won, right? I mean, the fact that they've not been considering the the details, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I think as well, something that's always going to catch teams off is just how pacey BBL can be. If they want to turn it on its then. Are you capable of gear shifting, slowing things down just a little bit? If you need to, as you may have noticed, we are just waiting to get back in game, and any more information, of course, we'll let you know. But yeah, like I said, you have to be able to play both sides to it. I think we saw it on the defense quite a bit, right? BBL wanting to be aggressive all the time, but it's then that next step. Do you know when to reel it in?
Yeah. I mean, we are
यार मत कर लाला.
tech pause, unfortunately, but
लाला मत कर.
with that being said, we have to just look at the whole bracket as well, right? And
Lala.
talk about the playoffs as a whole, because
No worries.
लाला मत कर लाला.
you think about Team Heretics.
मच्छी के गाफ में हाथी का लुल्ली भाई.
And
चीचा ने
I
चीचा
mean,
तो
BBL,
भाई.
right? Like, you've got to be thinking about how do they
170
potentially
के
shape
watching
themselves up
भाई.
for that Team
RP में
Heretics
सिर्फ
game if they were able
हाँ?
to even win this one.
बोट राइड्स करने जा रहे चीचा.
that's
बोट
the game
राइड्स.
that
ओ
I feel
वाओ,
like
देख रहा हो कैसे पानी में
everyone,
हम
maybe
जा
not
रहे
the
हैं.
Fnatic fans in the
Ooh.
audience, would want to see, just because it is a recurring match that we end up getting throughout the year. And if it is Fnatic that play Heretics, it's
Yeah,
coming
okay, bye.
way earlier in the bracket than you would expect. They take the loss
Big Bang
against
Banks
Liquid,
भाई एक
that's
दरवाजा
ultimately what
give
ends up
away कर दो
deciding it.
please. Excuse me.
I mean, even BBL's own history in the group stage, this stage, has meant that.
What is
I
the
mean,
position
fact
of
that
Sen
they
in this city?
made
Easy
seed 3
qualify
is an
for
achievement in
champs,
itself,
baby.
right? 3 wins in a row to do it. It affects a lot. Even just being a team that has to start in the lower bracket, I think, just has such an effect on your run, and mentally you know that it's your last chance.
चीचा बड़ा स्ट्रीमर हो गया भाई. देखो भाई, मैं समझ सकता हूँ चीचा बड़ा स्ट्रीमर नहीं हो गया. क्या होता है ना, कभी कभी सब कुछ जब सक्सेस मिलती है, बॉडी मिलती है, एक ही चीज का कमी होता है, बाबू सोना. अभी IRL तो कोई है नहीं बाबू सोना करने, समझ रहे हो? तो आरपी में ही बाबू शून्य करके ऐसा लगता है कि मतलब समझ रहे हो, वो थोड़ा सा वो मैं समझ सकता हूँ, समझ सकता हूँ। थोड़ा अल्फा वाला सामने वो नाराज हो गया, I'll call you later, बॉडी बनाया करके, वो थोड़ा मैं समझ सकता हूँ,
I'm of that opinion. I think the only thing that would cement his legacy would be that champs.
मुझे आज बात नहीं करनी.
Yeah, I think that's
कल
fair.
मिलता है.
You look at the different players that he's been able to work with. There's
Practice.
certainly a case to be made. But as you put it, Champs has been that ever-evasive one for
Yeah,
Fnatic.
Diamond,
That's why the focus
23.
for them in the second stage is always things which would otherwise seem trivial, like
आपको क्या आपकी तो बीवी क्योंकि मैंने आरसी नहीं किया ना,
a huge one that we've not actually spoken about a lot today, but when you're really feeling at your best and it coming at the right time of the year for a team, that's always something to think about. We saw it with Paper X on their run to Toronto. That was built from an early group stage potential exit, then through playoffs. It is track by track.
ये जरा ध्रुव भाई को जरा दो.
Well,
मेरे फ्री फायर फ्रेंड को जरा दो जरा.
Just to remind you, or anybody new who's come in to watch this one, BBL have been able to win 3 in a row in blistering pace, and Fnatic are trying
Who do you think will win?
get
Easy
some
for
semblance
Fnatic,
of a
baby.
bye with 2 rifles saved, 2 new stingers and a bucky. So into the next one we go, and BBL continue that pace by trying to take A lobby.
They threaten it.
भाई रिएक्शन टाइम मेरा बराबर है.
Fnatic
नहीं है. Reaction
not
time
yet
मेरा बराबर है.
biting on the possibility, but it's rounds like this which can really catch you if you're BBL. After a little break, the tech pause, and then you come in here, and Fnatic have a weird buy. And you've got corners to clear. Got Alpha with deep positioning on C long, something to consider. Up against the mixed investment, looks like they're just going to go for the B play. It's a bold call to make from Yampi, but it's one which looks to be serving the purpose. A lack of extra control would be an issue, but the captain leads by example. That's Kayak gone.
It's a bold call because we know that these things and buckies are better at close range, but BBL are just knocking them down.
And that's the issue now for Fnatic. The choice weaponry is nowhere near as good when you're the one that has to peek around those corners. But Kron, with an injection of pace, has picked up the first. As long as Yampi can guard this smoke, he's going to be in a good position. But slight adjustment with the poison orb forces Profek to think about it, and think he will. BBL to tie up the scoreline as expected. Both are escaping with a rifle. Fnatic's economy not fully level. I mean, you see there, they purchased fairly heavily. They're still going to have majority weapons in the next. It's a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, it all...
They get the 4-buy.
Yeah, exactly. And we come back into this probably with this making us... I don't think it's going to decide the match, but I think it's going to come pretty close to it, right?
अभी मेरे को बहुत सारा माल मिलेगा तो मैं लेंगे. हम साथ दोस्त पहले बराबर लिख.
And with that full buy coming in, it's a very important
पहले बराबर लिख रहे हम
defensive
लेंगे.
buy not looking great. Attack side up invested by Levin.
अभी लेंगे किया है हम के जगह पे
Just shoulder spots Kayak as he was face
Thank you,
checking
Binks.
it himself. Back to his right hand side.
अगर ये राउंड Fnatic हारा ना,
playing as a pivot.
हैशटैग के साथ ओपी होने वाला है. हैशटैग के साथ.
Fnatic
और ये लोग के
setting
पास
up to hold the sites as much as possible. And in terms of C, it's on spot this time rather than through garage. That's what Con's vital wall is for. They have to clear through so many angles, getting decayed along the way. It's also a repeat of the Killjoy setup in Garage, which will need to be dealt with by BBL and can buy some stall if the nano is opened, which it won't be. It's Alpha's head instead.
And BBL bust onto that side, but Kayak's timing works out, trying to bust out into safety, does so, and Magnum's lying there and wait! But Kayak's unbelievable!
Oh God,
BBL but they're yet to hit the C site.
पकड़ा गया
Huge
वो.
1v1 on Sociable, but he wins it and opens up B. With the smoke placed at his back, he's relying on this recon to give him the cognizance to just get in there. And that's what they'll do.
Spike down, no, trying to bolster down, a little bit of delay, but it'll be chip damage instead onto Yampi. And Bolster finding Profek makes this a lot more doable.
Really feeling himself so far. And now, Repossessing the mid space. BBL
क्या
detached
Yampi
from
ult
one another.
खींचेगा?
Time ticking, but Fnatic have players in
That is
place.
the question.
They do. Oh, that's a nice paranoia, but Kron hasn't capitalised. Finally closing up, and Yampi hears the steps, calling for support through. It's Sova, but it doesn't come. Now Sociable needs to clutch with time so low. Boaster peeks out. Kron low. A shock's enough, and that's what's going to win it.
And from beyond the grave, Sociable will give BBL the Red Bull clutch, which keeps the round count graphing upwards.
उसने बोला रहेगा वो बंदा बहुत लो है करके.
Successive. And despite Boaster and Kron's best efforts, it's a gift. Chronicle, if he full sticks that, I think he might just about.
भाई बोला रहेगा उसने वो लो है करके.
Sociable didn't tap the shot. He was looking to really stretch that bow back.
Yeah, there was a chance, but with
line
all
up
10
होता तो
players
मजा आ
dead,
जाता था.
that will be Fnatic's coaching staff introducing themselves once again.
With the way he was setting up the duels as well, it was like, I think he'd forgotten for a moment he even had the util. It's like the panic combo.
भाई बोस्टर ने अल्फा बाइक से ज़्यादा मारा है. Obviously, भाई.
There you have
Obviously,
it.
aimer है
Round
IGL.
picked up. This changes the face of the game.
Isn't
Not
it?
only do BBL have the lead, they're up against a broken Fnatic buy who are constantly going through the motions now.
Yep.
Sorry, just for a moment, I got distracted by Pal's handwriting.
I was going to say, I saw it earlier. I'm wondering if he's writing in, like, is that a barcode or something? if I scan that, then
I know he's
one item added to your basket. A Champions Paris ticket, perhaps.
But yeah, but he's not got the funds to buy it just yet.
Not just yet.
There's a possibility he could get that.
I do find it interesting, though, while we have a moment, that the timeout comes in here, because Fnatic aren't going to give us that full buy just yet, and we've already seen BBL take a moment. What do they feel needs to be changed?
It could be possible something like a
गजक का अल्टी है कुछ crazy हो सकता है.
Crash is maybe dancing with the devil as he tries to play just right behind the smoke, and Levin gets two off the back of it. Rolling Thunder invested, yes, but I mean, BBL get the sight for it. There's still a dodgy buy to try and navigate through, and well, BBL are doing it. Levin on for the ace.
BBL had shown signs of intention at taking long space early in previous rounds, but now they toy with the conditioning and actually fully commit beyond that Omen smoke, which is the deviation that ultimately wins this one for them. Round 18. Sort of as you put it, I think it's important to note, yeah, maybe the coach did pick up on something. I think that's one interesting thing with both Thinky and Pal. We had the Spanish Challenger League post a tweet that Thinky, they have these like little magnets with utility on them, and yeah, using that whiteboard.
Chat 4000 लोग देख रहे हैं, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, थम्स अप का बटन दबा दो जोर से एकदम.
The bigger question will be, is that replicable in following rounds, as we are also now coming into the biggest ult cycle of this opening playoffs game.
Double digits found for BBL. They can see that finish line. They can't quite reach it just yet. Lovely utility, sets up Levin. 3 kills when he's on 6.
Third time match नहीं जो आ रहा है lower bracket.
Is indeed setting up here. Kayak brings the op out. And in terms of his positioning, on C. Now, BBL usually would think this is a site guarded with Sentinel utility, one which they slowly have to make their way into. The expectation of him on the line only comes through the Al drone here, so smart usage from Sociable to collect that information early and make no mistake.
Yeah, and Kayak, no option to scope in.
Nice combo with the stun even to try and catch him off.
Yeah, doesn't work out. Magnum now exploring towards B. That's where Boaster is.
And the big problem on the map for BBL is that Viper's Pit and the Killjoy utility that's supporting in and amongst it.
But a problem है अच्छी बात है कि दो बंदे को A पे रखा है वो लोग ने तो अच्छी बात है ये.
You probably don't think that, but you do panic, right?
Yeah.
And you look to head elsewhere, but that's kind of what Fnatic want.
I mean, BBL, they've seen that the problem is there's a Viper's Pit A and an op on C.
So the option now is towards B as they try to get onto Poster, but Levin was stunned by his own breach, and it's actually perfect counter carriage that buys BBL an opportunity to get that spike down.
Well, they've reconfirmed Kayak is here. They will not look to overwhelm him.
Don't want anything to do with it. Would rather take that extra space and see like is the other two try and approach from A, and Levin is caught the first. Another Kron lies in wait, but instead is backing off. I think this is 11 for BBL.
It most certainly will be.
11 क्या मेरे को तो
We are
12
seconds away from it, and Fnatic will be without their operator in the next round too.
भाई कैसे मारा
The biggest issue of the round for me, and one which BBL have approached with some serious grace. I mean, this was an 8-4 half in very much the same way that Fnatic were, you know, only. They had, it was a 7-5 half on Ascent. The difference being, of course, they're on the receiving end. But I digress. They've approached the situation with some serious composure. They've not fallen into the mind games immediately when there was such broad coverage from the defense. They found the gap, they've taken the timing, and this from Profek is more of the same. I said that it was either him or Levin that we needed to see step up. We're getting a bit of both, but it was always Profek in the past. Now we have everybody.
And Fnatic are going for broke here. They want to win and try and get up towards BBL.
नहीं रे बाबा इसके बाद एने ना आज भाई आज एने का ऐसा तन बदन वाले मैचेस है ना आज एने का हेवी मैचेस है आज एने का हेवी
Omanol immediately to just set the tone. Missed shot from Kayak goes past the leg of Magnum, who hasn't stopped. As BBL sprint towards the C site, they will be able to take it over, but this Viper wall in their post plant is a problem.
Yeah, that it is. And remember, there's no more smokes for BBL either, so every angle they cross is a potential for Fnatic to be on the other side.
भाई अगर ये लोग लेट retake करेंगे ना तो ब्रिज का शन वापस आ जाएगा.
Playing in front, they confirm that no move has been made just yet by the defense. It's a double stack with two players off the shoulder. Boaster will be collecting the info, but the ult doesn't quite fan out backside, so he doesn't get full visual. Levin undetected, Magnum follows it up, but still, Fnatic have the trades. Yumpy needs a whole lot more here, and he's gonna go! The Finn to finish them off! Red Bull clutch for Yumpy!
1v3!
With a
कैसे
streak
ने ट्रेड किया क्रैशेस पे वापस
And that could be the final nail in the coffin for Fnatic in this series.
One enemy remaining.
Try to force everything into that last round.
Let's go! Come on, boys! Let's go!
BBL not dropping a single round so far in the second half. The majority of them on their feet. And in the 7 months that we've seen between the last time they faced, it might just be another 2-1 for the Turkish org.
It could be. Boaster trying to be aggressive in towards window, but Magnum's on the other side. Kron now next up, but look at BBL. Oh!
बाप रे Kron ने बचा लिया. Oh!
Kron! Put some resistance. Alfier catches
क्या बचाया Kron ने भाई.
Fnatic will be able to survive a round longer, it seems.
And that's the rug from beneath BBL's feet. You can't get too comfy when you're playing the team that is most at home on the EMEA stage. Our previous winners looking for back-to-back in successive years. But BBL, the first task, has not been so easy. And Levin still thinking about it. Oh, Kayak was low. That was an opportunity. Bahela missed one.
Yeah.
Exhale
from Fnatic as they're able to get and survive a round longer. This is crunch time for them. They need to show it here and now.
I mean, Kron fights 3 there, and you have to remember it was a 1v3 from Yumpy that actually got them the round win. So, yeah, frustration creeping in, and
भाई वो राउंड
You don't
जीतते
really
तो
like
क्या
to see
स्कोर
it
होता
at all,
था
to be honest, because
टेक्निकली
that's what sold
11-10
BBL short before. They've got
11-10
three
और ये लोग
opportunities
इको
to
होते
close
थे
this one out, but that's the
मतलब
first for
11-11
Fnatic, and when it rains, it
1v3 नहीं होता
pours.
था
The only thing for Fnatic though
Huh?
is they have an ultimate cycle that they could potentially build up in these following rounds. Alpha has the lockdown. That's why you look at the A site and it's barren of opportunity of a kill. And that's really early.
Yeah, I don't even know if the turret had been hit at that
But
point.
look at the aggressive stance in mid.
He's waiting for this. And he's left unchecked, so under the microscope, Magnum picking
और
up the
push हो
first
गया
of those
तो
kills, still hanging around in the back as the rest of BBL
और push हो
have
गया
arrived on the scene, busting
भाई
into
वो अल्टी की वजह
playoffs.
से ये लोग को तो मालूम ही पड़ गया
And
कि
now,
क्रंच आ रहा
set
है
up
करके
for that rematch with Heretics, perhaps, unless Chronicle can do the unthinkable again.
I got the spike.
I mean,
GG
3
पे
bodies. That's what he needs to
भाई
find. And
इतना
Levin
जल्दी
as
अल्ट मारा ना
well,
वो
but
लोग को मालूम
Magnum
पड़ गया
first
भाई
on the
क्रंच आ रहा
scene.
है हाँ मिड से क्रंच आ रहा है वो लोग को मालूम पड़ गया बे
Everything that's gone his way in the previous week or so, you're asking for so much in this situation. Denies the plant. A strong start and with the pit in pocket, a tool to play with. He's stunned, thrown up into the air as the BBL players will find themselves on their feet as well. An eruption
भाई
on their side of
2-0
the
BBL
stage.
Fnatic
A
यहाँ
huge
पे
win
ओपी
in
भाई
their
मैं
push to
बोला था ना
Paris.
चैट BBL जीतेगा
A Fnatic's kryptonite once again.
W bे W
The Toronto Grand Final. Sure, the focus was on
Hashtag OP
There's a lot more
2-1 अरे वही भाई
than
2-1
answers found after this matchup.
वही बे 2-1 भाई
Haven fall to BBL.
Positives to take for both. but
भाई
the
यहाँ पे
majority
OP
on
भाई
the
यहाँ
BBL
पे
side,
is
of course.
aura
Yampi paying his respects with the
Aura.
rosters. You can see the conclusion here perhaps would have been unexpected to some, but we know BBL have the potential. Finally tapping into it, they will now have to get past Heretics if they want that best possible chance at locking champs. The one team which they've been unable to surpass in VCT this year awaits them in the upper bracket semi-final. But in repeatable fashion, it's another 2-1 win against the Black and Orange. They were the better team today despite their struggles at the start. The kind of response and character you expect from the culture that they've built. A performance to be
भाई
proud
sexy खेला बे
of
BBL
wherever they go from here.
हाँ sexy खेला
Yeah, a big performance by BBL. Saluting their fans.
Fnatic are there to be
And as
climbed
you've already
question mark
mentioned, the
excuse
fact
me
that Heretics lie in wait
मैडम
is
ये क्या
not
लिखा
something that BBL will be happy with. A team that they've yet to beat
भाई
at all.
बोला था भाई BBL अच्छा खेला भाई
And Fnatic in a lower bracket. How
Triple
many times
initiator कौन
have
थे
we
insane
seen
था
this happen in a
Insane.
stage 2 of all circumstances? It could
वो
be a
भी देख के
blessing in
मजा आया
disguise when we think towards champions, but there is a lot of thinking to be done between now and then.
मेरे को भी चाहिए
That is, we have an
Japan से
interview
लूँगा
lying for you. It is going to be with
Japan
Magnum.
से
We'll
लूँगा
chuck it over to Kuka on stage.
W
Thank you very much, boys. As you all said, I'm joined by Magnum. Magnum, congratulations.
आज तक इंटरव्यू नहीं देखा ये वाला इंटरव्यू देखूंगा क्योंकि मैग्नस भाई मेरे मैग्नम भाई मेरे फेवरेट है
Always knows what to do against them. So how are you feeling?
Yeah.
It was a very long best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super happy we won. And for me individually, as I
पूरा
said in the
इंटरव्यू बताओ
interview,
भाई ये क्या है
I always enjoy playing Fnatic. Maybe it's because I spend a long time in the Fnatic, but it's my comfort. And because they play the style which we
Can
like.
we have a next good question, please?
And it's very. I'm very happy that we won, as well, especially in consideration what happened in
जल्दी
BBL.
भाई जल्दी answer
young
दो
soul passed away, so
Yeah.
we wanted to give this game to him. Yeah.
Very nice
And you did it wonderfully.
भाई एक्चुअल मैडम
Let's take this from the beginning. You say that you know Fnatic a lot. Did you expect them peeking into Corrode?
Me personally, I was telling Paul that I think
Next
they'll
life
pick Corrode
में
because it
pro
makes the
player.
most sense, like for champs. First of all, they were saying that it's very strong and no one picked it, so I think they need to show it here for champs. And yeah, they were very strong, so we got clapped, but at least something to get better at.
Yeah, but it was very fun. It was very entertaining to watch. I'll give you that. And then, as I said, let's take it by parts. We move on to Ascent. The triple initiator again.
Yeah.
I'm going to. Can we assume that this is something targeted for their composition? Do you feel question is, do you feel comfortable enough in a position to be like, oh, I can have a different composition depending who I'm playing against?
Yeah, I think we can play both comps, but funny enough, we played this comp actually before they played it in official, so we kind of think that it's our comp, you know, understand?
क्योंकि
And
तुम्हें
we
ट्रिपल
kind of know its
इनिशिएटर
strengths
देखा ना,
and
मेरा भी
weaknesses, and we
मन
just
में
decided
यही
to play
क्वेश्चन आ
comp which
गया
we
था
used to
कि
play, and yeah, just fully counters.
क्या सीन है करके।
But we'll see like what to pick
question.
against Heretics, because to be honest, I'm not sure.
देखो,
I
अगर
think they
गेम
played
में
a double
कुछ
duelist,
नहीं हुआ
so
तो
we might
don't
play
worry।
again the same initial. I'm not too
जिस
sure
हिसाब
what
से
comp we will
बात
play.
घुमाते हो,
Oh,
आपका
you're assuming we're going to see
फ्यूचर
Ascent?
Yes.
Tomorrow? Okay,
Yeah.
lovely. That's definitely a
क्या
message
language है भाई?
for Heretics. Before I
भाई?
ask you about them,
इधर
we hear a
लाइट
lot
में हो
that
रहा है,
double
वोट क्या घंटा
initiators
करोगे?
did. You decided ultimately to go into Haven, and you played this composition. Were you surprised by what the approach that Fnatic were taking? Did you expect them to change things?
On Haven, to be honest, I didn't expect that they will change the comp.
बस अभी मेरे को गेमिंग करना है, इतना ही मैं क्वेश्चंस सुन सकता हूँ, अभी गेमिंग करना है। टेक इज केयर्स। क्या सीन चल रही है भाई? डब्ल्यू गीला कभी गेम का तुम्हारा लगा चुनरी में दाग छुपाऊं कैसे, लगा चुनरी में दाग छुपाऊं कैसे, छुपाऊं कैसे, ला 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 कहां से कौन आ रहा है? तुम तक मिस कौन सा वाला पढ़ा तो सही दरवाजा और आदित्य भाई का। बिग फैन बिंक्स बाय, यस बाय, थैंक यू फॉर द 40 मेरे जान के टोटे। ओ जी हाँ बिल्डिंग लिफ्ट तेरे बंद है, कैसे मैं आऊं, दिल रजामंद है। आजा 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 मेरे, आजा मेरे, आजा साथ छुपाए मेरे, आजा ए तू आजा। नेक्स्ट मैच वॉचपार्टी की नहीं यार, गेमिंग्स करने का मन है यार। प्लस नावी इजी 2-0 ला 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 ला, प्लस जीएक्स क्वालिफाई नहीं हो सकती चैंप्स के लिए। ला 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 ला। भाई मेरे को डॉज का वार्निंग आया है यारो, डॉज वार्निंग आया है मेरे को। तेरा 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 कसूर। सिद्धार्थ भाई थैंक यू फॉर द कुरकुरे, थैंक यू फॉर द $3।
जा
तेरी यादें तन्हा रातें, तेरी यादें, तेरा 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 कसूर। आप मुंबई आ सकते हो मगर चल के, एक्सक्यूज मी, चल के आऊंगा ना, मुंबई में रहता हूँ मैं, एक दस मैच हो जाए। जेरफ का स्ट्रीम चालू कर, इसके बाद एनए भी है भाई, मेरे को सोने का नहीं है। जेरफ का स्ट्रीम चालू कर, मैंने गलत वायर निकाला, मैंने गलती से पिंकी का हेडफोन का वायर रखा और मेरा हेडफोन का वायर निकाला।
मैच फाउंड।
ये भाई आज का 2 दिन के लिए भाई। डेम कौन खेलता है बंक्स पे? आप तो गोट और लव यू यार, बात तो है, क्यों कर रहा हूँ मैं डेम ऑन दी ओडिन चला रहा, वो लोग को फ्रस्ट्रेट करने क्या तेरी तो यहाँ पे बैठेंगे यू.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
बाकी लोगों का माइंड फक करेंगे चल.
Keep it
यहाँ पे
cool.
बैठेंगे यू.
That's how you survive.
कोई तो आ रहा है. बापोजी चैट.
Nature girl down.
अरे मैं मैप पे चैट देख रहा था. कौन सा पुजी बापे में इधर. अरे यार कौन सी पुजी बापे. हेवन. सुमड़ी में हेवन जाने के लिए. सुमड़ी में हेवन जाऊंगा. बापोजी चैट. मेरा माउस बंद हो क्या. हेलो
ब्रो वो मैं बताओ हेवन से क्यों मारी सो अल्ट मैंने. उसका एक बहुत बड़ा रीजन था. फिनिक्स सिटी पुश करा था अल्ट मार के मैं हेवन भाग गया और वहां से अल्ट खींची मैंने. नहीं मेरे को प्लान नहीं देना था ना.
क्रेजी रे बेचो बबलू.
और टकले आजा डिस्कॉर्ड जल्दी और बाहर आ.
क्रेजी में बबलू. ला टाइम टू अनइंस्टॉल वेलो.
मुझे इन गेम से म्यूट करना.
What is up, dudes of the
What
man?
is up, bro?
What's up? Sit by long time.
रुको बंक्स का गेम खत्म हुआ.
15 मिनट से रुको भाई. 15 मिनट.
15 मिनट से रुको. ठीक.
Sit by long time. Sit by क्या लेके. अरे रुकना लौड़े. इधर मैं बड़े फ्री फायर स्ट्रीमर से बात कर रहा हूँ.
35 मिनट के बाद खत्म हुआ है. चापरे
रुको भाई मेरे को कोलैब करने दो फ्री फायर स्ट्रीमर के साथ. Sit by long time.
Long time man. Long.
कैसे चल रहे यार. 1 million too close लग रहा है मेरे को.
Very close. Very good.
Very close. Yeah. Boys played well.
Let's go.
W. क्या लेके आए रियाद से मेरी याद में.
रियाद से तेरी याद में
क्या.
कुछ नहीं.
कुछ नहीं.
ए वो स्प्रे नहीं आती हेयर स्प्रे.
फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा.
जरा यही है ना टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स करके वो स्प्रे तूने किधर डाला है और तेरे को कोई क्यों नहीं मिल रहा है मेरे को पता है. ठीक है ज्यादा बकचोदी ना कर.
ब्रो इनवैलिड. ये सब बातें अप्लाई नहीं होती.
मच्छी भाई अपना फ्लोरा और फौना उगा के बैठे हैं.
ये फ्लोरा फौना क्या होता है भाई.
हाय दे इसको फ्लोरा फौना नहीं पता.
हाँ तो इस कॉन्टेस्ट में कैसे हुआ.
देख गूगल करो फ्लोरा एंड फौना.
ना इस कॉन्टेस्ट में तो अप्लाई नहीं होगा वो चीज.
होगा
ना
समुद्र में वही होता है.
फिफ्थ कौन है. माइटी चला गया. अच्छा एक सेकंड.
नूब जा झेलटा खेल.
Oh, that is like interchange.
नूब गेम फॉर नूब. एक्सक्यूज मी.
उधर सनक. ए देख सनक का दिखता है कैसा गेम गया.
ट्राइंग टू बी द बेस्ट कौन है ट्राइंग टू बी बेस्ट.
ओके सनक ने पूरा दिन सेज खेल के थ्रो किया.
ट्राइंग टू बी बेस्ट कौन है.
ये था माइटी का दोस्त.
ट्राइंग टू बी बेस्ट
ब्रो.
टू बी द बेस्ट है लेकिन द का वो ई नहीं डाल सकता क्योंकि लेटर ज्यादा है
भाई. अरे वो सब जोर.
माइटी का नहीं मेरा दोस्त.
तेरा
दोस्त भी है.
इन गेम दोस्त.
हाँ क्या मजबूरी थी रे उसकी.
फैंटम.
बस रैंक अप नहीं हो रहा था तो कैरी करने के लिए कोई चाहिए था.
क्रेजी.
ला 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 ला.
ए वो राइवल्स खेलता है क्या. ये राइवलेबल प्लेयर है.
हाय पोकेमॉन का नाम मत लो. वैलोरेंट ओपीडी
गेम है ब्रो. चुप हो जा. मस्त गेम है राइवल्स.
ये राइवल्स खेलता है तेरे साथ.
कुछ सुनूंगा मैं.
खेलता है कि नहीं. हैं अमन. नहीं. ए मैं डाइवर्जेंस लगा रहा हूं. नहीं छोड़ो.
राइवल्स करना चाहिए.
Nothing better than a river. Done है मैच, डन है, डन
ए तू कल वो टूर्नामेंट खेलने वाला है क्या राइवल्स का?
कौन सा
बबलू बड़ा टूर्नामेंट जो
नहीं।
कल हो रहा है?
नहीं बे, खेलने का मन तो है लेकिन
कल कौन सा टूर्नामेंट है? गांड में तो ऐसे बोला था।
हो रहा है, बाहर हो रहा है लेकिन
क्या बाहर हो रहा है?
इंडिया के बाहर।
अच्छा किधर, कौन से रीजन में बता?
एनए।
अच्छा
कौन जा रहा है?
तेरे को अप्रोच किया रहेगा ना?
कौन जा रहा है?
तो है यार, जा नहीं रहा यार, वीजा नहीं लगा यार यूएस का।
अरे तू तो बिना पासपोर्ट के जा सकते, वीजा का क्या?
सुरंग के नीचे से जाना पड़ेगा ना फिर।
हाँ कैसे?
सुरंग के नीचे से जाना पड़ेगा ना।
सुरंग के नीचे से बाय रोड जाएगा तो भी
सुरंग के नीचे से जाना पड़ेगा ब्रो, एक कंट्री सुरंग के नीचे, समझ रहा है?
और बीच में जो पानी मिलेगा उसका क्या करेगा?
तैर के जाएंगे। भाई आपका रियल रैंक क्या है इसमें, मेन आईडी में?
ये भी मेन आईडी नहीं है
मेरा इमो 3
है।
इमॉर्टल 3 के इमॉर्टल 1?
इसका हिस्ट्री देखना तो बंक्स का।
मार तो
नहीं
रहो भाई,
उसमें पहले लाइक पिछला
मार तो रहो भाई।
गुड गुड।
एमवीपी
हाँ योरू मत खेलना, हिस्ट्री बताती है आपकी कि योरू मत खेलना बंक्स, ठीक?
क्या बोला इसने? मैच चालू होने दो एक बार मैच चालू।
बबलू, अरे बहन जो बबलू भी था।
एक बार मैच चालू होने दो।
किसमें?
बबलू भाई चेंबर खेल रहे थे।
एक बार मैच चालू होने दो। कैसे इसने हिम्मत किया गोट को बोलने को कि यूरो नहीं खेलता?
कल
बैटल
तो
पास ले ले।
किधर बैटल पास? बिल्कुल मत देखना, कल का तो कुछ थ्रो किया, आज का देखना तू।
क्यों थ्रो कर रहा था?
नया बैटल पास है, पहले बोलने का ना वीडियो ले लिया
आपका तो
क्या बोले?
क्या बैटल पास में?
गाइस वेंजेंस तो बोला तो भाई, अब क्या बोला?
क्या बैटल पास में? सुरंग के भी नीचे से जाएगा, पता नहीं उसका थोड़ा सा वो है।
नो गन स्किन चैलेंज अब तो क्या?
नो गन।
एक से
मेरा लास्ट बैटल पास हो गया था क्या पूरा लेवल?
तो किस लिए लिया हूं?
गान के लिए रुको, चाहिए क्या? अरे मेरा काया, मेरी गांड की यार। मेरा हेडफोन इतना बड़ा क्यों है? मेरा हेडफोन अंकल माय क्यूट माय फ्यूचर।
ना वाइस खेल लो आप तो, बेस्ट है। मैं लेता हूँ इनिशिएटर। चेंबर भी खेल सकते हो आप, मार के खेलना है तो चेंबर ले लो सेठ भाई। लॉबी अच्छी है बस जैसी, इसके लिए मैं सोवा लूंगा, सबकी तोड़ूंगा। Finally, I got my sensi back. Let's go. कहाँ पे जाना है? रेसी कहाँ पे जाना है? Let's go.
Say I'm in India as well. No worries not.
लवलू ओए, आज स्ट्रीम चालू रहेगी तो फिर आऊंगा। बाय बाय।
वरवा आओ बे। हम कब तक खेल रहे हैं?
आ गया वापस?
मेरा लास्ट गेम है
सिड भाई का लास्ट।
या
माइटी को बुला देना फिर। आज थोड़ा रैंक पुश हो जाए।
उड़ीसा के लिए कब निकल रहे हैं? कल आज फ्राइडे है, आज थर्सडे है ना, तो कल स्ट्रीम करके ओके। हाँ सुबह का 10-15 की फ्लाइट है, so that will be Saturday morning on same day as the event.
स्किन गोस्ट का स्किन ना।
Yeah. अब इन गेम बोल रहा है, इसको डिस्कॉर्ड आने बोल देना अमन यार।
डिस्कॉर्ड का लिंक भेजना पड़ेगा यार।
भेजना यार, तेरा दोस्त है ना, इतना आलसी काहे है तू?
कोई ना, नेक्स्ट
हेल्प हिम आउट यार।
Onde so, para 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 nana, onde so, onde so.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
First lane.
अबे डिस्कॉर्ड पे क्यों नहीं है ये? डिस्कॉर्ड पे क्यों नहीं है?
डिस्कॉर्ड पे लिंक नहीं भेज रहा ना मैं। हाँ मैं आपको लिंक कैसे दूँ? एक सेकंड।
काय का दोस्त दो फिर? अनफ्रेंड कर दे।
मैं तो ट्रैक कर लूंगा किसी बार।
अरे ये बोल रहा है डिस्कॉर्ड खुल ही नहीं रहा उसका।
हाँ खुल ही नहीं रहा।
ग्लिच्ड है।
तो इन गेम आ जाए क्या?
जी जी। इन गेम मैं नहीं बोल पाऊंगा। क्यों? मैं सुन पाऊंगा। वो तार नहीं लगा है।
मैं तुम लोग का इन गेम म्यूट कर रहा हूँ।
तुम्हारा चूतिया सेटअप है।
हाँ
मैं इनके म्यूट किया
मराने के लिए।
और रेना भाई मैं सुना आप बबलू के फ्रेंड हो। बियर है।
करवा ली मेरी हंसी। साइड ही ने क्या?
ग्रिस्मो नहीं।
नोप। अंदर अभी तो नहीं आया है।
कुछ तो रोक दिया। इसके बाद में कुछ नहीं कर सकता।
स्मोक 6 सेकंड्स।
जेट है, रेना भी है।
कुछ दो काउंटर कुछ मारो। यूटिल
थोड़ा मारो यार, सब छोड़ कहीं दे रहे हो।
Spike down B.
वो एक को तो मार ही देगा।
स्पाइक ड्रॉप है।
इधर है क्या?
मेन का स्मोक दिया।
एक क्लोजर।
अरे बिंचुक मेरे कान पे डैश मारा।
Spike down B.
स्पाइक अंदर है, गन भी अंदर है।
आराम से
भाई मेरे क्लासिक से 2 मारे मां की आंख। तो
2 होते हैं, मां की आंख भी 2 होते हैं वैसे टेक्निकली देखा जाए। डब्ल्यू
तीसरा भी मार देता है। बिंक्स बेट नहीं करता। राइट चेक कर ले। सब
याद नहीं होती।
मैं बेट नहीं करता। मैंने क्या किया? सो माय लव यू, थैंक यू फॉर 27 मंथ्स। एक बंदा खेलो।
भाई ये ऐसा तो हुआ था कभी? ना amateur days.
यार
2 मिनट
आ गया। HP का वाट ला के चल दिया वो।
अरे ऊपर है जेट ऊपर है।
उधर चला गया। अरे मैं यहाँ कब आया?
एक क्लो भी मिट था। ए पे वॉल है।
ए इन कैन गिव यू स्मोक।
दोनों
शायद।
Spike planted.
मैं उधर से आ रहा हूँ। गन नहीं हंटिंग।
दरवाजा तोड़ा ना।
आ रहा एवन हो सकता है ना?
कैमरा
2 सेकंड में रुको।
एक जन है।
वन जेन्स
जन वाले कमार जन है।
जन
40 टैग। W
बढ़िया।
मेरे को दे। अल्टा रहा है।
डार्क को जगह फुकट का टाइम आउट मिलेगा। नहीं बोलो ना।
ए तेरा दोस्त देख मेरे को मैसेज किया ज़रीफ भाई नीचे करके। क्या लैंग्वेज है ये? They are in interface.
ठीक है। ए यो ये ड्रॉप दो ना।
यो
बिंग्स ड्रॉप।
पैसा नहीं है भाई।
अरे देना यार।
पैसा नहीं है।
ठीक है तू मांगियो।
मैं नहीं मांगता भाई किसी से।
ठीक है ओके।
अरे ड्रॉप
मेरे को चाहिए था।
मांग ना बबलू, क्या ड्रॉप चाहिए? बबलू पैसे ड्रॉप मांग
ना। रेना सोवा कैटवॉक कोई नहीं देख रहा है अभी।
शायद से स्मोक में गैप है क्या? कैसे दिखाई दिया उसको? बीआर है। मुंबई सर्वर इमॉर्टल 1 बोलते। Got in 40.
8 seconds. Main smoke.
और 30 मिनट्स कर दिया। अच्छा गेम था। अस्कंडे 2 जा रहा हूँ।
अरे सब ट्रिपल पिक ले रहे मार्क्स।
भाई सुनो, I think you need brotherhood at B. Sit by or maybe 3 बंदे।
Voice करना, B करना ना इसको।
I don't have buy.
By any chance, I just need your spiky thorns and your wall.
किधर करूंगा वो भी नहीं है मेरे पास। 2100 है गांडू।
अमन लाइव है।
इतना बड़ा हो गया तो अभी गांडू अंडू बोलने लग गया। हाँ 600 के पे 1 मिलियन तो क्या ही बोलेगा तू?
वन में तो निकलो।
मत जा, घुस के मारते हो। अरे
सेम मारा मेरे को, सेम मारा।
सेम मेरे को भी सेम मारा। प्रेडिक्ट किया उसने।
बी इन।
मर्फ कर रहे बे वो। हो रहा ब्लाइंड देख के गान मार सकता है।
Spike planted.
क्या नहीं करूं मैं?
एंटी
बीमेन पे पीक करे जा रहे हो गधों जैसे।
भाई मेरे को एक बात बता बबलू, सब लोग इको थे, तेरे पास पैसे क्यों नहीं है? हाथी का लैंड है तेरे गाफ में, पैसे क्यों नहीं है? सब इको थे सब।
मेरे पास भी है, ये देख।
क्या करने भाई? बाय करना है नहीं करना है?
बाय करना है। अभी यहाँ से विन है, ये क्या बॉल है? इस टाइम पे भी यहाँ पे ब्लाइंड डाल, जब मैं कॉल दूं ब्लाइंड है। इधर मार्कर पे अंधे मार्कर पे।
ये हेवी है।
स्मोक दे रहा हूं।
I know exactly where you are.
बबलू जब बोलूं तभी अल्ट मार। बबलू पीछे आ, जब बोलूं तब अल्ट मार।
पुश हो रहा है, शॉट पुश कर। कहां मारना है?
बबलू तेरे को क्लो मार के जाएगा, भाग।
शॉट है।
जेट ने कहां से मारा बता ना। अरे से मारा जेट ने भाई, हेवन से है शॉट से।
मां कसम ब्रो।
मैं काम करता हूं, मिड छोड़ देता हूं, मैं भी यही खेलता हूं।
भाई वो जेट का फर्स्ट ब्लड पता है कितना है? सबके किल से ज्यादा। अब जो जेट से मरेगा ना,
उसका एवरी राउंड ही।
अब जो जेट से मरेगा वो दगड़ दल्ला।
हैक कर रहा है वो।
हैं?
था क्या?
नहीं मस्ती।
ये क्या बात हुई भाई? सेट मैं वन टैप दूंगा, तू बाद में गांड मार दे। इधर यहाँ से ऐसा जंप पिक कर, ऐसा
नहीं होता वो सब भाई।
ट्राई कर।
इको कर रहे ना या अकेला कर रहे थे इसको?
फ्री फायर जंप पिक कर।
ये ड्रोन तोड़ो ना खाली ड्रोन।
भी खाली है, बी फुल खाली है। ए स्टैक्स कर दो, फुल खाली है बी।
ऑन सेट रहो ना।
अल्ट मार दूं?
मिड भी खाली है।
एमएन अल्ट मार।
हां एमएन अल्ट मार, शॉट से मार खींचे।
Spike down mid.
आई नीड हेल्प।
पीछे आ रहे।
क्रेजी ब्लॉक
कौन जा रहा है? विंग्स।
One enemy remaining.
120 है वो, 120 क्या प्लीज।
भाई
जल्दी लेके आओ मेरे पास।
बहुत दूर है।
वो ले ली मैंने।
लिया बबलू लिया। मेरा गन था बबलू।
साले तेरे पास गन था।
मेरा गन था। कैसा लग रहा है?
तेरा नहीं था। मेरा छोटा है
उसका
गन।
tiny वाला देखिएगा।
रेना ही टैग खाया था सिर्फ।
बी स्मोक बड़ी।
रेना भी सोवा भी।
ये डाल रहा हूँ बे।
बंद हो सकता है।
ट्रांसपोर्टिंग करके मैं देख रहा हूँ। भाई
Cross हो
दिखा,
सकता
ये शॉट आ
है
रहा है शायद। ये शॉट आ रहा है।
बीर स्मोक चाहिए, बीर स्मोक चाहिए।
भाई
Like I never left.
पुश कर रहा हूँ।
साइफर ये शॉट।
बीर स्मोक बड़ी।
क्या करूँ बे?
Listen up.
मिड पुश है बे। ले दिया।
क्लियर है, शॉट क्लियर है।
स्लिप इन कर गया अभी मिड।
एक कंट्रोल ले लो।
भी आ रहे भी है।
तू डिके।
Spike down B.
आएगा
उसका
है वो।
कुप्पी भी।
रेना है।
कभी कभी।
Player
अब
standing.
एक मेन है
30
यार, एक
seconds
कभी है।
left.
माँ कसम ब्रो।
I know exactly where.
ओ माय मुंबई सर्वर, मुंबई सर्वर प्रभु। ओ माय गॉड मुंबई सर्वर। ओ माय गॉड।
पता है कोई सीन नहीं। एंटी वो रेना भी होता है, और कोई कैरेक्टर में नहीं होता है।
ओ माय गॉड।
ना
सीधे भाई को एक मस्त कॉपी दिखी थी यार।
अरे यार अबे मिड पे ऑफ लगाओ ना भाई, फ्री किल मिलेंगे। रेना पिक करता है बिना विदाउट
भाई 3 मारे और हार गए अपन।
कौन फर्क पड़ गया मारने का।
Now we wait.
बबलू गांड देना बंद करेगा क्या रे? इसको देखो। तेरे स्मोक में गैप क्यों है रे बहुत सड़ी के? ज़ेरेफ
That is just unfortunate you.
मेरा स्मोक स्पैम मारना रहा था मैं टाइमिंग में भी। तो बड़ा गैप रखा है।
एक स्मोक के अंदर है और तुम मरा।
इससे अच्छा मैं वॉच पार्टी करता ना। नावी नावी नावी।
कौन सा काउंटडाउन दे?
फाल्कन 1 AWC ये।
केज के अंदर नहीं है, केज के अंदर तुम्हारा।
बबलू मरना बंद करना बबलू प्लीज प्लीज बबलू प्लीज बबलू प्लीज।
मैं कहाँ मरा?
All try nonetheless.
मिड कांड मैंने दी है। एक एमेन दिखाई दिया ड्रोन। टाइम नहीं है, कहाँ जा रहा है?
Well, that's just grand.
ट्रैप से मरेगा।
संबर
ट्रैप से मरा है। तुम पे बहुत पैसा है।
No one beats my
Zeref.
firepower. I got this.
गांडू वाला स्मोक्स बंद कर दे दोस्त। नॉर्मल
एक राउंड हुआ है, पक पक करना बंद करो।
दूसरा ए रहना इसके स्मोक में वो राउंड गैप था कि नहीं? हुआ 2 राउंड। हाँ तेरे गांड में हाथी का राउंड कौन सा? जो राउंड पे तू बराबर दे। आई नहीं रहा है।
बिंग्स भाई ऐसा मत यार।
अंदर स्मोक करो अब देख।
अंदर नहीं बाहर, इधर इधर तक कर दे बाहर।
एमेन क्लियर है, बी आ रहा है।
एक भी है, बी स्मोक दे, बी स्मोक दे।
तो
साइबर यहाँ पे चला क्या?
बी स्मोक
दो है मिड।
2 मिड है।
एमेन कोई नहीं। मैं देख रहा हूँ
ए शॉट आ रहे हैं। साउंड आया, भाग के आ रहे हैं।
एक केज यहाँ डाला उसने।
2 3 3
स्मोक नहीं है आ रहा हूँ मैं।
अरे यार
ये जेट ब्रो अनबिलीवेबल यार। जेट अभी भी इधर है बी मैन पे यार।
Spike planted. Last player standing.
अरे जन
हाँ ब्रो।
ये शॉट ऐसे कैसे मर रहे बे?
सिटी से
जेट किधर है?
बीमेन में था यार, बी सिटी से आएगा वो।
मैं तो वो तो हर राउंड बी में आया है भाई, हर राउंड बी में आया वो।
जेट नहीं पता एक्चुअली।
मैं रोटेट करने तभी पिक किया वो।
140 मारा यार।
चल जो
ये गेम लग रहा है मेरे को भी।
होने निकला I'm fighting.
Speak up and ask questions. Assumptions will only get us in trouble.
ए शॉट थोड़ा सा चेंज अप करना। मैं खेलूं?
भाई देखो जब 3 ए रहते हैं ना, यहाँ पे होती है मस्त सी वन वे, यहाँ पे होती है पीछे से ड्रिकॉन और उससे होता है एम एन कंट्रोल। बहुत क्रेजी स्ट्रैट है, कभी ट्राई करो। ये जेट कैसे मार रहा है? मैं जरा गांड मार के आया रे सिट।
देखो देख कैसे आ रहा है, देख।
बोलो मुझको
बचा बे चो।
ये उसका ट्रैप है।
ये शॉट वॉक अप
हो गया।
अरे
ये शॉट आ रही है शॉट।
इवन तुम लोग फ्लैंक के चले जाओगे क्या?
मिड वाले को मार रहे ना, मिड वाले को मार, 2 बंदे मिड आ रहे।
वो ड्रोन तोड़ दिया।
सीटी
कौन
है।
सा?
एक बेस में आ रहा है। मुंबई सर्वे मॉडल बोलते हैं।
दोनों कितना फ्लैंक गए थे बे?
एक बेस से आ रहा है तेरे पीछे बबलू। चूतिए ड्रोन तेरी गार्ड में आती का लंड लौड़े।
इतना जल्दी आ गया वो।
अभी तो हाई मिड मारा वो रे ना।
अल्ट मार कूद जा।
Last player standing.
4 मारे फिर भी हारा।
मारे भाई।
अरे तुम लोग बोल रहा हूँ।
Last round in the half.
भाई 4 मारे थे तो 5वां भी मार ही देता ना यार बिंग्स।
तू चुप रहे। 11 पे सेड 11 पे तू सपोर्ट भी नहीं कर सकता। इससे ज्यादा मेरे नीचे गोटियां है लोले, इससे ज्यादा मेरे नीचे गोटियां है।
बट पीछे से जेट आ रहा तो ड्रोन क्यों कर रहा था?
एक किल है इसलिए तेरे को लैंड बोलते हैं लोग, एक ही रहती है वो भी। अच्छा मैं नाम करता हूं वॉचपार्टी यार।
है भाई इधर है।
जरूरत
मिड रिकॉन डाल डाल
रहा हूं।
अच्छा
वो छोड़ के क्या रिकॉन
ये शॉट वॉकिंग का डाला है मैंने तुझे।
बी स्मोक स्पाइक चालू कर सेड। अरे मार चुक गई। भी हो गया
मेरा हो गया मेरा।
एक मिड था, एक ए था।
स्वा हो गया मेरा चैट।
एक ए था।
Spike down B.
कौन है? 4 सेकंड मेरे को।
अरे दिखा गया है। You have to enter a little. अरे हाउ ना?
One enemy remaining.
जेट 70।
डब्ल्यू
ऑलरेडी का टाइम बाय किया बैठ।
तो शॉटगन से क्या आया? हाथ चोरी करके आया हम।
मैं आगे चल रहा हूं जो
लो वोल्टेज है बच्चा।
क्लियरली खड़ा हुआ उधर। मैं
भाई उनका सोवा एकदम बेहोश है भाई। उनका सोवा एकदम बेहोश, जमीन के अंदर अल्ट मार रहा है वो लोग का सोवा।
सिटी मारी हम पे आए थे।
हाय
भाई मेरे हिसाब से अकाउंट बूस्टिंग वाला कुछ सीन लग रहा है मेरे को, स्मेल आ रहा है सामने।
किसका?
हाँ मैंने ऐसा अल्ट नहीं देखा है। हाँ लग रहा है मेरे को, पॉसिबल है।
मारा तो तगड़ा वैसे
प्लेयर अच्छा, लेकिन क्या अपने में थोड़ा रियल प्लैट है ना वहाँ पे।
Let's start this party.
रिकॉल ले रहा, ड्रोन नहीं ले रहा हूँ, पहले बता रहा हूँ।
फ्लैश नहीं है मेरे पास।
दरवाजा बंद करो।
म्यूट रेना
पीछे से गार्ड मारा रेना, पीछे से बीमेन रेना।
नहीं आएंगे।
हार गए। साइड खेल लो, साइड खेल ले, मत सिट। क्रॉस फायर डब्ल्यू ब्लाइंड का कॉल दूंगा।
नहीं है मेरे पास।
मारो लास्ट मूव है। डब्ल्यू सिट बैक क्या मारा थे।
वारक्राई अच्छा था।
बिन भाई सामने वाला का सोवा को कुछ मत बोलो, आपका भी सोवा कुछ खास नहीं है। थैंक यू फॉर द $100।
ओह माय गॉड, ऑफ था पार्टी चैट, इसका आवाज ही नहीं आ रहा।
हेटर है जिसने भी पैसे भेजे।
फिर से बेचारे इको में भी वन टप खाने। रुक जा स्मोक जान दे, कभी मैं शॉटगन मारना। स्मोक जान दे, कभी मैं शॉटगन मार। एक और मार। मार्केट स्मोक दे।
नहीं है दे दिए थे।
मैं पिक लेता हूं।
ब्लाइंड दे, घुसा। सेट वाले की गांड मार।
बैक साइड होगा।
साइफर है शायद।
नहीं है
खाली है।
हां कैसे?
कुछ तो मेरा टंग आवाज आया जी पे है क्या?
एक और होना चाहिए ना।
भांचो वो साइफर कहां गया?
बीमेन
ये साइफर यहाँ था।
क्या बात है विभू भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 90 रुपीस यार, लव यू।
मुंबई सर्वर बोलते।
अरे क्या मार रहा है
काहे उसको?
हां
काहे उसको छेड़ रहा है?
थैंक यू विभू, शुक्रिया फॉर द 90।
बबलू कुछ भेज दे, ड्रॉप दे दे। लाइट आर्मर ड्रॉप दे दे।
ये ले
दोनों राइट क्लिक से मर गए बेंचो।
विनेबल है, देख जीत सकते हैं। देख ये राउंड जीत गए अपन, गेम जीत सकते हैं।
शरीफ ले,
चूतिया शरीफ खरीद के।
तो फिर ये ले, शरीफ खरीदी नहीं मैंने, वो दे मेरे को। शरीफ दे।
मिड स्मोक दो।
अरे शरीफ तो दे।
शरीफ गिराई है पीछे बबलू।
भाई सर
बाइक ले गया शिव भाई।
अरे जा हैं?
बिकॉन तोड़ना।
क्रेजी हो गया। मैं बताता हूं मैं। सिर्फ आओ। बाकी आओ। आई एम योर एस्कॉर्ट।
भागा
आजा साइड क्लियर है।
मैं एस्कॉर्ट।
One enemy remaining.
यही तो प्रॉब्लम है ना, आपने अलग भी नहीं निकाला।
मैं सिंगापुर सर्वर में डब्ल्यू सिंगापुर भी मारा भाई 2।
मैंने एंट्री लिया भाई।
मैं नेट डाल रहा था, मार ही नहीं सकता था मैं।
नाइस
हो जाए मुंबई वर्सेस सिंगापुर। अभी
बॉडी हो गई गाइस, बॉडी हो गई।
मीन भाई ले फ्री फायर प्लेयर्स क्या कर रहे हैं? फ्री फायर प्लेयर्स क्या कर रहे भाई? हेलो
ऐसा मारूंगा ना चड्डी खुल जाएगी।
ओ फ्री फायर स्ट्रीमर्स बात करो भाई। हेलो ओ सिद्धू भाई गेमिंग।
फ्री फायर अभी बोल। कहां स्मोक? मिड स्मोक।
अरे ऑटो ड्रोन कर रहा है शॉट ना, फ्लैश शॉट में करो।
अरे भाई ये क्या?
गन मत लेने दे।
भाई मिड में ओ भाई क्या टाइमिंग है?
अरे टॉप मिड से।
टॉप मिड भी। हाय अब ये शॉट से।
ये शॉट से कैसे आया वो भाई?
मतलब सेंटिनल पहले नहीं मर सकता।
तीनों के पास गन है।
इसके पास ही गन नहीं है बस।
मेन आएगा
एक टॉप में आ सकता है।
लेगा अब ये शॉट।
डब्ल्यू मिड वाले को मार पिक करके। अरे होल्ड कर रहा है, बॉल है तो उधर ही क्या होल्ड कर रहा है?
बॉल कीपर है।
अरे मैं बोला ना
बॉल ये नॉर्मल बॉल लगा दो ना, इसका ये ऐसा ऐसा मत बारह पिक कर सकता है मिड का, नॉर्मल लगा
किल मारने पड़ेंगे रे बाबा को।
भाई से मिड लो, एक बंदा प्लीज एमिन पुश मार कर यार, बी पे वॉल है।
अच्छा बोनी, अच्छा बोनी लगा तो बोनी बोला ये,
बोनी बोनी
इट्स बोनी राइट।
मिट्रिकॉन दे दे
एक एम है ना सुबह
मिड पुश देखना,
ड्रोन करो। हां
देख रहा हूं, दे रहा हूं।
साइड
आ जाओ सेट पे आ जाओ।
स्मोक है
नहीं
छोड़ के
एक और मिड है,
छोड़ के
इजी है
नाइस साइड यार भाई,
किसने लगा पता नहीं, दैट्स अ मिस्ट्री। अरे यार दोनों है वन। नाइस बेटा, नाइस बेट बड़ी भाई। 142 का लगा उसको, कैसे? आपके फॉरवर्ड में कौन से गेम में होता है? एक्सक्यूज मी,
सब सिंगल यूज है अपने में।
हाँ भाई बेशरम लोगों, 2 बंदे ने 20 मारे, क्या है ये 975?
तुम लोग मार दे रहे हो, हम लोग को मारने की जरूरत नहीं है, समझे क्या
भाई? हम लोग है ना जिंदा रहने के लिए खेल रहे हैं।
ये एक बंदे को फिर से मारेंगे क्या? मैच मर गया तो मर गया। बाइक ले आओ,
मिड स्मोक
ला रहा हूं। हां रुक जा हां
लगता है कौन के बात
है भाई बी में
ये शॉट स्मोक है,
एक शॉट है,
पता है
स्काउट है उसका।
ए रुक स्मोक पे लग रहा है हमको। यहीं पे बेटा है,
ए आ जाओ।
चिड़ में बंदा स्मोक में देख के
फूल बना के
ए जाओ
जाओ
ये ना
शॉट गन मत लेने देना।
एक हेवन एक शॉट
वाले पे शरीफ है।
हेवन आउट आ गया,
80 100 शॉट।
छोड़ दो ये शॉट भी, गार्ड लगा ये शॉट।
दरवाजा बंद,
मार्शल है।
हां
मार्शल
दरवाजा बंद,
जस्ट बंद करो।
स्पाइक्स थॉर्न्स
स्पाइक्स गेट आउट कर रहा था।
कोटी
थॉर्न्स बड़ी क्या मारा हो? अच्छा मारा। और ये जेरेफ का साथ कौन पकड़ रहे भाई?
टीम प्लेयर है हम लोग, समझ गए?
जेरेफ का साथ कौन पकड़ रहा है भाई? हेलो
आई एम इन द डबल डिट क्लब।
रुको अभी दिखाता हूं तुमको, ग्राफिक सेटिंग चेंज करने दो, दिख नहीं रहा है मेरे को अंदर। जेरेफ बोल रहा हूं, सिट भाई गर्लफ्रेंड से बात करो, बात ही नहीं कर रहा हम लोग से, क्या हो गया? वो फील कर रहा है।
मत लगाओ सिट भाई, वो 12 का मारेगा।
बी वॉक इन
ये वॉल का आवाज, अरे कौन फुट दिया? बस गया।
ड्रोन करूं अब?
क्लोज नेट कर रहा हूं। ब्लाइंड स्मोक
देख, लेने लेफ्ट लेने।
थोड़ी वॉल है, साइड जाओ। अरे बबलू
क्या हुआ?
रुक जा, सिट भाई के पास अल्ट है, ब्लाइंड है। सिट भाई मैं जब कॉल दूंगा स्पाइक कॉल दे।
हां ये वाला काटा खोल
बस। W ब्लाइंड दे सिट भाई, ब्लाइंड दे। W नाइस। एक कभी लास्ट सिटी W ब्लाइंड सिट भाई। अच्छा ब्लाइंड
ले लिया मैंने, टेंशन नहीं है।
अरे भाई हेलो
ड्रॉप दे दो।
सिट भाई W अल्टी दिया सिट भाई, ड्रॉप दो।
बबलू भाई सोवा तो हो आप।
क्या हुआ? भाई उसको लगा पता है तेरे को?
सुनो सुनो मैं और रेना है सुनो सुनो तुम लोग बी वॉक इन कर तुम लोग बी वॉक इन करना लेट बी वॉक इन यहाँ पे बैठे रहो यहाँ पे बैठे रहो प्लीज मिड से भी चुप के सुन यहाँ पे ब्लाइंड डाल सो अल्ट मारेगा नीचे ब्लाइंड डाल इंस्टेंट ब्लाइंड डाल
मेरे को रिकॉर्ड आया
कैमरा लगा
वॉक इन था ना साउंड
किसने दे दिया
वॉक इन हो गया इधर
आजा आजा मिड आजा निकल पीछे निकल मिड मार पता आजा आजा
साइफर बी पे
बी जाने का है
रेना बी साइफर रेना बी पुश
बी चलो साइफर मारो बी चलो अरे बी चलो लास्ट ए प्लेयर है जरेफ
ए पे लास्ट
हां तो ए पे बी जा
मोक दे दिया
सिटी आ गया
ओ तुम नहीं
सिटी आ गया स्मोक डाल सिटी
लैंडिंग बस भाई
तुम नहीं स्पैम दो
कल तो साइफर बेचारा
नहीं है
तेरी गांड सिटी आई है
मार के
ये रहा बीमेन आ रहा है लास्ट
बीमेन आ रहा है
उसको मार चल के मार
गया बिंक्स देखा
एम लगा के बैठा है फुस्सी प्लेयर दिखे आज महंगी चाय पी ले दिखे हाथ की अब लव यू टू दिखे मार लव यू टू
मेरा था तो प्लांट करा
मेरे को एक बात बता जरेफ कभी तूने गोल लगाया है दिमाग ठीक करने का जब लास्ट बंदा ए पे चिल्ला रहे ए चलो स्किप मार दे दिमाग स्किप मारता है यूट्यूब ऐड जाता है कांडूर दिमाग में यूट्यूब ऐड जाता है बता
अरे चुप ना लौड़े
ड्रॉप दे
पाक है ड्रॉप
वॉक बी वॉक
क्या बात है
क्लोज शॉट डॉट मारेगा पहले क्लोज शॉट डॉट मारना
रेडी है
फिर रिकॉन देना दे एक साइड में
नहीं है
प्लांट
मैं मार्केट होगा वो तभी ट्रैप लगा
एक मार्केट
मैं ड्रोन कर रहा हूं सिटी
I know exactly.
साइफर तो सिटी नो अननोन
अरे मैं मर गया हक दिया यार
आ गए
इससे हक दिया यार ये राउंड
भाई ये ट्रैप भाई इसको पता है तो तोड़ दो
हाँ मेरे को लगा तू मार्केट को मारेगा स्विंग दो बंदे सिटी थे
मार्केट वाले को मारा ना ब्रो को मारा ना
तो फिर
Listen up, you muckers.
सिटी इधर तक मारा
अरे यार मे बी यार 1v3 इजी क्लच था यार क्या यार
अरे स्ट्रीट भाई आपको अल्ट मारना चाहिए था
नहीं लेकिन बिना अल्ट के भी अपने राउंड था रे
अरे ये अल्ट हो रहा तब ये क्रॉस हो गया सही
सुनो बी पे सारे यूटिल्स डाल दो एक बंदा मिड पुश करेगा मैं उसको मारूंगा मिड ए पुश करेगा बी पे सारे यूटिल्स ब्लाइंड वेंट सब प्रेजेंस दिखा देना सिट पे अल्ट भी मार दो चाहिए तो बी पे
ठीक है
चलो तो लागू
ट्रैप है क्लोज कभी तक तो सारा क्लियर
करना पड़ेगा
अल्ट मार दे
हां टूटा एक टूटा
भाई अल्ट मार दे और फिर ए आ जाओ हां ए आ जाओ
स्पॉन्सर भाग रहा
चलो
दीपान जो ओडिन
मिड से मत आना
शोडिन सब चल बे केयरफुल स्मोक नहीं है गाइस ओ नाइस शॉट इज इट भाई
अरे डब्ल्यू भाई
घुस जाओ ना डायरेक्ट साइड
ट्री स्मोक दे
नहीं है
घुस मेरे पास शॉट है एक एवन दो एवन
आप दे सकता हूं स्मोक रुक जाओ
एक और है
एवन स्मोक दे
दिया
प्लान दे दो प्लान
क्या नेट क्या देख रहे हो उसका
आउट है
आराम से ये शॉट तोड़ रहा है स्मोक नहीं होगा अरे बढ़िया
शॉट एक 80 लो
शॉट आ गया बल्लू
एवन देखो
नाइस वन
शॉट
नाइस वन हेवन
रुका बबलू भाई आराम से बिग भाई को खेलने दो।
यश भाई थैंक यू फॉर मेंबरशिप।
हेवन में तो हेवी रेडी थे भाई।
यार वन टाइम लग ही नहीं रहे ब्रो।
आ जाओ सुनो सिट भाई बी पे वॉल करो, यहाँ से आर बार ब्लाइंड दो और भाग के ए आ जाओ। बाकी लोग
बी पे वॉल करो।
हाँ बी पे वॉल कर, यहाँ से आर पर ब्लाइंड दे और भाग के बेस से ए पे आना।
ठीक है
अपन वॉक कर रहे हैं।
हाँ अपन वॉक कर रहे हैं, मैं क्लोज बूमबट डालूंगा, ब्लाइंड डाल के घुस जाना ठीक है। वॉक एक शॉट है दिया ना, ब्लाइंड स्मोक से रेडी है।
रेडी है
ब्लाइंड दे। है मेरे पास
क्लोब को देखो
ओडिन चल रहा है। हेवन स्मोक कितना टाइम?
18 सेकंड्स काउंट करिए वैसे।
बोल दो
शॉट देखते रहो। अरे शॉट देखते रहो बोल रहा हूँ।
अरे देखते रहो
लास्ट 7
ओडिन है।
हाइड
Last player standing.
बाइक खोल दे। बबलू जा नाइफ कर बेंचो नाइफ कर बबलू नाइफ कर। अरे मेरे को नहीं मालूम था कोई शॉट में दिख रहा है।
देख रहा हूँ देख रहा था यहाँ से
मार के
तेरा एंगल वो है ना।
ड्रॉप दो ना ड्रॉप।
मैं तो प्लान करके जेंजी रहा।
पता नहीं एक तो शायद नीचे से आवाज नहीं आ रही थी।
ड्रॉप दो ना।
ड्रॉप
अबे इसका हाइट है बे, इसको बेट करते हैं।
सुनो ए चलो सेम चीज इस बार यहाँ पे ना सिर्फ ब्लाइंड देना और ए शॉट आना। 3 जन मिड जा रहे। अरे बी जा सिट भाई बी करना है सेम वॉल।
अरे
वॉल और वो कर। वापिस आ जाओ मिड आ जाओ। ड्रोन नहीं करना, मिड आ जा बबलू चूतिए।
नहीं कर रहा ड्रोन।
चाहिए मिड स्मोक चाहिए।
नहीं वॉक करो कांटेक्ट। ए शॉट देखते रहना मेरा।
देख रहा
कौन ड्रोन करो इधर से।
ट्री स्मोक दे और ड्रोन कर, मिट्टू भी जाएंगे। ड्रोन कर मिट्टू भी जाएंगे। नाइस जाओ बी भागो जाओ बी भागो। डब्ल्यू दबाओ रहना, मरना नहीं।
मार दो।
एक सिटी है।
One enemy remaining.
गाइस
एक इधर है मेरे पास।
कर दो सब मिलके।
ओजिन बेबी वाला लास्ट में आ रहा है।
डब्ल्यू कॉल्स बेबी डब्ल्यू कॉल्स।
मारना भी तो होता है डब्ल्यू कॉल्स के साथ में। क्या मारा है मैंने।
थैंक यू
रेना अच्छा था।
लास्ट में ऊपर आया।
रेना अपना अच्छा है।
लास्ट में
मस्त रेना
से ऊपर यार।
Sit by any comments how you are feeling because somebody is holding yours.
क्या बोल रहा है?
तेरा बबलू कोई पकड़ रहा है। I mean तेरा पकड़ रहा है कोई बबलू।
अबे तू भी तो पकड़ रहा है। रेना का दिख नहीं रहा तेरे को।
फास्ट
ब्रो
दोनों ड्यूलिस्ट मेरे पकड़ रहे हैं। उसके क्या
बबलू 3 गेम लगेंगे।
पकड़ रहे हो जस्ट सेइंग।
हाय ये दो के बीच में ज़रफ़ है, मतलब ज़रफ़ लंड है।
चलो बाय सिया।
क्या बाय
नहीं एक ही गेम था।
अरे
एक और खेल लो।
भाई क्या है अकेले है। कल क्या है
पीपल वेटिंग आउटसाइड। बाय
पीपल वेटिंग आउटसाइड मीटअप है।
या बाय
समझ के गर्लफ्रेंड कर।
बाय टेक केयर।
बाय। एक
चाहिए।
माइटी को पूछा है तो मैंने डॉज करने
बोला। भाई इसके घर में तो सिर्फ सासू रहता था। पीपल कहाँ से आ गए?
तो आ ही सकते हैं भाई। पार्टी हो सकती है घर पे। हाउस पार्टी होगी।
आओ क्या? पिंकी आ रही है।
अरे उसको अरे माँ कसम बेचारा माइटी डॉज कर गया।
बेचारे को वापस मना करो। मैं आऊं क्या आऊं? पंको चाय चाहिए बा, लेकिन चाहे स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो ना यार। पंको जरूर डिस्कॉर्ड, पंको जरूर डिस्कॉर्ड, पंको नहीं एडमिन डिस्कॉर्ड है शायद।
ऑपोनेंट में जेडी क्या अपना जेडी था?
रोहन भाई वर्ल्ड कप बेस्ट प्लेयर कब बनोगे?
मैं क्या करने गया था? मोबाइल चार्जना।
इज इट लाइक आवर जेडी? नो।
हाँ कौन पटाखे फोड़ रहा है नीचे? सोने गया था, नींद नहीं आई तो वापस आ गया। रोहित भाई ये होती है ना बात। लेट्स गो रोहित भाई।
लेकिन जी आए
आज आपने बुलाया नहीं हमें।
हाँ जी,
हेलो
मैंने मैसेज नहीं किया।
नहीं
ओह माय गॉड, आई फॉरगॉट। मतलब मैं मैसेज किया, मैं तो रोज ही मैसेज करता हूँ,
मैं आ जाती
एवरी सिंगल डे। हाँ वही। अरे कुछ बोलने का क्या है, सीधा आ जाके करो।
हाँ वो तो है, बट मैं
Slot is
ऐसे
already-
भी नहीं आ पाती।
वाह, तो आज नहीं ऐसे नहीं बोलना था ना। ये खराब हो गया।
हेलो
I felt bad.
ओमकार भाई, क्या हाल है?
फाज्म हो जाता है इस वीक, तो इस
सो
वीक
के
करेंगे,
उठे
इस
हो
वीक
क्या?
करेंगे, एक दिन तो करेंगे। एक दिन तो
मर जाएगा
करेंगे।
कुत्ते
हाँ?
की मौत। गाना
छी
नहीं
छी 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 छी।
ये गाना नहीं है,
हाँ, ये
तो
गाना
क्या
actually
है?
कुछ
गाना
और है, ये
हाँ।
बनाया हुआ है। इट्स लाइक
ओह
या ट्रोल
ऐसा है क्या?
भाई
फक
ट्रोल
ब्रो,
सॉन्ग उसको ओरिजिनल लगा भाई।
भाई तो दिक्कत वो है कि मेरी फीड में यही सब चलते हैं तो मैं ओरिजिनल समझ लेता हूँ।
नहीं, इट्स
तो ऐसे
बेसिकली एक दिन
हाँ,
बिक
तो वो गाएगा
जाएगा
मर
माटी
क्या
के वो।
मादर चोद, ऐसे ही बोलता हूँ, वो
अरे
ही बोल रहे हैं।
फक, ये तो वो वाला है। ओ भूल गया मैं। क्या बोल दिया?
क्रेजी ओजी सॉन्ग को पूरा सत्यानाश कर दिया।
हाय हर्ष भाई, क्या हाल? नहीं हर्ष भाई, आज हो
स्पेक्ट्रम
जाए थोड़ा सा
फैंटम,
बूस्ट कर दो
स्पेक्ट्रम
मेरे को
फैंटम
यार।
नहीं है शायद मेरे पास यार, शायद से नहीं है। ओणी लगा दो ना, ओणी।
आपके लिए स्पेशल वैलो क्या है यार? आप देखने ही नहीं आते हो यार, बिजी इंसान हो।
स्पेशल वैल्यू?
स्पेशल हर्ष भाई बोलते हैं यार, वैलो करो वैलो करो। हर्ष भाई स्पेशल
सही बात है, वैल्यू ज्यादा करना चाहिए तुमको।
तो बोलते वैलोरेंट स्ट्रीम हो जाए सब।
आ जाओ
मैं खुद लो
भाई, ये वाला कार्ड है, गुड कार्ड।
कोई बात नहीं यार, ऐसा बोल दिया करो। वैलो करो अमन भाई, मैं वैलो कर लूंगा ऐसा। चल
ये कौन है? ट्राइंग टू बी बेस्ट।
अमन फ्रेंड मस्त मार रहा था लास्ट गेम भी।
भाई मैं बता
हमारा रेना बड़ा अच्छा था।
भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ तेरे को, इसका करियर खोल, एक मैं एक मैच दिखाता हूँ तेरे को, ठीक है? इसमें वही यूरो वाला कल का मैच दिख रहा है, इमॉर्टल 2 पे जो है।
हाउ विल आई ओपन हिज करियर्स?
ओह हाइड है। तो इसमें जो ये कल भाई उसने 36 के लेस में 36 में से कम भाई ऐसे ऐसे ऑफ शॉट मारे ना, 3 4 5 6 ऐसे यूं फ्लिक विक मार दी नो स्कोप करके। मां कसम भाई मेरा देख के हो गया।
तूने इसलिए ऐड किया ना?
नहीं पहले से एडिट था मेरे।
अच्छा अच्छा।
पहले से एडिट था, मतलब शायद 1 साल पहले शायद खेला रहेगा मैं इसके साथ में, या फिर कब पता नहीं है, 2 4 महीने पहले।
अच्छा,
तो फिर मेरे को बता रहा था अपन पहले से एडिट है। अच्छा पहचाना नहीं? हाँ पहले खेलते थे बहुत है, फिर अभी ऐसा समझ रहा है। वाह यार क्या बात है। मेरे को भी ओरिजिनल लगता था, है ना रोहित भाई? वो गाना ही ऐसा है
यार 2 घंटे बाद वापस 6 घंटे की स्ट्रीम है यार।
इसका रियल गाना क्या है? रिजर्व गा के दिखाइए जरा।
कौन सी?
कौन
इसका
बोल रहा
रियल
था
गाना
नावी अच्छा मैच होगा?
तो मुझे नहीं पता, मैं क्लासिक गाना नहीं सुनता था, बट इतना पता है कि वो एक वो है, वो ट्यून मेड अप है।
नो इट्स बेसिकली एक दिन बिक जाएगा माटी के, मतलब मिट्टी के प्राइस में बिक जाएगा, तो ऐसा।
हाँ
जग में रह जाएंगे प्यारे तेरे बोल। द लिरिक्स इज
+1
दैट।
डब्लू
तेरे
हम लोग का
बोल।
लिरिक्स अलग है,
ट्यून
लेकिन
ट्यून याद है, ट्यून याद है।
हम लोग का लिरिक्स अलग है लेकिन।
वो अभी वही गा रहा था, इसके लिए उसको बोले हम।
गाइस मैं साइफर खेलूंगा, थैंक यू।
Bro, I won a lottery in Mal actually.
आई एम अ साइफर।
Suggest in-game name बस भाई।
कैमरा लगाऊंगा, मस्त बैठूंगा।
In-game name क्वेश्चन मार्क। बबलू is very underrated player honestly. आप उसको recognize नहीं करते। क्या बात?
किसको?
Cat make banda fan
Match found.
He has really good game sense. Just sometimes his brain fades.
ब्रो पूरी शाम में फर्स्ट
Oh
अबिस
my
आया भाई,
God.
फर्स्ट अबिस। अबिस में चलता है ना साइफर? हाँ चलता तो है भाई। Oh yeah, मुज़ाइफर।
मैं क्या
Cypher।
मैं भूल भी गई।
इसमें हो सकता है तो एस्ट्रल है ना, वरना स्मोकर अपने से मिड खेलता रहेगा।
हाँ बे।
तुम लोग 4 लोग खेल रहे हो? हेलो
नहीं
हाँ,
5
नहीं
लोग।
एक और है।
जेटलू चलेगा। बट वो इन गेम है। वो इन गेम है।
मतलब
ये अपने अपने दोस्त को डिस्कॉर्ड नहीं बुला रहा।
मतलब बेसिकली जेरेफ ने एसआर को नहीं बुलाया क्योंकि सनक बराबर था। लव यू यार।
इसका हो गया चालू।
सनक तो खेला ही नहीं।
लव यू यार।
भाई सनक आज सेज में स्पैम कर रहा है, उसे करियर तक एक बार।
वो उस दिन भी कर रहा था।
बार
जूलिस्ट बोलता है, जूलिस्ट।
और भाई
तो उसका DX3 में था।
क्या? ऐसा है क्या? अबे तेरे स्क्वायर वाले शेप वाले फेस को रेक्टेंगल बना दूंगा, चुप हो जा। एबीज पे करेंगे पैबीज। पैबीज में करेंगे बेबीज।
ये वाइपर नहीं।
यप 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 यप। Love your premier streams a lot. Keep going them. थोड़ा casual English बोलिए। Didn't miss any premier stream at all. Love you यार प्रभ भाई। बेबीज में करेंगे बेबीज लैंग्वेज।
You buried your secrets well, Cypher. But I'm a
क्या
hunter,
बात है?
and I will find them.
माथे में ट्यून बज रही है। एक दिन मर जाएगा कुत्ते की।
तो फिर बाद में बोलेंगे जेरेफ मैल ला 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 ला।
और फिर बोलते हैं हम बिंग्स टकला।
चार्टो सिंगर्स को नहीं सुनते। सॉरी।
एक ही चीज बबलू, एक ही चीज। शादी के बाद तो अगर एक ही चीज करेगा तो तेरे लवड़े लगेंगे। जस्ट सेइंग।
क्या लैंग्वेज है?
क्या करना चाहिए शादी के बाद? एक ही चीज।
देखो देखो देखो।
नहीं करना चाहिए, अलग अलग वैरायटी चाहिए।
वैरायटी चाहिए।
मिड लड़ो मिड लड़ो।
भाई किल भाई नहीं, चिल करो, सीरियसली खेलो। हाँ बस वो।
मिड स्मोक किधर है? राइट वाला।
कहाँ पे चाहिए मिड में? भाई ये मैं वापस आ गया।
तो डैश किया।
मैंने शायद।
अरे नहीं।
लो है मारो जाके बबलू पे मारो।
अपना स्पाइक कहाँ पे है?
दोनों लेफ्ट राइट है।
घूम के आ रहा हूँ।
बी चले जा, बी चले जा।
Your biggest mistake. I meant to help you, man.
माँ कसम दोनों मेन थे।
हाँ ये सब पुश किए थे।
They forgot who's a
भाई मैं वापस आ गया, मेरे को तो आज पता चला।
आज ही आया ना गांडू।
वो पूरा नहीं आया भाई।
बी चलो भाई, कितना गाली गलौज करते हो भाई। बी चलो।
मैं मेरे पिक ले गया आउटलॉ से चलेगा।
नहीं ले पाएगा तो मुंबई सर्वर है। आजा बी आजा।
अरे
सिंगापुर ऑन टॉप्स।
One kill done.
नो ड्रोन।
तू जाना आगे तो फिर नो ड्रोन।
ट्रैप वाला लगाते, यहाँ लगाऊं?
कहाँ पे? एक पीछे एक ऊपर।
ऊपर? अच्छा ठीक है।
प्लांट प्लांट।
ले लिया।
One enemy remaining.
स्ट्रीम सेपर है, स्ट्रीम सेपर है, आराम से।
भाई मेरे को किल करना है ब्रो।
फ्री का शर्फ मिला भाई।
Find him, Sova.
बिंग भाई आप एसेंडेंट हो लेकिन वो इमोर्टल। आप उससे अच्छा कैसे कर रहे हो? नॉर्मल भाई। भी चलो भी चलो।
ए यास्कान इमोर्टल 2 नहीं था?
तेरे लिए लोग ओडिन चला रहे थे ना वहाँ पे मुंह पे।
मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ ब्रो?
मेरे को
कॉल कहीं नहीं किया।
मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ? इसको वो वाला गेम दिखा दो, यूरो वाला।
दिखा तो रहा हूँ।
अरे इसने ले लिया क्या?
मारा था ना यार अभी, और कितना मारो।
सही बात है। इतना डिमांड नहीं क्यों? चुंग 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 अरे डरते हैं कितने ना।
अरे मारो बिंग्स भाई किधर हो?
प्लान करने वाला है
दोनों 104
एकदम बॉट बंदा जो मेरा
W बे
नाइस एंट्री।
मेरे क्लोन के वजह से तू ले पा रहा है एंट्री। भी चलो लगा साइफर
बेहोशी से तो वो खेलती थी।
ड्रॉप दो ना।
क्यों बेहोश होते तेरे क्या सुनती थी वो?
क्या व्यू है यार
भाई, क्या मस्त इफेक्ट थे रे ये ट्रैप के।
पिक देम ऑफ इस जगह पे डेट पे
ओहो
मिड पुश हुआ है साइफर तेरे सामने बंदा। मैं चुदा मर गया मैं। अरे यार एक पीछे और एक जंप एक पीछे। लास्ट टिपी मारा पीछे से टिपी मारा। ए जा जरा बात सुन।
कैमरा खोल देता निकल जाता राउंड।
कैमरा खोलता कैमरे से गोली निकलती
तो देख तो लेता ना इधर है फिर एकदम से क्रॉसर उधर रहता
है। क्या साउंड तो आ गया था।
साउंड आ गया था। ये क्रॉसर की बात कर रहा हूं एग्जैक्ट।
भी चलो
इसमें विजन दिखता है ना गांडो।
हां तो
बीजा
एक तो बंदा
तू तो चुप कर यार। मरते मोन
बबलू बीजा बैरी गांड के छठे लंड बीजा।
अगले लोग ना बोले
तू मर के मोन क्यों कर रहा था?
अरे बिंग्स भाई हंसाओ मत यार।
अमन का -1 फ्रेंड हो रहा है।
ये मेरा अल्ट है
तो करना।
साइफर है फ्रैक्ट आउट।
पीछे आ जा ये आ जा।
आ जाओ हेमन जाओ।
2 मिनट पे
आई नो एग्जैक्टली यहाँ पे जी
नाइस
लाइक ट्राई अच्छा था। ये साइड खाली है
ऑफर हूँ मैं।
प्लांट ऊपर से आएगा एक।
अरे पीक कर उसके लिए।
Last player standing.
दोनों एंगल से हो रही है भाई।
तो देख
कुछ नहीं कर सकते।
अभी ऑफ से कैसे मारेगा।
हाथ देता भी नो स्कोप लग जाता है इतना।
गन रहता तो मार देता था। एक गन रहता तो
ठीक है बाकी पूरी टीम आई।
दोनों वहीं पे लगा
भाई वो क्लो का अल्टी में मरा है गंड मरे।
पागल है उसकी बात मत सुन।
क्या तू अल्ट में नहीं मारा बबलू?
नहीं इसको बोल रहा जरा।
पागल तो यार क्या ही बोलूं। मैं
पिंक भाई पिंकी इतना अच्छा लोल बॉक्स खेल रही थी। एक किल करने का है बुलाया। थैंक यू जेरी थैंक यू फॉर द 100। सॉरी जेरी का जबरदस्त वॉक करो। यहाँ पे स्टन आएगा मेरे को पहले क्लोन डालने दो। रुक जाओ क्लोन डाल रहा हूँ। स्मोक्स रेडी रखना ठीक है।
मीट पुश झोरेला है।
स्मोक्स रेडी रखना ठीक है। डाल स्मोक्स एक क्लोज है।
राइट में ही है।
एक ऊपर है।
ऊपर स्मोक में
ठीक है।
गन देना।
हो सकता है
पक्का
प्लांट कर।
12 सेकंड में।
अरे कॉल दे रहा था यार। एक बैकस्टेप फेक टेलीपोर्ट
मेरे ऊपर देख, मेरे ऊपर देख।
One enemy remaining.
वन टैप बेबी।
ऑलमोस्ट हो गया
भाई मैं ओमेन को मैं मारा, मेरा गन कौन लिया जाके? अच्छा
Not me.
ठीक है, कोई नहीं, +1 मेरा +1। ओमेन दिखा था पता है मेरे को?
मेरा ये
रीलोडिंग। हां
राइट साइड दिखा था। इसने तो ब्लाइंड किया मैं।
हो गया।
मिड लड़ो, मिड लड़ो, मिड लड़ो।
बंदे ही नहीं मरते।
ऊपर है।
जरा तुम्हारा पास दिख होए।
सब ठीक है।
तुम्हारा पास दिख होए।
दिख होए।
मिड स्मोक राइट साइड।
सिटी से आ रहा है।
होल्ड करो, मिड होल्ड करो। फ्री किल है।
मिल गया किल मिल गया।
ओमन पीछे बैक स्टैप।
ए पुश देखना।
ओमन टीपी मारा।
खड्डे में मत जाओ।
बेटर साइफर।
खड्डे में 40।
खड़े रहो, खड़े रहो, खड़े रहो, एक और किल मिलेगा।
अबे आ जाओ ना। बी पे
पिंकी बी खाली। अरे यहाँ पे कूदना पिंकी, इधर कूद मेरे तरफ। अरे भैरी पिया बड़ा बजार इधर आ।
सीपी एक बंदा है।
One enemy remaining.
आजा ए चल।
ए बी
ए बीजा पिंकी बी भाग। बी भाग। डब्ल्यू।
हाँ बेबी ये
उल्टा दिमाग समझ रही है वो, अभी क्या कर सकते
सब। हाँ
मजबूरी है।
30 seconds left.
नहीं देखने दूंगा तेरे को।
प्लांट
सोची पीछे से मारा।
किधर अल्ट मारा है?
कैंसिल किया,
कैंसिल साइड कैंसिल्ड है।
कैंसिल्ड है तो पीछे से आएगा वो फ्लैंक। आई मीन
सिटी चले जाओ, आप ड्रोन पे खेल लो कोई।
हाय 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 इमॉर्टल बन नीचे क्या कर रहा है?
मुझे लगता है मैं एक्चुअली एक अच्छा साइफर हूं। क्या बोलते?
आवाज नहीं आ रही, आवाज नहीं आ रही, आवाज नहीं आ रही।
क्या चेक कर रहा है बे? कहानी है?
क्या लैंग्वेज है ये? क्या
टेक्नोपार्टी हो रही है।
नहीं है।
ए चलो
खाली है सामान।
क्या बात कर रहा है? काली है तेरा। लड़ो 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 लड़ो। काउंटर अल्ट मार पिंकी, काउंटर अल्ट मार एमएन। काउंटर अल्ट मार पिंकी, एमएन काउंटर अल्ट, काउंटर अल्ट। यहाँ से, यहाँ से।
अच्छा वो नहीं मारी। गुड गुड।
हाँ बे नहीं, मेरे को पता है।
भाई मेरी बात सुनो, पहला एमएन में मेरा ड्रोन को जाने दो ना, मेरा क्लोन को।
कौन मारा वहाँ पे?
तो क्लोन
मुंबई सर्वर, मुंबई सर्वर मरा पहले मैं तो भाई मेरे पे तो 10 किल और आया।
तो मारा था तू है ना पहले।
बी आवाज करो, बी आवाज करो, बी आवाज करो, बी आवाज करो, बी आवाज करो।
ड्रॉप
बी आवाज, बी 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 जेड बी जेड बी।
मेरे को दे, मेरे को दे।
अरे ड्रॉप दे दे। हां कसम बेंच।
फास्ट करना है क्या?
आवाज करो, आवाज।
हाँ तो ड्रॉप नहीं दिया।
हो गया, आवाज हो गया। आ जाओ पीछे, आ जाओ।
ए जाओ अभी।
इनमें कुछ हुआ नहीं है।
घुसूं क्या मैं?
रुक जाओ वॉक वॉक।
स्मोक से मेरे पास रेडी।
प्लांट
कर दो।
हेवन है मेरे पास।
हेवन भी कर रहा हूँ तेरे लिए डीप।
नहीं चाहिए, चूतिया है कह रहे। पता नहीं मैं इधर हूँ। तेरा गांड मारने का लग रहा है बबलू लौड़े।
दोनों का है।
पता नहीं मैं हूँ उधर, पता भी नहीं। मैं स्पेक कर रहा हूँ तेरे लिए मांगा।
अमन अमन W रे, अमन W मुझे गन मिला रे, W रे अमन।
Oh my God, सामने का सोआ।
नाइस।
3 किल मारे, देख रहा है ऐसे मारते।
अरे ये बबलू यार।
W स्मोक।
कौन था बबलू के पास बहुत गेम सेंस वाला? कौन था? उसको मोड हाइट दे दो थोड़ा सा।
हाइट क्या मोड बनाओ?
वॉक इन करके सुमड़ी में हेवन लिए। फ्री किल्स है मेरे। मैं डलर चल ले। ड्रॉप दे। ड्रॉप दे।
मन नहीं था यार, दे दिया। क्या मारे स्मोक में तर 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 तर।
ये चलो, ये चलो।
Time to jump. I have received this. I'll handle this.
पापा को पिक करने दो पापा।
जाओ बबलू यार दूसरा क्या सकते हैं? साइफर
खेल रहे थे।
ट्रैप है।
साइड खाली।
मर गया क्या साइफर?
Crazy open plan.
देखो ना आगे गाड़ी में मेरे देख रहा हूँ। आया
एक
फ्लैंक।
वो मेरे टीपी पे बैठा था रे।
ट्रैप गया क्या वो?
One enemy remaining.
ये भी बैकस्टैप है।
मार चल मार।
ओ मेरा नन्हे उन्दे साना ओ संदे दो ओ नन्ना उन्दे साना तो संदे दो ओ आ ई आ ओ संदे दो ओ आ ई भी चलो ई आ ओ संदे सो।
1 लाइक इक्वल्स टू 1 प्यार।
क्या बात कर रहा प्यार तुम? पंको इस जन्म में अल्ट यूज कर लेना क्योंकि अभी 2 ही राउंड बचे हैं। अरे तो रैंडम अल्ट मारना। क्लोन को जान दे। लेफ्ट साइड पे जेट। एक फ्लैंक। अरे कोई तो मैप के बाहर गिरा है। कोई तो मैप के बाहर गिरा है। हेलो
कौन गिरा?
प्लीज कार्ट आया भाई, मैं क्या करूं?
मैप के बाहर गिरा कोई तो।
स्मोक दे रहा ऊपर।
कौन गिरा?
भाई मेरे पे ब्रीच फ्लैश कर रहा है भाई, मां कसम।
भाई लास्ट राउंड का मैप देखेगा ना पूरा, नेक्स्ट मैप में बाइंड जा रही थी वो।
अरे ब्रीच का आर्ट से जंप किया वो ऑटोमेटिक।
वो डॉज कर सकते दूसरे जगह पे बटन दबाने का।
अल्ट क्या यार मेरा फक।
फुल पिक ले रहा हूँ।
नेक्स्ट मैप में गिरी विल डाई रे।
बी में पुश होएगा।
ओ संडे सो ना 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 संडे सो।
कोटी टैग दे।
अरे यार
One enemy remaining.
पाइकला ओ ना संडे सो ओ मेरा ओ सांडा ओ संडे सो ओ आ ई आ ओ संडे सो।
कैसे बैठा था वो मन? I killed them. मेरे को लगा 7-5 होगा ब्रो, अपन तो 9-3 कर दिए हमको।
बबलू भाई सर्विस कितना ना?
मेरे पास वो पंखे वाली है लेकिन।
मार दे मेरे नीचे पंखा।
अरे ये चलेगा, दे दो।
आजा बबलू मेरे नीचे पंखा चला दे, गर्मी हो रही है। झाड़ू चाहिए तेरे को?
झाड़ू ने गाना सा रील्स में
झाड़ू चाहिए तेरे को? Where are you?
Cutting through.
बी एम एन क्लियर।
Decoy.
क्या मन करो?
Nice.
Spike down
Nice.
B. One enemy remaining.
Nice है बबलू.
राइट में बबलू, राइट में साइड में चूतिए.
ये कब पहुंचा साइड में पड़वे की सारे तो मेरे सामने से गए.
जंप
हेड नहीं लगा. 90 बैक साइड 90.
W
ना अच्छा कॉल दे रहा हूँ मैं तेरे को. राइट में. कैसे नहीं लगा हेडशॉट? नहीं बराबर बोला मैं उसको. Hey chat, serious question. Why the hell Indians are getting so much hate nowadays in esports chat?
69 को वापस से कंटेंट क्रिएशन में आना पड़ा esports से.
कौन से esports chat? और बिना कॉन्टेस्ट के लोग कुछ भी स्पैम करते रहेंगे तो हेट मिलेगा. और उसमें इंडियन का बात नहीं है. जो कुछ लिखेगा उसको हेट मिलेगा.
ब्रो बेगर जवाब भी पे.
Time to jump.
से भी फास्ट है. फोर्स बाय शायद से फोर्स बाय.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
लास्ट नूब है.
Flawless.
WA
क्या टिकट थोड़ा गलत बटन दबा दिया. रिव्यू वाले में सब आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट हेट देते हैं.
हाँ ना रिप्लाई नहीं आ रहा कुछ.
नहीं
कब से वेट कर रहे हैं.
जो गेम में अपना गेम रहेगा जो सपोर्ट देने का बस. बाकी कुछ सारे जगह से पिकाचू आएंगे हेट देने.
कर रहे हैं क्या कमबैक?
जिसमें अपन एसएटएल वाले मत सपोर्ट करने का. क्या मेरे को तू क्या बोल रही है 4 किल पे? दुनिया बोल रही है ठीक है. तुम कहाँ से भाई लोल ब्लॉक्स प्लेयर?
Decoy.
मेरा
यहाँ पे स्मोक देना. यहाँ पे
अरे 140 है. 140 यार 140 है.
लग गए. एक मिनट.
नाइस ट्राई यार.
मादरचोद कैसे ब्लाइंड नहीं होते बे? एक खड्डे में ज़रफ एक खड्डे में.
जरा आप भी खड्डे में जाओ.
मीनवाइल
खड्डे में और क्या जाएंगे?
बी जाना नाइफ आउट लेके. बी जाना बदीर.
जेट लो जेट मार.
ऊपर That was like you brother round dude.
I would like to play if
ए कोई मेरा रिकॉन तोड़ो ना. रिकॉन जिधर भी आते इधर किधर तो आता रहेगा. बबलू मेरा रिकॉन तोड़ प्लीज.
इधर आएगा तो मैं तोड़ दूंगा ये पूरी.
इधर आएगा तो नहीं गांडू. जिधर भी आएगा तोड़. इधर आ.
स्मोक मत करो. रुका एमिन स्मोक मत करना.
मैं जा रहा हूं.
2 ने मार दिया.
140 से
कर दिया मैंने स्मोक.
140 है शायद से.
एक राइट और दूसरा अननोन. एक लेफ्ट एक राइट. अरे रिलोड. अरे बबलू क्या क्या
पहले पीछे से मर गए.
अरे ये क्या कर रहा है? लेकिन मारने के बाद उसके छाती पे क्या चढ़ रहा है? Oh my God.
यार
यार
अरे हाथ पीक नहीं कर रहा था. तभी तो मैं आगे खेल रहा था.
नहीं मार देता.
1 HP
कर क्या रहा था? वॉचपैटी कर रहा था तू.
Time to jump.
B A man.
यहाँ पे तो आ ही नहीं रहा। अब मैं चेंज करूँगा सेटअप।
हाँ शायद सब
स्मोक दे दे, स्मोक दे दे।
दूर हो।
इधर ही खेलना पड़ेगा तुम्हें।
अरे ऊपर।
Last player standing.
साइफर
ये भी 110 था बे। ये भी
हारने वाले, हारने वाले, हारने वाले, हारने वाले, हारने वाले, हारने वाले, हारने वाले।
लगा लो, मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
मैं चेंज कर रहा हूँ, ए जा रहा हूँ।
मैं और ज़रफ ए दो बंदे भी किलो।
मैं खेलता हूँ।
मेरे को मिड खेलना पड़ेगा बे, ए और बी के स्मोक के लिए।
मैं यहाँ से टिपी डाल।
पूछ ना करना पड़ेगा हमको।
बबलू मिड खेल।
ये ट्रिप हुआ।
बबलू अगर तो पहले मरा।
मैं छुप के खेल रहा हूँ ऐसे।
रोज तोड़ो ना खाली।
अब नहीं आएंगे, मैंने तोड़ा, देखा नहीं उसने।
नहीं करूँ ना।
वन वे कर देना ए पे।
हमारा वन वे आ गया।
Portal closed.
Cancel.
पीछे जा रहे शायद।
भी जाओ।
एक घुस गया रहेगा।
एक मिड में। उस पे अल्ट मारना ज़रफ, उसके बॉडी पे।
ज़रफ अल्ट खींच।
ज़रफ
रुक जा। मैं पता नहीं बाहर हो सकता है।
Spike planted.
Time to jump.
नीचे स्मोक कर दो।
अरे नहीं यार, ऊपर ही बैठा है।
Last player standing.
कर ले रहा था बे।
ब्रिज
साइड।
यो मार सकता था।
Enemy remaining.
अरे यार।
Almost.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's run and
कैसे
get out.
हारे?
थोड़ा स्लो कर देना हम लोग। मैं तो आ रहा था ऊपर। हाँ।
अरे ए पे ये वन वे स्मोक दे देना अगर कोई आ रहा है तो।
ये ऑफ कर रहा था तब नहीं दिया था मैंने।
अरे तो वन वे अच्छा तो है ऑफ के लिए।
पूछा था मैंने नाम।
गाजो कर लेना। इको।
Cutting through.
बी होने का चांस है।
ए पे।
स्मोक।
बी हो रहे।
यहाँ पे। मैं यहाँ पे हूँ। ये पे।
Drop in a smoke.
भी मत छोड़।
आओ मत। अरे रुक जा, मैं बोलूँगा ना।
ये है।
स्मोक मांगा।
स्मोकर बी पे।
वो देखो, इनिशिएटर देखो। दो।
इनिशिएटर इधर है।
तेरी माँ।
अरे मिड इतना क्लोज कैसे? मेरा गन ले ले बबलू।
साउंड आया होगा।
मेरा गन दूर है। 140 है वो।
नॉट रेडी। 140।
बी चले जा बबलू।
मिड गन है क्या?
बबलू तू निकाल सकता है।
Drop in a smoke.
आने दे रुक जा।
विकेट डाल दे। घुस करे।
आगाज कर दी। ओह माय गॉड, क्या गंदा। 140 है साइफर। ऊपर है। हाँ इधर चैट है। अरे बता क्यों रहा है उसको तू यहाँ पे?
वो तो जा।
साइफर 140
पीछे
है।
क्लोज 50 है।
मेरे पे स्मोक है। डिफ्यूज के लिए दूँ।
एक तेरे लेफ्ट में एक राइट में, दोनों का पोजीशन पता है। अभी दोनों राइट में। अभी एक लेफ्ट एक राइट में।
प्रॉब्लम वो है।
एक लेफ्ट में।
टाइम ही नहीं है ब्रो, टाइम ही नहीं है
भाई। वो साइफर
थोड़ा भी जा रहा है
यार। पहला शॉट लगता था तो।
अरे वो देख रहे कहाँ में, मैं वो ऑपोजिट जा रहा है और कुछ नहीं। रीचा घूम रहा था, वक्त दिखा के चला गया।
तो आपने केज मत डाल, मेन पे केज मत डाल। ट्रैप लगा, केज रख तेरे पास। केज देख रहे होंगे ना वो, केज मत डाल।
केज नहीं देख रहे, ट्रैप है। केज कैसे देखेंगे?
अरे तो अंदर आए नहीं तो ट्रैप में फंसेंगे नहीं ना, पता ही नहीं चलेगा उनको, समझ रहा है? केस खोलेगा तो पता लग जाएगा साइफर इधर खेल रहा है।
तेरे को समझ रहा है क्या जो उसको समझेगा? एक क्यों छोड़ा अभी?
अरे
मैं तो बोला कि भी आ रहा हूँ।
ए पे और ए पे ड्रोन।
ये आ रहे शायद।
तू चले जा, चले जा।
छोड़ दो जय पे, छोड़ दो।
हाँ जा जा। इसको कैसे बोलूं मैं कि जा?
पूछ है वैसे भी।
मेरे पास बी पूरा है, छोड़ दो।
अभी खुद ही छोड़ दो।
अंदर आ गया जेट।
मिल के मारेंगे
ब्रो। गंदी ले जा मेरे बंदे का बच्चा।
जेट अंदर है।
One enemy remaining.
साइड इन है।
बैक साइड?
सिटी देख।
अरे हाँ। Time to jump. नाइस। पूरा ऑपोजिट खेल रहे बे दल्ले।
Match point.
Let's close up shop. I need this.
रिचल्ट है, फास्ट है ये वापस।
बस मुझे
रुकना, मेरे को जज लेने दे, अल्ट करने दे। सब घुस के मारूंगा ना।
अरे कोई ड्रॉप नहीं है क्या?
पूरी अल्ट वेस्ट हो जाएगी इनकी। दाड़ करके मारूंगा।
पंको ए पे मिड पे रिकॉन दे और किधर भी जा रहे अल्ट खींच देना किसी भी कांटेक्ट पे।
उसका ब्रीच टर्न है, मैं एक पी लूंगा उसके बाद बंद देना, ठीक है?
क्या बोल रहे हो?
अरे यहाँ पे वन वे दे रहे, वन वे दे। कांटेक्ट में कोई रह गए अल्ट मार देगा, वन वे दे।
Get out of my way.
ये
फास्ट है?
है?
वॉच करके आया हूँ। एक मिनट क्लोज है जरा।
फेक है।
वॉप कर रहा हूँ।
निकल जा पीछे। कैम देख। यही रखो बी पे कैम है इसका पूरा।
भाई ए पे चाहिएगा, मैं जज लेके क्लोज बैठा हूँ।
एक खेलो, एक बंदा प्लीज।
एमेन फास्ट स्मोक
लग गए।
डीके कर दे, मार दे।
उड़ गया मैं ब्रो।
मार पप्पू।
क्या चल रहा है उधर?
Spike planted. Last player standing. Breach.
पंको कह रहा हूँ था, मालूम मेरे कौन होने वाले हैं।
हाँ, ये पे चले जाते ना तुम लोग। मिड में क्यों थे? लाइक दो लोग।
नहीं, पंकु को लगा वो रिकॉन तोड़ दिया, रिवील नहीं होगा करके।
3 सेकंड थे मात्र स्मोक आने में, उसके बाद में स्मोक में बैठता दाड़ होता है इनके साथ।
यार ओपिनियन अबाउट एसआर और सुना कोई बेटर भाई, दोनों में से कोई ना कोई बेटर है तेरे अलावा। तेरे इतना गंदे क्वेश्चन सुना, हु इज बेटर? क्या करने का? मेरे घर पे खाने लोग आने वाले, उसका नाम लूंगा तो हु इज बेटर योर ओपिनियन। उनको नहीं चाहिए ओपिनियन, तुमको ओपिनियन चाहिए उनमें से कौन बेटर है।
बी
और ब्रेड लेता हूँ।
आ गए ऑलरेडी।
Cutting through.
ड्रोन कर ली।
ओके 55 वन जेट।
पिंकी दी ऊपर है
51 जेट।
Spike
ऊपर
planted.
था। यहाँ था।
ये ऊपर चढ़ा।
ये भी ऊपर चढ़ा के राइट में होगा।
किधर था? ऊपर।
कैसे होल्ड नहीं हो रहा है यार?
अरे इको राउंड था, इसमें तो कुछ लगा ही नहीं। पैसा नहीं आया
कैसे नीचे? अच्छा
नहीं मैं लगा कुछ नहीं ना। 1000 रुपए नेक्स्ट राउंड में कुछ नहीं है।
वो डाला होगा।
कितना टफ है ये गेम।
बबलू भाई वो हटो ना यार। चू वैंडल है।
फुल थ्रो व्हाट पता नहीं यार।
ओ माय गॉड टैप ऊपर दे। दीवार पे
भाई सुनो यहाँ पे वन वे और जेट ए खेले, जरीफ बी सेटअप लगा दे, बी सोलो खेले, पिंकी मिड पे रिकॉन डाल दे।
बार लव यू थैंक।
नाइस शॉट यार, बचपन से नाइस शॉट।
मेरा चैलेंज कंप्लीट। या
क्या था चैलेंज इसका?
थैंक यू मैन, थैंक यू।
बस मैं 12 बजे के बाद लड़के पी के चैट कर। एक्सक्यूज मी।
एमेन क्लियर है।
मिड स्मोक किया।
3 बंदे हैं, मत रोटेट करना, वन वे डाल दे उसके लिए, कुछ मत करना।
आ रहे हैं।
तू जिंदा रहे बस। मेरा क्लोन किधर है? बी गए।
भी मारा कहीं।
आ गया यार।
मेरा खून किधर है?
अपना
सेव कर लो, सेव कर लो। वैसे है नहीं।
ड्रोन कर रहा है बस।
मेरा फोन किधर था यार? ज़रफ़ बी पे कैम डाल, एक ट्रिप इधर डाल और एक ट्रिप इधर डाल।
अच्छा ठीक है।
सेव करो, पीछे चले जाओ।
हाँ अभी कोई होने वाला है। निकाल रहे और कुछ नहीं वो लोग।
तीनों साथ में चाहिए फाइट
लेने। चले जाना था ना, चले जाना था।
मैं कभी बोला था सेव करने तेरे? कभी बोला था मैंने?
तीनों से फर्क नहीं, 5
नहीं नहीं भाई, चोरी नहीं रुकती। लेटर डुओ लिखा था, ये पढ़ के आया, दो हो गया। सॉरी
जस्ट लेनी पड़ेगी।
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your
ये राउंड कुछ लगा हुआ है।
ऐसा नहीं है, लास्ट राउंड है।
लास्ट राउंड है, ट्रिप्स ले ले। नहीं तुम लोग तीन ही खेलो।
मिड का यहाँ लगा रहा हूँ।
यहाँ पे
गाड़ी खाली गाड़ी है।
बस उसके बाद में आएंगे, ठीक है?
शेरिफ भाई गाड़ी मांगो, शेरिफ भाई।
I need this.
गाड़ी
हो जा। हाँ बस।
खाली
Time to jump.
वन वे दे दे उसको, वन वे दे दे उसको। पंको ड्रोन कर।
इधर आ रहे शायद
पीछे से
थोड़ा ये वाला।
दोनों साइफर और यहाँ पे साइफर है। यहाँ पे साइफर, यहाँ पे साइफर है।
वापस वन में दे रहा हूँ।
दे दे, वन वे देते रहे। वन वे पे खेल।
मेरा बैकअप नहीं रहेगा, ठीक है? मैं जस्ट पे हूँ।
एक मिनट पे।
मस्त मजा आ रहा है।
यही जाएंगे, इनका वो डिफॉल्ट रहता है।
हाँ जब तक मैं नहीं होता वो यही जाएंगे।
मिड खाली है।
बंद में आया तो दे दो। हाँ
तो मैं जब कैंप पे चिपका हुआ। यहाँ पे कैमरा है साइफर का।
मैं ये स्टैक कर ले।
ओ यहाँ पे जेट ड्रोनिंग गाइस।
सही आ जाती है।
ऐसा छोड़ दिया। बॉटम
नाइस। आराम से
अरे यार क्या?
I know it.
रिकॉन घुस जा। वापस स्पैम दे जरा। लेफ्ट में।
अरे नाइस।
Last player standing.
स्मोक है मेरे पास।
3
अरे यार ओमन मर जाता है यार मेरे से शॉटगन से।
Switching sides. Overtime.
ओटी एजेंट पे ओटी बैंक कुछ ना कुछ लगा ही रहा हूँ। यहाँ पे कैमरा लगा रहा हूँ।
Time to jump.
थोड़ा जल्दी डाल दिया। आ जाओ।
आज जाना।
Reloading.
आवाज करते देखते क्या सीन है। एक यहाँ पे स्मोक दे के रिकॉन दे देना।
शेरिफ भाई आप लग
थोड़ा जल्दी डाल दिया ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को।
दे रहा स्मोक इंस्टेंटली।
Right here.
That's all they get.
Portal closed. Cutting through.
अरे मेरे गांड मार दे।
ये चले।
No peeking.
ऊपर से क्या हुआ ड्रोन?
प्लांट। पंको फ्लैंक देखना पड़ेगा। पंको ड्रोन कर दे फ्लैंक यहाँ से ही।
एक सिटी आया। सिटी आ रहा है।
स्मोक हेवन स्मोक जल्दी। एक फ्लैंक।
कहाँ से भरे सब पता ही नहीं चला।
हाय हो गया थोड़ा। मुझे लग रहा है मेरे साइड पे फास्ट कर देंगे। वो सोचेंगे
मिड पे
कि
मरना नहीं था, अगर कंट्रोल ले लिया तो लेने देना था, तो फास्ट कर लेते हैं।
अरे
क्या वो घुसा है मेरे मुंह पे,
मैं इसलिए बोला था मिड स्मोक और रिकॉन, बाकी लोग
यही बस यही किया
ए जाएंगे। हाँ तो मिड स्मोक और रिकॉन ये कॉल था, अभी वो मिड जाके मारा है, अभी मैं क्या बोलूं बता, क्या कॉल था? मिड स्मोक और रिकॉन, इतना मैंने बोला था। अभी मैं कुछ बोलूंगा फिर वो कुछ बोलेगा।
इतना बढ़िया कमबैक किया था 9-3 से अपन भाई,
नहीं होता है सुनने में, क्या
7-12-6 पे आ गए थे।
Time to jump.
यार शॉट ही नहीं लग रही भाई, बक बेंचो, फ्री किल था मेरा ब्रिज मिड में। एक मिनट में पिक करके मार पिकी, नाइस। ड्रोन कर दे यहाँ से, ड्रोन कर दे यहाँ से। वो भी ड्रोन कर रहा है। बॉक्स के पीछे बंदा है, स्पाइक अपने पास है, स्पाइक अपने पास है। लेफ्ट साइड स्मोक चाहिए। स्पाइक लेके गया राइट से, एक भी गया। भी अकेला है क्या? नहीं नहीं दोनों।
Spike planted. One player standing.
भगवान,
Attackers win.
स्पाइक कैसे लेके गया वो के सामने से?
पता नहीं, राइट साइड में तो लेफ्ट देख रहा था।
मैं तो सब बोला राइट और देखना था थोड़ा, राइट से आ सकता है, राइट से आ सकता है।
एंगल छोड़ दिया।
मैं तो 10 बार बोला कि बी से आ सकते हैं, वो साइफर ही तो आया बी से
भाई। 20 से छोड़ मिड से स्पाइक लेके चला गया वो।
सामने
वो
स्पाइक
तो अलग बात, वो तो क्या ही बोलूं। स्मोक क्या
कैसे आ रहे बे?
स्मोक के थ्रू गया।
हम 3 तो मिड में थे, तुम लोग 3 तो मिड में थे, वो स्पाइक जाना ही नहीं था
यार।
स्पाइक
हाँ
होल्ड
कसम,
करना।
ये गेम कैसे हारे अपन?
कैसे आ रहे?
साइफर तो है मेरे पे गॉड।
भाई बिंक्स ने थ्रो किया है लास्ट के 4 राउंड।
तेरे गाफ में आते का लैंड। मिड स्मोक रिकॉन बोला, एक बंदा स्किप मार के चला गया। थैंक यू फॉर दी फेकी। बात करते करते भेंचियत।
सही बात भाई।
सुनने का इसका कान और ब्रेन तक का जो रेंज है ना, डीले आते हैं उसमें, वाईटी एड्स आते हैं, ट्विच एड्स आते हैं, पता नहीं एक्स का एड्स आ जाते हैं, सब एड्स आ जाते हैं भेंचियत। 10 बार बोले गोल डाल दे, गोल डाल दे। दिमाग खराब है, गोल ही नहीं डालता गांडू।
अबे चल आगे जा। इस पे हम
पकाओ। माय लास्ट गेम आया वॉचपार्टी।
रीच
क्या ऐड चला था ऐसा?
ले लो बबलू भाई, ड्यूलिस्ट हो जाए अभी।
एक ड्यूलिस्ट चाहिए यार।
हाँ तो लेना। हो जाएगा।
मैप कौन सा है? पट्टू मैप।
रीना
ओ ये मैप है।
अरे बाप रे।
अब तुम देखो कितना गंदा गेम होता है।
टॉप फ्रैग लग रहा है मेरे को।
टॉप फ्रैग थोड़ा सा हो गया ब्रो। आज सुबह से गेमिंग हो गई। सुबह 11 बजे से लाइव हूँ, मतलब 12 1 2 3 4 5 6 घंटा उधर, फिर 2 घंटे का ब्रेक, और फिर 6 साढ़े 6 बजे चालू किया था जरा। 7 8 9 10 11 12 1 7 और 5 11 12 घंटे की गेमिंग हो गई आज।
क्रेजी।
अब टॉप फ्रैग नहीं होगा, अब
इसके बाद राइवल्स भी होगा। बोल
राइवल्स नहीं, आज नहीं लग रहा है मेरे को। नहीं
पागल है क्या? मत कर।
5 घंटा BGMI, 4-5 घंटा वैलो।
Lindo, your arms are looking great. You need a tune-up?
स्टन दे ब्रो।
इधर कोई खेलो, एल्बो आओ कोई।
स्टन देना।
फीनिक्स
रो ब्लास्ट करके मार रहा हूं।
नाइस ठीक है।
मेरे साथ एक मार्केट गेम।
मैं मार्केट
डेडलॉक बीट
ऑन दे सो
देखो फ्लैश आएगा।
साउंड आएगी। मैं सुन
बिंक्स वर्सेस बबल्स ब्लाइंड मत करो यार। भाई नावी जीत गया क्या अभी तक? नावी जीत गया क्या अभी तक?
एक फर्स्ट राउंड इनिशियल स्टन दे ब्रो।
इनिशियल कर जा, साउंड तो आने दे।
बंद रे। ब्लाइंड ब्लाइंड ब्लाइंड।
संध्या 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 संध्या
एक और 1 वे, एक और 1 वे। अरे भाई
अरे मैं रेंज से बाहर हूँ।
मेरे को लगा जा रहा है सॉरी।
मैं क्लियर रिस्पॉन्स से आ रहे हैं। भाई कहाँ बैठा है देख।
क्या है ये जंपी?
मेरा 1v1 हो रहा है, उसको मार फिनिक्स।
जल्दी आ।
वॉक करना गांडू, तेरे राइट में बंदा है। बबलू चूतिया है क्या रे बबलू?
भाग गया वो यहाँ से।
हाँ,
बी पे आएगा, उसको मार ना, मिड पे मार बबलू, उसको मिड पे मोर मोदर चोत।
ढूंढ रहा हूँ मैं उसको। भाई वो यहाँ पे आके बैठ गया, मैं बैठा है वो।
तो वॉक करने का रहता है ना, वो गुरु पहन के भागे जा रहा है छाप 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 करके।
क्या बात है।
कल भाई
बोला नहीं हाफ हो गया था।
किसने किया था हाफ पे ये?
भाई जो भी किया था भगवान।
डब्ल्यू ब्रो।
बोला ना बबलू राइट ऑफ का क्या?
ये बिंग्स को रहने दे पे टकले को।
ब्रो। बिंग्स को कर्मा मिल रहा है रे।
ना गलत किल की भी क्लच कैसे कर सकता कोई इंसान। वैलोरेंट की फिजिक्स की गांड मार दी है बंदे ने।
दे
स्टन दिया, हाँ दिया सब स्टन।
अरे भाई
मेरे को बैठा दिया यार।
ब्लाइंड दे।
कसम से चल से ये
लौड़ा मेरे ऊपर से जा रहा है गांडू।
लौड़ा तेरे ऊपर से जा रहा है।
मिड ट्रैप है मेरा, छोड़ दे चलेगा। ए रोटेट कर दे।
जिगल करवा से।
भागे।
गए।
मिड ट्रैप।
बी
पिंकी दी पीछे। मिड एक।
आवाज आई है।
Spike down.
तारे
Mid.
स्टन दे सकते हो।
One enemy remaining.
स्टन दिया
नेट
उसको।
डालेगा उससे मर जाएगा।
आगे इसके।
कैंडी है इसके, कोई स्टन नहीं हुआ है। लेफ्ट साइड 101 है, 101।
तेरे मुंह के सामने दूंगा क्या?
101 लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट हो गया मेरे साथ।
101 मैंने 26 दिया था इसको।
झूठ बोला। विंग्स आए ने झूठ बोला।
एक सेकेंड 101 में गेको को दिया लेकिन।
हाँ झूठ बोला।
कहाँ है तू बात कर? आज तो रेस था।
कोई तो ब्लाइंड में हागा और पा जाए पे।
भाई इसको बिठा के मारा है भाई, इसको बिठा के मारा है।
वो बैठा दिया। दो लोग एंटी फ्लैश खेल रहे थे।
बिठा के मारे इसको।
1 वे में एंटी फ्लैश खेल रहे थे वो लोग।
मैं तो स्टन किया। कौन सा एंटी फ्लैश?
कर।
नो साउंड।
क्या नो साउंड?
कूदा है
उधर है, टाइल्स की तरफ है।
बड़ी बहन से उसको टाटा पड़ी है।
ट्रैप टूटा।
मत बंदे क्या उधर से जा रहा है?
मिड घुस गए हैं वो लोग।
अबे यार सब इधर ही है, कोई नहीं घुसा है।
पंकज स्मोक यहाँ पे जल्दी भाग के आ, यहाँ पे जल्दी स्मोक जल्दी एल्बो।
8 सेकंड।
पीछे घुस गए।
एक और है।
अरे गोली नहीं दिखा मैंने। चुप के बैठ।
Down A.
बहुत उधर होंगे, इधर कोई नहीं है।
पिंकी 1 वे में किसको ढूंढ रही है? दोनों एल्बो है।
स्मोक है क्या इधर? स्मोक पिंकी।
दोनों एल्बो है।
22
एक राइट में,
ये किधर आ रहा है?
एक राइट में मार। 3 2 1 वापी है पक्को।
दोनों उधर आ रहे पिंकी दी।
एम पे कम ऑन मार।
Player
ए
standing.
100
डुएबल्स।
अरे यार
ऑलमोस्ट 1 वे भी आ गया था। उतना था शायद। ये वाला।
बाद में आया। मेरे को मत बता।
कोई नहीं।
भाई मैं मिड से ओ भाई मेरे को गन दो राउंड निकालूंगा सिर्फ गन दे मजाक सेट के मैं
वो पहले एक टांग दिखा के तेरे को मारा है, एक टांग दिखा के यूं।
भाई मेरा गन ले लिया।
मेरी बात हाँ मैं इधर टॉप मिड साइड मारूंगा सीधा एक ही तरफ जाऊंगा तो स्टन कर ए पे रोक के रख रिकिल चलेंगे मेरे
ये स्टन ना
हां
तो ए पे क्यों रुक, यहां पे करूंगा ना स्टन।
मतलब शोध
मेरे हराम
यूसी हो गया
ये आर्ट तो इसी करनी ये क्या है तुम्हारा गांडू। Hey, give my gun, Gaandu. Give my. Hey, fucker, give my gun.
Spike planted.
राइट साइड एक मुझे गन दो।
मेरा गन मुझे वापस दे।
110 दोनों ने मिलके एक गोली ने मारा है।
क्या 120 मारा है मैंने डेडलॉक को। अच्छा हाँ मैं तो भूल गया तेरा गन देना।
हार गए। मैं और साइफर बी खेल रहे, तीनों एक खेलो तीनों। बी पे स्मोक जब तक नहीं मांगू देना नहीं।
भाई रेज अल्ट है ब्रो, डब्ल्यू करके आएगा मेरे पे मारेगा।
कुछ नहीं आएगा, मैं स्टन करो इंस्टेंट स्टन करो। आजा यहाँ पे
केच थोड़ा बाहर की तरफ करना, मैं यहाँ पे शॉटगन लेके बैठ जाऊंगा अगर आ रहे।
ठीक है
नहीं ना
वन वे कर, बचा के रखेगी स्मोक।
विमेन क्लियर है
ये ना है भाई, ये है
यार है
एल्बो करो।
एक मिड में एक मिड में
ट्रैप नहीं था।
भाग जा
माय गॉड दोनों फटे।
अबे चूतिया बोला
मारा, यहाँ क्यों नहीं मारा, यहाँ क्यों मारेगा वो।
Spike planted.
शॉट
दोनों राइट में गाइस।
रुक जा मत। अरे पिक लेना, क्या रुका है।
अभी बोला
गुड मॉर्निंग
भाई अपने पास। अरे सुनो ना, अपने पास वन वे स्टन है, एमएन कंट्रोल रखना बबलू गंड मरे।
मैं रख रहा हूँ एमएन कंट्रोल बाहर में।
टर्न ब्लाइंड वन वे स्मोक सब है भाई।
अरे वो बैठा रहा है, मैं राइट से लेफ्ट से जाके रख रहा।
तो बैठ जा, बिठा रहा है।
इधर से नहीं बैठ रहा मैं।
बैठेगा क्यों, रुक जा ना, वो नेट करता है, नेट के बाद कर फ्लैश पिक कर।
अरे कभी भी कर देता, वो हाथ में रख रहा है।
बी स्मोक
बच्चा बिंक्स बचाओ उसको।
भाई कैसा है मारा बे।
अरे मां कसम
बोली क्या मार।
ये कुछ
भागेगा साइट तो इधर। नाइस शॉट।
अरे यार गोली नहीं था।
चल मैं ए मिलन दिखाए मुझे।
रेस डिफ है
भाई तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो।
टेक्निकली इट इज साइबर साइड।
रेस डिफ है।
उसने एक को मारा, मैंने एक को मारा। 3v4 है तो 3v1 में हीलो की कांड मार दी।
ये पीछे आ गया कोई।
किसी पे भरोसा ही नहीं कर सकते। पीक करके रखा है, बंदा मार के जा रहा है।
बबलू जब तू यहाँ जाएगा ना, ये वाला क्रॉस करेगा या तो मुझसे फ्लैश मार या खुद फ्लैश मार।
मैं फ्लैश किया उधर
नहीं होगा इन्हें।
मैंने उधर से थोड़ी ना क्या हूं मैं।
आए
मौली डाल दे, मौली डाल दे। तेरे कौन बात का नहीं।
One enemy remaining.
कौन
ये रहा।
W सीरियस कर रहा हूँ।
हेवी फाइट हुई है बबलू की, हेवी फाइट हुई है यहाँ पे, हेवी फाइट।
मैं भी सीरियस कर रहा हूँ।
ड्यूलिस्ट बोलते हैं ब्रो,
क्या बात है,
बचपन से ड्यूलिस्ट ब्लड में।
मैं बहुत डिप्रेशन में हूँ, बंदी ने चीट करके चली गई है, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या करूँ। बराबर क्या है भाई?
आओ
YouTube चैट में ये चीज लिख रहे हो तो बराबर है।
टेस्ट नॉट खींच के जाऊंगा, कोई नहीं आएगा इस बार।
साउंड आने दे उसका।
नेक्स्ट गर्लफ्रेंड बनेगी वो भी चीट करनी चाहिए। W YouTube पे सॉल्यूशन पूछ रहा है। YouTube पे पूछा था गर्लफ्रेंड बनाने से पहले। स्मोक यहाँ पे रेडी रखना। स्मोक स्मोक स्मोक।
मिड पे है।
ये छोड़ दो पिंकी।
मिड रिस्मोक दे, मेरे को रिस्मोक दे, मेरे को रिस्मोक दे। मर गया मैं।
नहीं है। ये कौन में दिया ना?
देख लो अभी मैं देख लो अभी तो।
रेना है पे।
अरे यार कैसे से पिक लिया नहीं डाल रहा।
मेरा तो मैं स्टन दे सकता हूँ।
पीछे से सिटी से अल्ट मार सकता तू। यहाँ से अल्ट मारना, यहाँ से। ए अरे
ये वन में देना, वन में दोनों इधर का।
ए अरे मार अल्ट घुसा।
ये वन में पिंकी वन में
नहीं है। बी केयर।
30 seconds left.
मिड है शायद। आई थिंक एक मिड है।
मिड पे प्लांट करेंगे।
अरे एक मिड है, बी जाओ। प्लांटिंग भी जल्दी रिटेक करो। केजअप घुस जाओ।
10 seconds left.
वॉल
Spike down B.
अल्ट मार। अरे ये किधर है? राइट साइड से अल्ट मार। अरे अल्ट है, रुक जाओ। एक राइट में बबलू।
रुक जाओ।
मार अल्ट मार। तेरे आगे ही एक है, तेरे नीचे लुल्ली के।
मार्केट है।
प्लांट उसका नहीं है। डिफ्यूज। चुप जा
दोनों चुप जाओ, कर लेंगे बाद में।
बबलू कहाँ जा रहा है गांडू? बबलू कहाँ जा रहा है? अरे तो वो तेरे को यहाँ पे अगर बाहर आके अल्ट मारेंगे मार देगा ना।
मुंबई
तो क्या हुआ?
मुंबई सर्वर नीचे ही है।
कॉल है मेरे सामने, दोनों बंद मेरे ही सामने।
भाई मेरे को
मैं टॉप फ्रैगर हूँ। हेलो
दिखा है।
अरे ना मिड तक के साइड ट्रैप होता था क्या?
तेरे को लेकिन आवाज आई थी मिड है करके बंदा।
हाँ मेरे को नहीं।
बहरी है। You got the reason why you don't have likes. Hashtag root. यार मैंने क्या किया यार? I'm such a humble person.
तो वो काम कर दी थी।
Such a humble person आदित्य भाई।
I need to blow something up.
काश को अपग्रेड करो।
वन वे बबलू ले आओ। साउंड तो थी
भाई।
आफ्टर शॉक डाल, ब्लाइंड दे, यूटिल डाल।
स्मोक दे दो।
अरे आगे ऑलरेडी क्रॉस्ड। ये इनसे भी कर दिया करो, अगर ये मर जाए ना वरना मैं उसका नहीं रख सकता।
वो मर कैसे रहा है? प्रॉब्लम वो है।
अरे वो बहुत बाद में एकदम से मेरे आने से पहले स्विंग कर गया।
अरे तो भाई वन वे है, स्टन है, इंस्टेंट ब्लाइंड दे के पीक ले ले।
मैं ब्लाइंड लेकर के पीक लिया।
तो एक काम करना, तू यहाँ से खेलना।
मैं खेल रहा हूँ। फक ऑफ हो जा बी पे, फक ऑफ हो जा। राउंड चालू नहीं था, 2 सेकंड में ढेर।
सब ढेर हुए, मैं अकेला ढेर हुआ क्या?
अमन भाई
ड्रॉप दो।
हाँ
अपने में स्किन
आ जाओ।
वैंडल
ड्रॉप दे, वैंडल स्किन ड्रॉप दे।
उधर से किल क्या?
ड्रॉप दे। अरे मेरे को ड्रॉप दे।
दिया यार।
स्टैंडर्ड
मैं मांगा स्टन। आफ्टर शॉक
दिया तेरे सामने।
मैं मांगा क्या स्टन? कांडू
छोड़ दो।
अरे तो भाई इंसान नहीं दे रहा था मैं तब से।
घुस गए क्या?
आ गया मेरे पे। अरे
ओए मॉन्स्टर ऑन द लूप।
आ गया एल्बो।
Spike planted.
Hey Bablu, where are you going?
बैकस्टैब
थोड़ा सा लेट नहीं है
बबलू यहाँ पे बैठ, मेरे को एक चीज सिखाने दे। यहाँ पे बैठ को दे मैं जरा दिमाग खोल के बात सुनना। यहाँ पे वन वे स्मोक है, अगर तू मेरे यहाँ से यहाँ आने तक तू स्टन दिया तो वो लोग स्टन के बाद यहाँ पे
बबलू इधर से खेल रहा था ना, उसके लिए स्टन दे रहा था मैं।
तो तेरे को पूरा राउंड तेरे को समझाने कि बबलू नहीं है, मैं हूँ करके अभी।
और जो भी है ठीक है, समझ गया। I'll wait till you get there.
You wait for my call.
Yeah. Got it. बबलू ये क्या कर रहे हो? हटोगे तुम, मैच तो पीछे जाओ।
They think they're so secure.
क्या हुआ भाई? ये पे नहीं हुआ क्या बिंग्स भाई ये राउंड भी?
तू इसको गलत सिखाया गांडू।
मैं क्या गलत सिखाया ब्रो? वो स्टन राइट लेफ्ट कर रहा है, मैं तुम्हें बोला
लाउड मादर
वन में स्मोक
गांड भरा
भाई। स्टन इधर दिया कर ताकि उधर तो मैं फ्लैश करूंगा ना, वैसे ही तो बोल रहा था।
किधर इधर किधर?
तू उससे क्यों लड़ रहा है गांडू? वो बी पे ना जरफ, वो बी पे उससे काहे लड़ रहा है बेचोत? वन में स्मोक स्टन दे आफ्टर शॉक बड़ी
आवश्यक नहीं है। फ्लैश है
लेफ्ट में बैठ।
मार्केट का दरवाजा बंद है क्या भाई जान?
नहीं
आया एक बंदा
बैठे रहे। कैसे निकल के मार आ रहे हो?
मैं तो फ्लैश हो गया।
डेडलॉक गेटी
होगा तो मैं
मार। तेरे नीचे ही गन है वैंडल, इसको अंधे कहाँ ब्लाइंड दे रहा है? गन मरे लिंक पे है वो।
1 HP 144
फ्री फायर लेफ्ट में। ओ माय गॉड बबलू वाले लो फ्री फायर मारना लेफ्ट पे बोला मैंने बोला
144
यार स्पैम ही कर लेता यार अपना। बबलू गेम प्ले भूल गया मैं, वन टैप मारने का गया।
बबलू गेम
प्ले स्पैम गेम प्ले ब्रो।
जरफ स्पेक्टर बेच सारे यूटिल्स रख दे एक राउंड, सारे प्लीज।
सब यूटिल्स है।
थैंक यू। वन वे स्मोक
बिंग्स पे थ्रो मत करो।
मैं क्या थ्रो भाई? आफ्टर शॉक बोलता आफ्टर शॉक नहीं है, राउंड के बाद पता चल रहा है आफ्टर शॉक नहीं है।
2-3 बी में
पीछा
संदे
फ्लैश लेके पीछे लो। आजा नाइस
मॉली डाल
दिया चिल है।
मत दो स्पैम प्लीज।
बी पे कौन थे?
2 तो थे, 3 थे। गेको, डेडलॉक और रेस।
डेडलॉक है इधर। रेस
उसने बी पे स्मोक दिया था क्या?
ना
स्मोक नहीं आया था।
एक है
स्पाइक डाउन मिड।
हां स्मोकर भी इधर है।
उधर है
पिंक यूसी।
अरे ए जा रहे
ए ज़रफ भाई ए थोड़ी
देखा हूं भाई।
अभी ऐड जा रहे
एक तो डिस्कॉर्ड पे है नहीं।
अभी ऐड जा रहे।
फिर से भी जा रहे शायद, फिर से भी
जा रहे वापस।
भी जा रहे
बाप रे टायर।
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
क्या टाइमिंग।
अरे
दोनों देखते हुए जा रहे थे एक्टिवली।
छोड़ देना चाहिए था, बाद में मार देते।
एक यहाँ पे ये लेकिन
लो
Spike planted.
उधर वॉल करके इधर क्यों देखा वो? और अल्ट भी
Switching sides.
लास्ट राउंड था ना, घर पे थोड़ी रखेगा अल्ट।
अरे लेकिन भाई इतना कॉम्बो और ये सब कुछ वॉल इधर
वो कुछ नहीं कर सकता।
घूम के
विदाउट बैक स्टेप उनके पास अपन मरे। हर राउंड बी पुश करना चाहिए था, उनके पास तो वो भी नहीं था।
reload him.
मैं
हाँ।
मिड लाइन पे मार दूंगा।
ठीक है कैम में कोई दिखा तो लेफ्ट टर्न देना वरना पहले राइट ब्लाइंड देना।
एक गेको फ्लैश तोड़ो खाली। हां गेको फ्लैश तोड़ो। गेको फ्लैश आ गया।
ओके
क्लियर है।
फ्लैश का लेट
देखो रे देखो भी उधर डिफॉल्ट है वो डिफॉल्ट है।
अरे मदर चूत
आ जाओ प्लांट। दो है यहाँ पे दो है
बात कर रहे
डिफॉल्ट से मारो
दोनों
थोड़ा मार देते।
मेरे को पता था साइन भी जाएगा बता मैं घूम के आ रहा था ये वापस मार रहा। क्या हो गया मैं मिड मार देता हूँ एक को।
विंग्स भाई सैंडविच हो गया मिड और दो बी में दोनों जगह से मारा यार।
इसके नेट से मारा मैं।
फोर्स करो G2 फोर्स
भाई मैं लेफ्ट नहीं जा सकता भाई।
यहाँ से यहाँ स्टन देना ब्लाइंड दे वो वन वे देगा वन वे के नीचे से ब्लाइंड दे। स्मोक आज ही के दिन स्टन 70
अरे एल्बो तक दिखा था ना गेको।
ऑब्वियसली दिखा था।
अरे लेकिन एल्बो से कोई आ क्यों नहीं रहा है?
अरे मॉलिड है मैं
वो नहीं मालूम कि एल्बो से क्यों नहीं आ रहा।
वो तो एल्बो से आओ
वो मेरे को नहीं मालूम। मैंने सिर्फ फिनिश को बुलाया था कि मेरे साथ आ।
भाई अगर चारों उधर से जाओगे एल्बो लूंगा कैसे मैं भाई?
बाकी का नहीं पता।
ये बात
नहीं फ्लैश करो अपना ही लूं।
बाकी का मेरे को नहीं पता।
फिर से G2 फोर्स
रो रहा है।
ठीक करो
out of charges.
मिड स्मोक मिड लड़ो। आई मैन भाई वेयर आर यू?
No peeking.
एक मार्केट में स्टन है
हाँ सुना है
रुक जाना।
ए पे मार बी में हो सकता है।
यहाँ पे स्मोक दे
अरे भाई क्रेजी है।
बिठाए
ए बी में पुश
एक भी पुश उसको स्टन दे
बीमेन पुश आया
उसको स्टन दे बीमेन वाले को जो पुश दे।
दिया
नाइस
मारा
ए जा सकते हो वापस। मिडी रुको बहुत टाइम है।
दो मार दिया।
अरे मिडी रुको वो कैम देख।
मैं लूं वॉक करके लूं।
नहीं साथ में 5 मैन
टाइफर है ही नहीं मेरा ट्रैक है मैं
5 मैन
आ जा
चलो भागो नहीं चलेगा
एल्बो जा रहा हूं मैं।
रुक जा
हो सकता है बता
डिफॉल्ट खाली स्पॉन है आराम से मैं पता नहीं।
स्मोकिंग सिटी
कैम रिवर्स में देखते रहे।
देख रहा हूं मैं।
पिंकी पीक नहीं लेना पिंकी पीछे से खेल। दो है
आगे गाइस आगे यहां से आगे
साइड
भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ यार पीछे से बैठो कोई एक बंदा नहीं बैठा है भाई। क्यों पीछे लेके जा रहे हैं?
We're here.
डिफॉल्ट बैठना था बे दो लोग को।
बोला मैं
Forget that.
ऑलरेडी कॉल दिया।
दो साइड थे ना
मैं लो थी मैं 30 एचपी में
मैं फ्री में ही मरता हूं हमेशा ब्रो। साइड क्लियर करते हो
भाई भी 3 है। दर्द में 5 मैन
गेको एल्बो खेलता है और रेस इधर खेलता है।
मिड लड़ो
भाई यूटिल वेट करते
कैमरा चेरा गेको स्पॉट हो गया।
मिड स्मोक
दो लोग मिड आ रहे, पीछे आ रहे, मार्केट आ रहे।
लेफ्ट में
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
वॉल तोड़।
रुक मैं भी उधर से आ रहा हूँ।
2 फ्लैश है।
हाँ मेरे पे है, रुक मैं आ रहा हूँ।
एक और
स्पाइक लेके आ।
मार्केट आ सकता है।
आजा स्पाइक लेके।
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
और फुल डे लोल बॉक्स प्लेयर।
कैसे मर गए?
हाँ लोल में भी 3 लेटर्स रहते हैं। जस्ट सेइंग ड्यूड।
I think we should go B and take off.
ले रहे ना मेड अपन गांडू जीत रहे ना आई थिंक। कैमरा डाल ए पे बी पे एक ट्रेप मिड लड़ो बाकी लोग।
अब पुश नहीं कर रहे ना उनका।
मिड स्मोक।
Bomb buddy.
उसमें मार दिया उन्होंने। दिलाओ ना मेरे को, मैं वीमेन जा रहा हूँ।
दरवाजा तोड़।
मार दे चल।
अरे रे कैसे बे? अब गया मैं। ए जाओ ना एक ही है पे। तुम लोग को दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है क्या साइफर? ए जाओ गाइस
आ जाओ, तुम लोग आ जाओ। मिड स्मोक होगा?
दे मिड स्मोक दे इसके लिए।
क्या चीन है ब्रो?
यहाँ से अल्ट मार और निकल यहाँ पे। पिंकी प्लांट दे सीधा। जाते रहे। पिंकी प्लांट दे सीधा।
एल्बो गया।
30 seconds left.
एल्बो गया वो अल्ट के तुम लोग देखते रहे भाई।
ये तो डबल शटल मार रहा है, क्या मार रहा है?
अल्ट इधर अल्ट मार।
जा क्लियर कर ले अब, जा इधर ही है।
बाहर आया लेफ्ट साइड।
चलो होल्ड करो। फ्लैश भी है।
अब दिया 40
जीजे ब्रो मां कसम ब्रो। ट्राई पिक क्यों करना है इतना ही?
मैं जानता हूँ वहाँ पे है। सुन जाएगा।
We doing this or what?
एक तो बेंच तो मेरे गांड भी नहीं बचा है, वो तोप लेके आ रहा है मेरे पीछे।
वो दिल पर चला गया भाई, वो तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते। ऐसे गया डबल सचल करके।
अल्ट था मेरे पास, बिंक्स बोला मैं बी मैन से अल्ट मारता हूँ, निकल जाएगा राउंड।
भाई तू देख जेरेफ ने क्या किया पूरा राउंड लोड़े।
आगे बढ़ो ना मेरे लगा।
मेरा टीम
Planted.
फाइट लो।
हो जाओ।
सिटी कंट्रोल रखो, सिटी कंट्रोल।
हाँ मेरे पास
आ गया है। हेलो।
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
80 लो है, हिल गया और
Last player standing.
लेफ्ट में
नाइस पिंकी दी, लेट्स गो। ये तो क्रॉस हो गया।
This reminds me of this one time where I
ये गेम को हुआ क्या? सब कुछ कोरा ही कोरा है।
बर्थडे विश को उमेश भाई मेनी हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे। मेरी जान नेक्स्ट गेम जाना है।
My eyes are down.
इधर स्मोक किया उसने।
होल्ड करो रुक जाओ।
एक बॉक्स पे उसको मरने दो, उसके बाद बॉक्स वाले को मारना। मिड रीक्लियर कर लो प्लीज।
आया मिड पुश हो रहा है।
जा चेक राइट। और एक सेंसर भी आगे, फाइट मत लेना क्लोज से।
हेलो
Spike down A.
Oh yeah! Monster on the
तो घूम कर मारो।
टीम स्नाइपर से मेरे को क्या कर देगा इस टीम स्नाइपर से भाई, जब टीम बेहोश है।
कैसे बैठा है ब्रो बंदर
Defenders win.
You want more? Here's
रेस देख रहे भाई, उनकी रेस की 24 किल्स है।
मिड क्लियर करने बोला, तीनों ए पे मारे।
यार
तो
मैंने
पूछी भी क्या करना है स्टार्ट ऑफ द
जो
राउंड।
एल्बो गया मरा, वो अब एल्बो से पूछा गया क्या करे।
सेरेब भाई ने थोड़ा सा
पीछे आने का ना,
पीछे तो वो आती
एक
थी
राउंड
मेरे।
में वाह बे ठीक है, उतना कुछ गा ही नहीं है गेम का।
कोई ना, बस वो
हाय हो गया।
फ्लैट 3
मैं जा रहा
17 किल पे वो देख के अजीब लग रहा है। चलो बाय बाय
बाय
भाई, मिलते हैं।
मारा बे उसने। चलो टाटा।
गुड नाइट गाइस, बंद करते हैं। लव यू गाइस, बाय।
But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve better.